Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 10th of August. And I hope you are doing well. I hope you've had a fantastic weekend. An absolutely wonderful time and a break away from the clutches of capital. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, yo, yo. It's good to have you. Hope you had a good weekend. Away from the clutches of capital if possible. If not, I hope you get duly compensated for whatever it is that you were actually doing. Get some time off somewhere else. Get some extra pay, etc., etc. Such is the life of the working class. If you're still enjoying the weekend and you're coming to us from somewhere in the past, then I hope it's enjoyable right now. I hope it's very enjoyable, whatever it is that you're doing. So, what are we up to today? I hear you ask. Well, ask yourself no further, because we're going to be having a look, as the title suggests, if you bother to look at the title, I guess. We're going to be having a look at the situation that's involved, like that's unraveling, unfolding, etc., in Iran with the Gulf, and like, you know, what's going on with the US and blah 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 blah. And like that situation seems to be developing quite rapidly over the last few days. So we're going to have a look at that. Iran is now, it looks like it's making the calling the shots, as it were, which is rather interesting if you think about it. I don't know really what type of parallel universe we've walked into, but I guess we're all going to have to get used to this. Us plebs and commoners of the world. The US is now apparently getting shellacked, taking orders off the Iranians. Like, whatever. We'll take it as it comes. So we're going to look into that. And then we're going to cover some other interesting developments in West Asia, also known as the Middle East. I haven't got a video yet, as it hasn't been released, but the Birdman has been identified. And what might shock you as to why he does it, he's just a man that loves birds and even have wild pigeons in his house. So he just walks around feeding birds at somebody else's location. What a crazy, crazy turn of events that is. I'm so glad that I live in Sydney with all these strange people. Ravy baby in the house. Hello, hello. How's it going? It's me. I am him. He is me. I am him. Hi, Mr. Mrs. Raya. I'm gonna go with that one. Hello, hello. How's it going? Let us know if you're new here. But yeah, we're going to be covering the whole Iranian situation, like what's unfolding there. We're also going to be having a look today. It's a sex thing. What, the Birdman? Yeah, we're also going to be covering the fact that, or the announcement apparently anyway, that Israel has backed out of the peace plan. I find that rather surprising, if you will. I don't know why. Exactly, it seems to have something to do with the Israeli elections that are coming up in October. But Benjamin Netanyahu recently, like in the last, I don't know, half a day, not even last few hours, just came out and was just like, you know, this whole peace plan thing with Gaza, not happening. And so they've just completely backed out of that one, which is interesting because when we were looking at it last week, it was Trump who was kind of like, oh, look, Hamas is going to completely disarm, and everyone was like, really, are they? So like, Israel, you can get out, like you can get out and we can carry out the peace plan, and the board of piss. And so bless, you're so naive, bless you, mystery. But like, you know, that's what they were talking about. And so like before it was kind of like, hey, all speculation, and now it's just overt. So it's funny that it's like it's come to that where BB is just be like, look, I've got to worry about getting reelected here, so I'm just going to say it how it is and actually call it out, as opposed to pretending. It is interesting, I think. Gaza peace plan. Of course, Mr. Abbott. I guess we should have figured it out. It's not peace. They're just picking up the pieces of Gaza and going to rearrange them. It's got nothing to do with peace at all. It's just a geopolitical puzzle. that everyone gets to play with. E's eternal optimism has kept me off the ledge. Oh my god, don't say it like that. I'm glad I could have helped somewhat. I'll talk him down. Oh man, is that a duck in your pocket? Are you just happy to see me? Oh my god, is that several ducks in your pocket? All right, all right. So anyway, we're gonna get into that whole situation with the board of piss and the piss plan, because that's what it amounts to apparently, pissing in the wind. But like, let's go the whole Iranian situation because it seems pretty wild. I must say, what's going on with Iran, and so like it does seem that Iran is calling the shots almost. If you weren't aware, in the last year, like 24 hours, not even like 12, Iran came out with a list of demands that it wants off the Americans. Basically, it's like get out of the strait, give us our money back. They want that. They want their frozen assets. They control the strait with Oman, and they want an agreement that the US will never, never attack them ever again, and then they will reopen the strait. And so it seems like they it's at a point now where they're getting to flex a little bit. But you know, we'll get across that story, and it would seem this is weird. This is the weird part. The manufacturing consent machine. So the manufacturing consent machine, if you're not across the investigations that we've done for well over a year now, the manufacturing consent machine is the idea that there is a conversation that is like ultimately controlled, like it's let loose into the wild, but like it's controlled by mainstream media to a certain extent, and social media platforms. They set the terms of what's acceptable discussion, and they talk within those frames, and they like put out a story, and like they let people debate it, but they put out a story, and then everyone kind of focuses on that. And it would seem that the manufacturing consent machine has kind of turned to, oh well, I guess the US is just going to have to cut its losses. So like we've seen the shift of the narrative over the months from like, oh no, America's kind of going to wipe out potentially Iran to, oh, it's a stalemate. What's going to happen next? And it seems to kind of be moving into the territory of public discourse, allowable public discourse, saying things like, Iran has a bit of leverage here to negotiate. I'm not going to talk like straight out militarily, but like in terms of negotiation, tactic, and decorum, Iran's kind of flexing a bit right now, and everyone's kind of like, "Ooh, the US might just have to grin and bear this one." It's not like they've got munitions anyway, and everyone's talking about the fact that America's stockpiles are pretty low. So what are they going to do anyway? What are they going to do anyway? I wish you would step back off the ledge, my friend. Roll to do a piss plan, as in alcohol. People who are making decisions are alcoholic Mormons. No, morons, I should say. Whoops. That think their drunk ideas would work in the sober world. Voltatori in the house. How you going? I hope you are well. I hope you are well. Christopher. Hello, welcome. Let us know if you're new here, etc., etc. Keg's Breath. Yes, Keg's Breath. Aptly named Keg's Breath, too. Can we just say? So, just give more money to the military industrial complex. That'll fix everything. And, like, I think this has been a wonderful case study in, like, kind of Marxian economics, right? Like, everyone just thinks the world is, like, kind of like value and supply and demand and, like, all this sort of stuff and, like, pricing. And so, like, yeah, you can say you've got a $1.5 trillion military budget around the corner, but like, if you can't turn that $1.5 trillion into actual productive effort, like actual production, then like, I mean, it's meaningless. $1.5 trillion is meaningless if America doesn't have any, or is like significantly reduced in its stockpiles, and can't actually be effective. Like with all the bravado and all the talk from someone like Trump, all the mad truth social posts that we see, hilarious, might I add, very entertaining. Like it doesn't mean anything if they can't produce. And that is the key to capitalism. Is actually capitalism is got nothing to do with markets. It's not just about free markets. It's got to do with production, the type of production, and the type of production on capital is a type of production that is given the breath of life by capital, and capital seeks or searches to realize itself in the money form as profit, but it doesn't have to be in the money form. It can take many different forms throughout the production cycle. And if the production cycle doesn't exist, you can throw money at capitalism for days. Like a capitalistic economy like the US, it can just throw money at the military industrial complex, but if it can't produce, it is absolutely worthless. And that's what we're kind of seeing in real life at the moment, which is really interesting, I must say. Bro keeps asking for more and more, and like, to what avail? It's all like, I hear Trump got a new haircut, so with a fresh haircut, fresh cut, he can take back control. Oh my god, if only it was like that, hey? I'd get a fresh haircut too. Maybe arms should be state ran. Is that a socialist sentiment? Well, like nationalizing industry isn't it? Like taking back industry for control of the state on behalf of the people. That's the socialist take on that one. It's not just like nationalizing it and doing it yourself and profiting off it for you and your mates in power. That's kind of just like authoritarianism. Like authoritarian countries do that a lot of the time. They just nationalize something for the people, and then just like all their cronies take positions of power in it. Like in order for it to be nationalization for the people, like it should be delivering according to some type of plan that has a public benefit. Again, as opposed to just someone cashing in with their cronies, which is definitely what happens on the world stage. We can't pay for healthcare or daycare. We have wars to fight. Yes, he did actually say that too, didn't he? What a mental thing to say, and people would love that rhetoric as well. Yeah, that's right. And healthcare, it's communism. Daycare too. Rah, 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 rah. I wonder if the military is okay sending young people into the meat grinder. Well, it lends itself to that. It definitely does. Military, I should say. Military. The oldies love it. We had our chance with COVID. Huh. All right. Shall we get on and like actually see what's happening in the discussion in the realm out there? There's a lot of stuff to get through today, so I hope you definitely, I hope you're ready. So let's first figure out what Iran has said to threaten the US, or like posture as to why they're so awesome, they're so amazing, compared to kind of their position just 6 months ago, apparently, and why they're flexing. Let's have a look. Tehran sets demands to reopen Hormuz. Like, if that is what the world wants, if that's what the US apparently wants, it wants everyone to think that Hormuz is open again. Hormuzi, open your Hormuzi. Then like Tehran really does get to kind of call the shots. If not, at least just, like I said, posture about it. Let's have a look.
Tehran has raised the stakes. Its Supreme National Security Council Saturday issuing new, tougher conditions for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 6 new demands, expanding on the political, military and economic conditions laid out in June's memorandum. They want the US to stop threatening Iran and attacks...
So good. Part of their terms, it's like true diplomacy. It's like, no longer shall you threaten us or insult us. We will not put up with your insults any longer. This is like diplomacy for the last like so many thousands of years. There's like different types of powers not insulting one another or offending their culture. Like diplomats have tried. They spend their entire lifetimes figuring out a new culture and how to, communicate nicely with them and like get accustomed to their different traits so they don't insult them by accidentally doing some faux pas that they have no idea about because they're not from that culture. And like, number one, can you just stop insulting us? Like, seriously, come on. Like, threats as well, don't get me wrong, but like, stop insulting us. Honestly, so good. It's 101.
On Tehran and its allies. They want the US to stop threatening Iran, end attacks on Tehran and its allies, and lift the naval blockade while pulling US forces out of the region. Iran also wants full compensation, sanctions lifted, and frozen assets unblocked for what it calls 2 wars of aggression.
That's interesting, isn't it? Okay, so what's the entire
Sanctions
list
lifted
there?
and frozen
I'll
assets
just read it out
unblocked
for
for
you
what
because
it
you can't see there. So they, 1, end the threats and insults against Iran. 2, permanently end war and aggression towards allies. Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, Iraq. This is all like kind of going off at the moment. If you weren't across it, like obviously, oh, okay, if you're not across it, there's war going on in southern Lebanon at the moment. Is not rail. Is expanding its territories, as you're probably aware. Palestine, it speaks for itself, but obviously there's the Gaza situation as part of the peace plan. They're supposed to have been like at a standoff, but like Israel keeps pushing through that yellow line that we've looked at before, and they're just like they're closing in on the Gaza Strip more and more. We'll get to that later, exactly what's happening with that whole situation. Yemen, so like Yemen is getting involved and is cutting off the Saudis from trying to getting oil across to the Red Sea so they can skip using the Gulf. And so like effectively the Saudi oil has now been cut off. Remember we were watching all those videos before of those people who were like talking like with the note boards behind them, and they're like putting up post-its, and they're just like 5 million barrels a day, 7 million, and they're doing the counting. Well, that 5 million barrels that was supposed to be still getting out for the Saudis, like getting out through like the Red Sea and stuff, that's been effectively neutralized at the moment. I think that's really interesting, to be honest. Stormcrow's back in the house. How you going? Howdy, Mystery Movement and chat. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Yes, I hope so too. Hope you had you had a good break and you were away from the economy and the clutches of capital. Salvatore, let's go with that one. Iran is the aggressor. Palestine doesn't exist. Eesh, that's a savage take, that is. So Yemen is involved, and like, it's putting pressure on the Saudis. And like now the Saudis, apparently Pakistan and Turkey have an agreement. They've signed a defensive pact, those three, and they're going to defend each other. But like Yemen's putting a lot of pressure on the Saudis at the moment. Like, it's, from what I understand, has kind of made mincemeat out of their mercenaries, which is interesting stuff. Has anyone seen Mad Max? Like the original Mad Max? Yes. Other ones after that, negative. 7 October 20. Have you forgot? Well, I haven't forgot it, but like that doesn't mean that Palestine doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure it's a place. Like, we get a world map out if you want. I'm pretty sure it's a place. But like, okay, this is the kind of thing that happened right before Mad Max scenario. Well, like, with the oil situation, like everything being shutting down, like it's pretty scary stuff. Like, not just for like fuel, right? With diesel or jet fuel or whatever that we actually need as a human race to survive. Like, it's all the other like byproducts and stuff that comes off as a result of that situation, like fertilizers, industrial fertilizers. That's really scary shit, to be honest. If there's going to be a big clamping down on that, like, a lot of people are going to die as a result of that. So anyway, Iraq is also in the crosshairs at the moment because there are obviously a lot of people that are sympathetic to the Iranian cause, and so like the fighting is actually happening in Iraq at the moment, which is interesting. That's probably why America has, like, it looks like America is not interested with the Hormuz Strait at the moment, and there's a manufacturing consent line on like kind of just opening up the strait again and like focusing on that because everything's happening. Or some interesting stuff is going down in Iraq. So, it's in Iran's interest to have America stop attacking them, but like all those four as well. The big four there: Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq. 1,200 people were slaughtered. I'm assuming, yeah, but like, what's that got to do with your original comment? You said that the place, the nation state itself, doesn't exist. I don't know about that, man. You're gonna have to clarify what you're talking about there. It's wild stuff you're saying. Wild. I'm pretty sure it exists. Fully compensate Iran for damages. This is an interesting one, I must admit. Compensating Iran. Like, there's many people out there that just like the illegal war on Iran. And like, you know, if it's an illegal war, like they're up for compensation for damage, like 100%. And that was in that MOU. Remember that MOU? That was interesting. That was supposed to be part of it. That like America was going to spend like $300 billion or something, helping to reconstruct certain parts. Lift the naval blockade and withdraw U.S. forces. That's an interesting one. Like, makes sense. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Lift the unjust and illegal sanctions. They want their money back, and release blocked Iranian assets. Yeah, so that's the one. They want their money back. But like, here's the demands, and like, people are kind of freaking out in the mainstream about this. They're like, whoa, man, like, we want Hormuz opened up again. Everyone like wants that to be a thing. And so I think people are expecting that the US is just gonna, I don't know, tuck tail and run and like kind of agree to some of this stuff. And I think everyone's kind of silently hoping that will actually happen. I don't know why they think it will, given what's happened already. Like, the history of like the tit and tat that's happened over just like the last 6 months even. But like, people are on bated breath waiting for this.
Calls two wars of aggression. Separately, talks are continuing with Oman. Tehran says new shipping routes through the Strait of Hormuz are being finalized.
The old routes will be replaced with new ones. Experts are currently working on the maps. This, however, does not mean the straits will reopen. An agreement on the routes may be reached, but reopening the straits depends on separate conditions being met.
And amid it all, Man news agency released video of Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei on Telegram. Undated, unlocated, his companions unidentified. Khamenei was said to be critically injured in the February 28 strike that killed his father, the then Supreme Leader.
Palestine is not a place. It's an illusion. It's an illusion that terrorists like Hamas can play their games with. Like, have you seen a world map before? Or are you playing games here? Like, if you're just trolling, like, fair enough. Like, hilarious. But if you are actually, like, you've not actually seen that, like, Palestine has been a place before, even before October 7. Like, it does exist. I'm sure, like, this must be a joke. How have these demands changed from their initial claims? They haven't. Is it me, or is there no picture? Uh-oh. Oh my God, there isn't. Holy shit. There isn't. Can you guys hear the audio though? Even if there is no picture? That sucks. I'm sorry about that. There was no picture. I wonder if you guys can still hear the audio. Iran killed 30,000 people in 2 weeks. Oh man. This is really interesting. Like, what sources do you get? I hope they can help Lebanon from looking like Gaza. Well, I think southern Lebanon is already pretty much gone that way, unfortunately. It was actually 12.5 million in 3 days. Yeah. True. It is. Now it's somewhere close to 89 million. We've checked. No one for 20 minutes let you know. Yeah, I know, man. That's crazy, isn't it? But like, could you hear the audio though? That's what I want to know, Ben. Yeah, thank you. You've done a public service, really. That's lame. I guess you could hear the audio. All right, back to it.
leader at the start of the US-Israel war in Iran and hasn't been seen since. State media says Iran's president has now met with him and promises more footage is coming.
To quote The Simpsons, this war has been going on for so long. The Ayatollah had a goatee when it started. Oh, man. All right. So that's the list of demands. And, like, I think it's a fair point that you're making, no bans or ban. Like, Iran hasn't changed that list of demands. Like, the only thing that could have changed is, like, before there wasn't a blockade on them. And so, like, they demand that the blockade is lifted. And like now they want no further US aggression or insult. And like the other things I guess could be the position with like Lebanon. They want the war to stop in Lebanon. It wasn't really an all out kind of we've taken the whole of southern Lebanon, but like it is important. But like yeah, pretty much outside of that, they've been saying the whole thing since the start. But like now it's only in the context of hey, we want you to do this if anyone expects Hormuz to open up again. And that's all of you people in the world, by the way. If all you people in the world like having access to oil and stuff like that, and its byproducts, hey, if you guys like that, you want that thing opened again, hey, you want that? Hey? Well, you better get the pressure of the US to do what we're asking here. I want to get another take on these list of demands. I mean, like 4 chats. I usually only listen to audio. I had no idea. Okay, so that means the audio was working then. I may or may not spend the wet, cold weekend watching The Simpsons. Well, constructive. Not gonna lie. All right, let's do this. I want to get another take on this. All right, let's have a listen.
He came up with 6 conditions calling for the United States to quote-unquote correct its behavior. And these 6 conditions include first, stop the threatening language against Iran. That is his demand. Also, he came out to say that ending the war in all fronts, including the Iranian front as well as the Lebanese front. This is another key point of concern for the Iranian side, and that has been so since the...
I'm back. Give me a second. I want to hear that again.
He came up with 6 conditions calling for the United States to quote-unquote correct its behavior. And these 6 conditions include first, stop the threatening language against Iran. That is his demand. Also, he came out to...
Condition 1, watch your mouth. Yes, that's pretty much it.
To say that ending the war in all fronts, including the Iranian front as well as the Lebanese front. This is another key point of concern for the Iranian side, and that has been so since the beginning of the talks that ended up in the memorandum of understanding in Islamabad. Also, he called for the removal of the maritime...
The Italian uncle wants to call in. Okay. But you have to do it via Discord, though. Italian uncle, if that is your name. Salvatore, is it? You can do it if you want, but you have to go in via Discord, and then I can like put you can go into one of the voice channels. Here it is. Here's the invitation. If you are truly interested in having a chat, this is for you. Right there. Good luck to you, sir. Condition 2, watch your mouth.
Blockade by the Americans, another important issue, because that is critically important for Iranian trade and Iranian economy in particular, because that is quite dependent upon oil export, and the situation here is putting a lot of pressure for an economy which is already deteriorated. Also, he called for compensation for the damages that Iran has suffered from as a result of war. And this is not only him, also we've got from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi yesterday talking about the necessity for compensation. And also Number 5, he talked about the removal of the sanctions. He called them illegal and unjust sanctions against Iranian people. Again, that has been another precondition for any diplomatic engagement, or at least a sort of objective when it comes to potential diplomatic engagement. And last but not the least, he calls for
It looks like he's broadcasting from Seattle, Washington. That is the Space Needle. Well, apparently it says he's from Tehran. Yeah, maybe they copied it. You know, the only way to settle this is, Eric, we need to know his bins. Show me your bins. He's got a Seattle bin. I'm in Seattle right now. Sanctions are inhumane. Yeah, bloody oath. Like, unless someone's done something atrocious, right? But like when you just have one country who's just got economic power over the world because it controls, I don't know, the high seas, and it's just like, you get sanctioned, and like it controls basically monetary policy over the world because everyone trades in their dollars, and they're just like, you get sanctions because they don't like you. Then yeah, it is inhumane. It is. That's not the Space Needle. You've been called out. All right, back to it. That was pretty much the same list we've already heard. If anyone would prefer the horizontal stream, here's the link. Thank you very much, Ravy. Goddamn public service, really. All right, so there it is. Iran is demanding things, let's say. I want to see what Fox News has to say about that.
Iran says it is
Prefer bombs over sanctions? Or it's like instantaneous civilian deaths as opposed to long drawn out starvation style conditions? It's a hard one, man. That's a very hard one. You have more chances, I guess, under sanctions. But like, yeah. Big call. It seems that the US runs out of bombs. I don't know if it runs out of sanctions, though. 100%. Get it over. Oh, wow. Damn.
close to a deal with its neighbor Oman in control of the Strait of Hormuz, but not close enough to fully reopen that key shipping route. The UAE says Iran hit another one of its ships there. The president says talks continue. In a moment, we will bring in Bill Hagerty, who serves on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But first, Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst is in Tel Aviv. Hello, Trey.
Oh, great. We're coming from Tel Aviv. We're in the heart of the lion's den. Dude, this guy, their foreign correspondent, yeah, it's so trash journalism, the way he speaks and stuff like that. It's good. All right, so this is the Fox News take on this situation. Does Iran call the shots? What will Fox News say about this? Sanctions also deprive medicine. Yeah, they deprive a lot of stuff. And so it's like drawn out pain over kind of instantaneous. I don't know, man. It's a hard question. Reporting from our nation's capital, Tel Aviv. So good. So good. The US will never run out of bombs. Ha. Okay, fine. Missiles. But they could run low on the fuel that is required to drop those bombs, and they'll have to make difficult decisions whether they keep dropping those bombs or not. Controlling resources. What are they? Evil communists? Ooh, so good. This guy doing Blue Steel. Yeah, have you heard this guy talk before? Like, it's what you expect from Fox, like a Fox News foreign correspondent. Deprived of vaccines. That's a shame.
Shannon, good morning. Reports indicate that a deal between Iran and Oman is close. The aim, opening the Strait of Hormuz. But attacks continue in this critical waterway. According to reports on Saturday, a missile hit an Emirati-owned tanker off the coast of Oman. The incident caused a fire on board the vessel, but no casualties were reported. This comes as Iranian officials are still claiming control over the strait.
The talks with Oman are about the temporary route. We are almost very close to the result. Determining the route by Iran and Oman does not necessarily mean the reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That is dependent on other factors. The violations of the Memorandum of Understanding by America should be compensated.
So, like, what do the Omanis play in this equation here? Like, should we consider them just a proxy in the discussions for, like, really for the US? Like, when Iran says, I'm negotiating with Oman, are they really, like, talking to the US in a roundabout way? And they're going to figure out, instead of, because Iran won't deal with the US, like, Oman is like, okay, we'll do it. We'll talk to them. We'll try and get the strait open. But Iran is also like, hello, don't forget that we've got the US issue to figure out here. And so, like, that's what's going on. Oman has no power. So, like, so then why is this happening? Why? This is why I'm asking, like, what is going on here? Why is it so significant? Okay, they're on the other side of the strait and they control like a portion of it. What's the go? So are they a proxy for negotiations? Like, this is really Iran and America negotiating here via Oman, and that's what's actually happening. They have plenty of wartime emergency fuel, so you can guarantee bombs will be dropped, as they'll never run out. Fair enough. That's an interesting point. That's not what was talked about in that thing that you dropped. Remember how you put in, pretty sure it was you, Ben Solbender, you put in the thing in Discord, Chris Hedges interviewing that guy. I can't remember what his name was. But like just over the last couple of days or the last day, they had a really interesting interview. And they talked about like the war and stuff and like some of the limitations to the US military and like, you know, fueling aerial warfare is going to be a significant concern for them, and like, you know, what type of munitions they have access to. I thought that was a very interesting discussion. To make it look like the issue will be resolved, illusions for the stock market. Okay, so that's what I'm saying then. So do you reckon Oman is like some type of US proxy here? Oh, look, it looks like someone's negotiating and the stock market's okay. Because like, as if Iran would care about the American stock market. Like, why would they give a shit? Oman always has good diplomatic relations with Iran. Yeah, well, like they were trying as well when, like, before things broke out, they were trying hard to negotiate, I'm pretty sure, with the Qataris as well. Everyone was struggling. Just be like, please, just don't do this. Don't throw the Gulf into chaos. Iran is involving Oman for relations. Iran doesn't have fuel. Ryan retired. Glad you've retired. They are running dry. Who? Iran is running dry? That's an interesting one. I don't think I've heard that take before. This war is getting juicier the closer we get to the midterms. Yeah, because it's part of the strait, is Oman? Yeah, is it not? Yes, it is. But like, I wonder who they're really representing. Maybe they are just representing their own interests. I just feel like this is some type of, proxy for the US to get into discussions without actually being in the discussion, if you know what I mean. Our oil will be restricted first before wartime levels in danger, he said too. Our oil, as in like all the Asian countries that he listed, like how it's going to affect, what was it, like Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, like all those countries that rely on Chinese refining, actually. I think he talked about. Yeah, Iran isn't running dry. I haven't heard that take before. It's an interesting one. Iran is trying to be Switzerland's mystery. Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Iran's Supreme
Standing by America should be compensated.
Iran's Supreme National Security Council released new demands this weekend regarding the strait, calling on the United States to permanently end the war and compensate Iran for damages before the strait would reopen. These maximalist demands come as the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports remains in effect, costing the regime hundreds of millions of dollars each day. And according to U.S. Central Command, as of August 8th, CENTCOM redirected 53 commercial vessels, disabled 2, and boarded 2. The U.S. military has also permitted more than 30 ships to pass through the blockade for humanitarian aid. Vice President J.D. Vance told Fox News that U.S. pressure on Iran will continue.
Well, we're actually going to go to what's like global shipping, what is with global shipping, whatever that channel is. I want an update from someone who just looks at shipping to talk about like what the hell's going on with the Strait, as opposed to all this conjecture about like, yes, ships are getting through, ships are getting shot down or shot at, and like blah 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 that we get from the mainstream media. I want that guy to give us a take on that one. Sportsbet has Dems to win the House, but close call for the Senate. Interesting. I remember Sportsbet, the odds on Trump winning in 2016 weren't very good. It was 100 to 1. J.D. Vance is favored to be next Republican leader and Dems to win the 2028 election. Aussie Welder in the house. G'day, everyone. How you going? Hope you're well. Is Iran still begging for a deal? Ha 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 ha. Gene? They say they're closing the strait. You can't believe anything Iran says. Man, there's some crazy banter that comes from YouTube today. They say they're closing the strait. You can't believe anything Iran says. And like, are you suggesting the strait is open then? That's an interesting take. Iran doesn't need Oman for anything. It's about getting relationships between all the region. Hormuz is 100% closed. Iran is begging for one. LOL. Gagging for it. Oh, man. Interesting. That's not fair. US does control the blockade. Hey, they got some ships out there doing some stuff, hanging out.
Try to remind people that we're really in the middle of the
Pressure on Iran will continue.
I try to remind people that we're really in the middle of the game here. This thing is not over. It's obviously not at the beginning. We're in the middle of the game, and we're applying a whole host of tools, diplomatic, economic, military tools, to ensure that we get the best outcome for the American people. I feel quite confident we will get there, but we're still a bit in the middle of the game.
With talks ongoing, Iranian proxies remain active. Early this morning, the Houthis in Yemen launched missiles towards Saudi oil refineries. Shannon?
All right, Trey Yanks reporting from Tel Aviv.
Blockade when ships do stuff. Like they're hanging out. They're doing stuff. Yeah, every now and again, they'll intercept someone. Send some imagery over Setcom. Setcom releases the footage. Everyone's like, ooh, that happened. Damn. Welcome to the stream. Remember to hit the like and sub while you're here. Yes, if you're new here, sub for more. Follow for more on Twitch. But if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. You know how to, what it's good for. Absolutely something. Promoting the stream. This has been going on for too long. I'm tired. Yes. I'm tired too. But like, this seems to be better than what was going on before. It was just like, oh my God, fresh strikes. America's angry, retaliation, etc., etc. Like that sort of rhetoric. And now it's kind of interesting in the way that the mainstream media is changing the manufacturing consent line. That Iran is demanding stuff. Like before it was just like, Iran's lucky if they get to negotiate. They should consider themselves grateful for negotiating with someone who's indiscriminately chosen to bomb them. And now it's kind of like, well, shit. Do we just, call it a day, please? Because we are worried about the world now. It's okay when it's just affecting people in the Gulf, but come on. The longer this goes on for, you have serious consequences for the whole of humanity. Did our Italian uncle leave? I don't know. We gave them an invite so they could come and debate, and then they buggered off. Salvatore. I guess they got scared by the invitation to debate. Actually, I thought they called it, actually. Yeah, I think the Italian uncle's gone. Too long. What is long? The philosophical question of the day. Woozle, slides through the door with a late note from Mum. Happy morning, folks. It's good to have you, Woozle. Hope you're well. Yeah, I was excited actually. I wanted to hear this person speak because they've got some very interesting ideas I know, what a shame. Don't leave. No. That's pretty wild to be like Palestine doesn't exist. Like you could even make the argument it no longer exists. Like that'd be more poignant and a little bit more devastating. But like, that'd really trigger the libs. But like, it's never existed. It's not even a place, really. Come on now. Why repeat Fox shit when they actually worthwhile shit to watch on it? Like, look, this is important to understand how the manufacturing consent machine works. Like, you can watch all your esoteric stuff if you want and get the real story, or you can understand how the average working person out there gets their assessment on this situation. And like, we saw it, man. Did you see that guy before? What they were saying? They were like, Palestine doesn't exist. And what was the other thing that they said? About Iran. Oh, Iran. See, they said the thing. Oh, but Iran killed 30,000 people in 3 days. And I was like, and what? So what? We have to shut down the global economy and start bombing them? I think it's important to see how the manufacturing consent machine works. Really important, to be honest. For the plebs, give it a... Dude, they got a platform. Drop in the ocean stuff coming from this stream. Or we can watch Fox Business and let them give the story away. Dude, Fox Business is where it's at. Don't be jealous of Fox Business. I'm definitely not. I love a bit of Fox Business. All right. Shall we do the what's in shipping? Is it what's with shipping? I can't remember.
I am the host,
channel.
a very hoarse Sal.
What's it called? What's going on with shipping? That's one. That's the guy. This guy's great. And he's always got a new and interesting shirt on. Let's have a listen. You want some real discussion, old Fox? Here you go, Banzel Abandoned. Just for you. Palestine is crisis actors. 2, we need a union. Yeah, well, so saith Salvatore, or whoever that guy was. You have starved me for too long. Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to speed it up, though, because it is 20 minutes. And you know what I'm like. And that's a threat. It's not the threat of violence, though, as we were speaking about before. It's just a general threat. He is MAGA, though, mate. Who? This guy? Really? With that shirt? Never. Ciao all. I'm on to something more esoteric. Good luck. Enjoy. Ciao, Beller.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping.
Some who've speculated the strait will never go back to being the way it was before. What would you say?
I think they're saying that in a doomsday sort of way. I would say it in another way. The strait is...
He said he voted for Donnie. That's interesting. Why not? It's a free country.
Never going back to the way it was, because the Iranians have used or tried to use it as a choke point. What we are going to see over the next 2 years, the strait's going to become irrelevant. It is going to become just another body of water. And I would say that more than 50 or 70% of the energy that moves through the strait now is going to go through underground pipelines.
Secretary of Treasury Bessent thinks that...
What the hell is that about? Like, what a weird take that is. Like, that explains the Iraqi situation that's going on at the moment. Like, apparently they're redirecting all of the oil they're trying to redirect it through Iraq and then on to Israel, by the look of it, or get it to the Mediterranean coast that way. So like Scott Bessent there is like, oh, Hormuz is going to be irrelevant anyway. We're just going to pipe it somewhere else. So like, don't worry about it. Like, okay, fine. But like, big operation, man. Israel wants it redirected so they can control it. Yeah, man. Blaz in the house. How you going? This guy seems like a real straight shooter, eh? Eh? I see what you did there. I see. 50 to 70% of right now energy, as in 50 to 70% of nothing. He does good work, though. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting analysis. He supposedly gave Musk that black eye. Oh, interesting. He's sitting so zesty. That's how I'm sitting right now with a smoke in my hand. Trying to use it as a choke point. Oh my God, they didn't until US did its magic of stupidity. Maybe that was the thing all the way along, right? Pipes can't do as much as the big shipping stuff, is my understanding. Well, like pipes are I like an interest, like a good target. That's what apparently is happening at the moment. Like Yemen has attacked the pipes, like the Saudi Arabian pipes that are trying to get it to the Red Sea, I'm pretty sure. And so like, like ships obviously can be targeted, but there's so many more players in that when it comes to global shipping and like diplomatic relations, but like taking out someone's pipe infrastructure. That's fair game, isn't it? That's fair game.
The Strait of Hormuz is becoming the Strait of Irrelevance. Hi, I'm your host, a very hoarse Sal Mercogliano. How are you doing? Have been off the air for a couple of days because literally have not been able to talk. One of the longest periods of time I've been able to talk right now without coughing, and I owe all that to massive amounts of medication. Finally got a night's sleep, but irrelevant for what we're talking about because we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
JD Salinga cannot believe anything the pedo felon POS says. Which one? Which one are we talking about here? Which one of the Epstein class are we talking about?
And Secretary of Treasury Bessent's comments here, I mean, I got to respond to them. Number one, not sure what the finger waving is, but we'll leave that aside. The doomsday scenario he's talking about here, I think is very important to discuss. I agree that we're never going back to the way the Strait of Hormuz was prior to February 28th because we unleashed that, the United States and Israel, against Iran. So we have to bear responsibility for that as much as Iran does because we really didn't have a plan on how to counter the Iranians. All right, besides that, let's talk about what he's discussing. Number one, he kind of slips there a bit when he says Iran was able to execute a choke point. They were able to choke the strait. That's exactly what they've done. Haven't been able to close it, but they've choked it. And that is important. The concept of making it irrelevant, I think, is not exactly accurate. He's talking about 50 to 70% of 20 million barrels of oil can be moved through underground pipelines. Well, the problem with that is oil is the easiest thing to move out of the Persian Gulf. The other problem with underground pipelines is they got to come above ground some point, and that's what we've seen. We've seen the Iranians strike at the oil terminals and the end of the pipelines in Fujairah in the UAE. We've even seen them hit the terminal in Yanbu.
The Hormuzi choked the out. Interesting. Once you start running any length of pipe, it gets hard and slow to move big volumes. Yeah, and difficult to start up and turn off and all that sort of stuff. Like it's got to go. I saw this today. Oh, you've already watched this. We'll see if there's gold in it. Did you like it, Mr. Abbott?
But the other problem is it's not just oil that comes out of the Persian Gulf. And Secretary Bessent being so dismissive here of the fact that it's just going to become a body of water misses some key points. This is a report put out in early March by the UN Trade and Development Office on the Strait of Hormuz disruption.
Oh my God. Who would win billions of dollars of oil pipeline infrastructure? One Houthi boy. Oh man. Savage. If you're wondering what I'm looking at and talking about, we have a Discord channel. And so like I'm watching someone's put a meme on Discord. You can't see it if you're watching this on vertical on YouTube. So if you want to see the delicious, spicy memes of Blaz, then you're going to have to come and hang out over here. Here's an invitation to Discord. And so you can get some of that spicy, spicy meme stash. All right. I like the red dot on the Lego globe.
Disruptions, and it highlights the commodities that come out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, while the focus is on crude oil, we also have liquefied petroleum gas and liquefied natural gas. Now, while you can move LPG and LNG by pipeline, the problem you have is for some countries, they're going to have to cross national boundaries to get out. Saudi Arabia and the UAE can build pipelines within their own country. However, other countries, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, have to cross other nations. Plus, it's not always the most efficient to move some of these commodities that way. Chemicals, fertilizer is a perfect example of this. A third of global seaborne trade in fertilizer moves through the straits, urea, DAP, MAP. You don't put that in a pipeline. It's got to move in these large bulker vessels. Plus, you just have normal shipping that goes through to supply.
The long and the short of this is what Scott Besson was just talking out of his ass. Like, that's it. Where is helium? Yes. I wonder if that was on his little chart there. Or if this is just in regards to fertilizers. 67% urea. Phosphate, 20%. 1/3 of global seaborne trade in fertilizers passes through the Strait. Mental, isn't it? Types of fertilizers, 16 million tons transported by sea from the Persian Gulf region in 2024. You got to ask yourself the question, like, what was the point of all this, hey? Like, did they see all of this and, like, that's been the long game to shut down the strait and, like, redirect piping in another direction towards the Mediterranean? And it's been like that on purpose. And to hell with the rest of the world. Or, like, is it like what everyone seems to think kind of thing? And, like, puts out this... I don't know. There seems to be this mainstream media narrative out there that, like, Trump's just, like, completely senile and was tricked by Bibi into doing this and, like, never thought of all of the consequences, and everyone just had to listen to him because he was the commander-in-chief. Like, I don't particularly buy that story. I think there's way more to it. They always play 4D chess with this. I'd be really surprised if it was just Trump having a hissy fit. Looks like we just found a big pocket of helium in SA. It'll take a few years to get things started, but it's looking good for SA. Man, SA is booming. Absolutely booming. No, I think Hegseth and Rubio are the ones to watch. Interesting. Hey. Gotta watch out for those two. Rubio wants the top job.
It's got to move in these large bulker vessels. Plus, you just have normal shipping that goes through to supply the Persian Gulf. Container ships, car carriers.
Oh, that's the red dot on the strait. I see what you did there, Mr. Abbott. That's what we're talking about today, that little red dot there.
Dismissing the Strait of Hormuz as quickly as Secretary Bessent does is disturbing to me. I mean, it really is. We have had to, if the U.S. is going to initiate a strategy against Iran in a bombing campaign in conjunction with Israel, got to have a plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. I'm sorry, you just have to. You broke it, you bought it. And now the U.S. bears responsibility for doing that. Now, can they do it by themselves? No, they're going to need assistance. And that should be the part where the U.S. is working on plans with allies to get this back in and making an agreement. But as we've been hearing constantly now, the agreement that Iran and Oman are working out is not going to be to the advantage of the United States. Matter of fact, Iran is talking about no U.S. ships entering the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to break this down for you and look at the data and what data is not getting out there, because I think that is the important element. If you're new to the channel...
Yeah, continuity of agenda, But it was, and that was the agenda, though? It was just like disturb global trade and cut off the Gulf? Like, it's so ruthless, that continuity of agenda. For so long, the continuity of agenda has been like, divide the Gulf into like pro-American and like anti-American and like play them off against each other. And now it's just like walk away from your allies in the region and come, like, basically. I just didn't see that on the playbook. Like destabilizing this area particularly and screwing over your allies in the region, like people that have you've covered the region in your bases, and you've promised them that you would secure their infrastructure, and then you just like, and you cause the problem at the end of the day. What does it achieve exactly? I want to know how it fits into the big play to contain China and slow Russia down, etc., 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 and stop the coming of the New World Order.
Hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. So while Secretary Bessent and others in the Trump administration are appearing to be willing to walk away from the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz here, let's look at what has been happening in that area. Now, we got a new report out from the UK MTO office. This is the Maritime Trade Operations Office, a voluntary reporting area overview. We have not seen one of these since January. I've shown you lots of UK MTO reports. This is different. It's a much more comprehensive review of what is happening. So they issued this on 7
Have you read this one here? Brian always mentions the path to Persia. Yes. But like, I wonder, does it involve the path to Persia? Like, leave it to Bibi, all that sort of stuff. Not more than what he covers. Leave it to Bibi to, get the region going and stuff like that. But like, I didn't know it meant like sacrificing all of their partners in the region. I thought they were all cool, man. Giving each other in planes and like convincing them to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in American AI. I thought they wanted that money and that investment so then they could set up, artificial intelligence, like data centers, I guess, in the region. So they have surveillance on the whole area. But it seems like they're just throwing them to the wind now. But good luck to you. You're on your own. You're on your own now, assholes.
August. So if you want your quantitative data, hang on to your hats because we're going to get a lot of it right here. So Strait of Hormuz transit. So over the last 7 days, we've seen 18 ships outbound, 21 inbound, and a total of 28 incidents during their Strait of Hormuz transit since 28 February. The vast majority of these, 45%, are tanker vessels that are doing these transits, 22% of dry goods, 14% general.
Yeah, Chapter 5 is literally titles. Leave it to Bibi, allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike. Yeah. Well, it seems is not real that is doing it at the moment, though, is it? It's not, though. It's like, leave it to Trump. I'll do it. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'll do it. Oh, maybe they're just working up to it, though. That plane, Qatar, couldn't get rid of it. A chick in aviation was laughing about Trump accepting the flying unsellable turd. Oh, really? I thought it was worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a gift. How could you say that?
Cargo, but you have a whole variety of others. This chart here of the Strait of Hormuz is really interesting because it includes in here this shaded section in the middle. This includes the International Traffic Separation Scheme, but it also identifies this as the U.S. NCAGS, this is the Navy Control and Assistance Advisory Group, mine threat area. So we're still seeing a mine threat area in the central Strait of Hormuz. We then have the northern and southern routes here that are being used. Southern route is the one north of Oman being used by the U.S., and then the Iranian route here. You can also see here Strait of Hormuz transits for the last 90 days, last 180 days, with key node markers for events, also divided up into total outbound and inbound with a 7-day rolling average. Largest registry for ships in the Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf area, no surprise, Panama, Liberia, Marshall Islands. Those are the 3 biggest registries in the world. Comoros, Malta, and Kitts, open registries. Obviously, Iran is going to be there. Unknown is an interesting one because that's talking about probably dark fleet vessels. And then countries of economic benefits, obviously UAE, China, Greece. Unknown, again, dark fleet vessels operating in this area. And here's more of a targeted breakdown over the last 7 days, looking at ships outbound. Now, 7 days, we're looking at only 4% vessel traffic versus pre-conflict average. You can see outbound 18 ships, inbound 21 ships. They look at the total number since February 28th.
So what's outbound? Does it actually say who's going outbound? Yeah, it does, actually. There's what? Flags of registry for the outbound ships. India, 5, Hong Kong 3, Senegal 1, Mali 1, unknown 1, Sri Lanka 1, Madagascar 1, Panama, Japan, Burma, Marshall Islands, Nicaragua. Who's going inbound? Who's like, yeah, let's get into this strait. Yeah, let's do this. That's crazy. So I wonder if these are, I guess the Japanese one you could say are American aligned. So like some American aligned vessels are getting in and out of the strait, like very small amounts though, by the look. Economic benefit, who gets the benefit from this? Hong Kong gets benefit, India, China, Greece, Japan, UAE. Okay. Nick Shirley inbound, could you imagine? I'm going into the strait. Oh man, that'd be so good. And he's like on the edge of a boat, like coming past another one, like trying to interview people. Hello! Why are you trying to pass through the strait? Do you not know there's an American blockade out there? Are you worried about that blockade? No? Okay. So good. Nick Shirley inbound.
857 ships outbound, 593 inbound. And you can see the vessel types, flag of registry, and economic benefits. Chart in the upper left gives you kind of a day-by-day breakdown by the inbound northern route, inbound southern route, outbound northern, outbound southern. So you get total inbound and outbound there. And again, a good comparison to where it was a year ago versus what it's been doing over the last 30 days. And you can see it's just a fraction of what's getting out. The heat map up in the upper right really shows you the density of traffic and the fact that that northern route being used by the Iranians is the one that's being the most heavily trafficked. So a couple of key insights are mentioned here, and I just want to read just a couple of them for you. Traffic remains well below normal levels, with AIS detected transits approximately 90% below pre-conflict baselines. Southern Omani route remains the high-risk corridor, accounting for 14 of 16 projectile strike incidents reported by UK MTO since 6 July. Behavioral change evident amongst shipping, with multiple vessels aborting planned transits or rerouting north following attacks, indicating risk avoidance rather than route substitution. Tanker traffic continues to dominate movements through the strait. Engine rooms with a primary damage location, 11 incidents, highlighting the potential for attacks to directly impact vessel mobility and operational
So it is more dangerous to go via Oman then. Take the southern route. And like there's a higher chance that you're going to get hit. So it does sound like Iran are controlling the strait, as opposed to like dominating, like having it shut it down. But like they're in control of it. Like, is they're threatening people that don't come via their lane. I guess control is a misleading word for some people. Like they're not letting anything through. What did he say before? They're strangling Hormuzi. They haven't shut it down, but they're strangling it. I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to take a missile hit for that. Fuck that. All right. I want to see what his actual predictions are moving on from this.
Is Rory Johnson, who looks at oil market research. He's the founder of commoditycontext.com. He puts out a wealth of information. I'll give you an example of two charts that he puts out. This one shows you the Bab el-Mandab outflow, oil flows. So how much oil is coming through there? Remember, because of the Houthi attacks, Saudi Arabia is diverting its oil from going through the Bab el-Mandab. They've turned tankers around, and now they're heading north through the Suez. So when you look at this, that black right there, that's Russia. Russian oil coming through, still coming through strong. The light blue here is Saudi Arabian oil coming through here. You can see the uptick that was caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and now it's being shut down again.
Yeah,
now, where this is going is through Suez. That
control means I'll hit you at any given moment. Yeah. Yeah, that's a form of control, isn't it? Like, you don't know. So take it into your own hands. But like, I can call the shots, literally. Look at that. I don't know if you can't see because you're lurking. Just know that like around March, Saudi Arabian oil going through the Red Sea and then south into like the Indian Ocean, effectively. It went up like enormously. Like we're talking about in a magnitude of like 5 times what it was before. And then just in the last, I don't know what, half a month, not even, it's just turned back to like pre-war levels. And so it must be, yeah, this is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So like it's still getting through, like trickling through. That's interesting. But like Russia's getting through nicely. Looks like the Houthis are happy to let the Russians pass the Red Sea, through the Red Sea.
is the big change right there. And then this chart is the outbound west to east transits from Hormuz. And you can see both pre-war there, when we were banging it over about 20 million barrels per day coming out. And then it dropped off with Iran maintaining it. Again, it's crazy that in the early part of the war, the only one moving oil through the Persian Gulf was Iran. Not just moving it, unsanctioned, able to move it freely. And they were able to move it. Then you start getting the agreement. You start opening up the process where the U.S. starts assisting in the transits of vessels coming through. You get the MOU come in place where the Gulf states, along with Iran, are moving it. And then you have a breakdown, reinstitution of the blockade, and Iranian oil falls off the charts. Meanwhile, we're still seeing that oil come out. Again, we're talking about only a few vessels visible on the UK MTO, but that's not clear that those are the only vessels getting out. So again, Dark Fleet is in operation, operating here. And I'm not giving away any secrets. Let me be clear. The U.S. government gave up that secret months ago when they talked about it in open testimony, and the president gave it up in a press conference. So I kind of disagree with Secretary Besson. I don't think the Strait of Hormuz is going to be renamed the Strait of Irrelevancy anytime soon. I think he's just trying to punt this down the road and try to get this out of his wheelhouse. That's not going to work. you've got to fix this issue. More importantly, you cannot set the precedent that a nation can control a maritime choke point and force other nations of the world to have to find alternative routes. That's a violation of UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And I don't give a crap that Iran and the US hasn't ratified it. Enough nations have ratified it. Not every state has to ratify something.
It's the law of the sea. Look at the free world crumble in the face of military aggression by some unhinged party. Eh? You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have attacked us. Now we're going to tax the strait to pay for the warfare that you have inflicted upon this region. You imperialist powers, you. We're going to get some. And so, like, these people are freaking out. Like, true liberals, in the sense of this guy. Like, I know someone said he votes for, he's a MAGA voter and stuff like that. But, like, true liberals are those who believe in the freedom of trade and then, like, the freedom of the seas. Yo, delicious live vid from the goat. Michael Robert Snow. How you going? Hope you're well. Welcome to the stream. The consistently applied law of the sea. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. But like these people are freaking out, and like so they should. Largely in a world that is truly interconnected. Now, like there really are very few independent nations from an industrial standpoint. Like this is deadly stuff that we're talking about here. He's right. You don't want somebody to take control of an area and shut it down. Whether or not they tax it or not, like, come on, let's be honest. As long as the stuff is moving, that's the main thing. Because, like, you want the goods to be moving around, especially, yeah, in an advanced industrial society like we have now, where you require basic inputs, like chemical inputs, in order to have industrial level agriculture that feeds the world's populations. Industrial sized populations, like you do need that circulating. He's just complaining about it being taxed though. He's like, oh, you don't want to set a precedent where like countries take control of their regional, like their area, their own part of the world, and ask for compensation for it, or like they start charging fees for that. You don't want that type of world. It's a very liberal notion. It's so wild. We are living through the June Spice Wars. Who used to make that comparison all the time? Someone on the stream used to do that. I think it was Indoctrinathan. Like the Butlerian Jihad or whatever he used to talk about. The June analogy for what's going on in the world at the moment. Michael Robert Snow. Yeah, sounds like Indoctrinathan. Yeah. Michael Robert Snow, let us know if you're new here. Yeah, I think it was Indoctrinathan, who's long gone these days.
For it to become international law, much like everything else in the world, there are laws that I don't agree with, but I still got to abide by them. So this is the law of the sea. And more importantly, transit passage is an essential component of free trade. And the fact that the U.S. is resorting to a dark fleet to get around this and pipelines to get away from this.
So is that what he's talking about here? That the U.S. has now got a dark fleet to get oil through? Like the US has got a dark fleet to get around. And like here they are popping Russian dark fleet tankers and seizing them around the Mediterranean and stuff like that. And like using their proxy, Ukraine, to do the same thing. And they've got their own little dark fleet. This is like piracy. This is like the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff. The Pirates of the Persian Gulf. So good. Who would have thought, hey? Who would have thought? Like Johnny Depp's going to come out and like, they're going to have to make a new movie, a new series. The Pirates of the Persian Gulf. A humanitarian mission to open up the strait. Take out the competition. Yeah. Yeah, far out. My God.
It's a big problem in my opinion.
Oh, sorry. They are hardworking, meticulous, and creative. Better so dogmatic. But so.
I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I apologize again for my raspy voice, hoping it'll be back to its normal, whatever sound it is.
You are forgiven, good sir. It's good to know. So, like, there's stuff going through. Iranian traffic seems to have really gone down, like, a lot. The Chinese getting stuff through. It would seem Indians are still going through. and like a whole bunch of like undisclosed vessels that are registered in like Panama or Malta or some tax haven like that. He's a horse. Been horsey today. All right. Let us have a look-sees at this. I don't know if we're going to go through the entire scene on this one. Stream chat isn't showing. Okay. Oh, yeah. Damn. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. Closing the Strait of Hormuz means World War III, but it might work for us. Hey, definitely. It'll definitely work for you guys. All right, let's have a look. This one might be a longie, but I'm hoping it's an interesting conversation. So like, bear with me on this one, okay? I don't know if you've come across this guy before, Glenn Deason. He just has, I don't know what his background is, whether he was like a diplomat or something like that. He just seems to be so connected with so many people around the world in like, I don't know, various areas of expertise. And so he just has really interesting world figures on and just like lets them talk, as opposed to being one of those annoying interviewers that won't let their guests talk. Anyway, he's had Marandi on, like, and he's released this like half a day ago. And so I do want to hear an Iranian perspective on this, considering they control the state and are calling the shots on the US at the moment. How long they're going to enjoy this luxury, we're not sure. But like, let's see what Marandi has to say. I'm going to speed it up. It's a longie, but we'll see if there's any interesting stuff that comes out of it.
Back, Sayed Mohammed Marandi joins us today, a professor from Tehran University and a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiation team. Thank you for...
Here we go. Some quality. Boom. Happy place. All right, let's do this. Marandi, eh? He's definitely entertaining.
Yeah, taking the time on a Sunday morning to speak with me.
It's always a pleasure, Glenn. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So we see a lot of things having happened over the past, 24 plus hours. That is, first, Iran attacked a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, which caused a lot of outrage, especially from the UAE. And we see also reports of...
Michael Robert Snow. A thumbs up. Thank you very much. A super chat. You're fucking legend. Are you new here? Let us know. Yeah, thanks for the super sticker. Actually, you're legend. Straight back into the stream. Straight back into the stream. It's Vin Diesel. I mean, Glenn Deason.
Thank
you very much, by the way.
The Iranians being more vocal on their demands against the United States. That is, they should, pay compensation for what they have destroyed, remove the blockade on Iran. Beyond this, of course, we have all these other diplomatic developments as well. That is the Saudi, Turkey, Pakistan defense pact. We have the Oman-Iran deal. We have the U.S.-Saudi nuclear deal, not finalized. But what do you make sense of all these developments? Because things appear to be moving fast ahead. We can start with the new attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, how can we understand what is happening now?
It's just another normal day in West Asia. So the situation is unlike what the Americans want to believe. It's not good for the United States at all. And the Iranians are now showing that they're not going to allow oil to be, or any other goods to be exported from the Persian Gulf region without Iran's consent. And they've had a specific, it seems to me, a project of targeting UAE ships. So they've struck at least, I don't know.
When Deason gets top people to interview, great channel, very, very broad. It is. Like, sometimes some of the people he speaks to are like, whoa, man, I can't believe this guy's interviewing someone like this. Crazy. But like, it's good to get an array of opinions. Really good.
Know exactly how many now, but a number of UAE tankers over the past few days. And remember, a while back, Trump made that Truth Social threat where every time Iran strikes a ship, they'll destroy some Iranian critical infrastructure, a bridge or a power plant. But Iran has been striking these tankers since then and blocking any sort of exports from even the Emirates, including from Burrito, which is outside the Strait of Hormuz. And
I think like Glenn himself is a little hard to listen to just because he's so bland. Like that's what I like about Glenn though. Like he doesn't actually like he says a few things and gives like an opinion, but he lets people talk. There's so many annoying people out there that do interviews and they have incredible guests and they just like talk over the top of them. Like you're like, come on, man, let him finish.
We can see the same situation in the Red Sea. The Yemeni armed forces are blocking Saudi ships. This morning there was another strike on the Jazan refinery. The pressure is on. The pressure is continuing, and the as time goes by, the global energy crisis is getting worse. And the Iranians are, they know exactly what's going on, and it's not just the leaders. I mean, I rarely go on Iranian TV, but last night I went. And I began explaining my views on the region, and I thought I'd speak a bit about Japan. And then as soon as I said a couple of words, the host, he interacted with me. It was clear he knew exactly what was going on and the threat to the bond market in the United States. And this is how closely events in the United States, events in the West are being followed. People know exactly what's going on in general terms, of course, not. They know, a lot of people know as much as I, if not more. So they know about the midterm elections. They know what's going on in the Democratic Party. They know what's going on in the Republican Party. They know what Tucker Carlson and his political allies are doing. So it shows how carefully monitored the situation is political wise. And I think that Iran's military and political actions are carried out with an eye on what's going on in the United States, and it's internally, but also internationally. So, yes, the Emirates are very upset, but there's nothing they can do about it, and there's nothing that the United States can do about it. The Saudis are very upset because now they
savage. It's so good. Yeah, well, everyone's a bit pissed off at the moment, but like, hey, tough titties. What are you gonna do? Iran's in control. Like you obviously, I think people have said this before on this stream. Like you got to take Morandi with a grain of salt whenever he's talking, because obviously he lives to glorify. What is it? What do they call them? Yeah, it's the regime, right? Glorify the regime, the Islamic Republic. But I guess at this point in time, this is why we're analyzing it. He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. I'll be back, chat. Good luck. Good luck. We'll see you soon. Upset, but too bad. So sad.
They are in the same boat as Qatar and
Morandi doesn't hide his alliance. No. But like he does a bit of glorifying what's going on. But he's not wrong. Everyone's a bit upset, but what are you gonna do about it? And like they have a large and undiscernible supply of missiles that can just do damage on drones ready to go. Like, so you just don't know what they're capable of. A little propaganda, eh? Yes. Oh, did you watch the episode? Did you listen? 4IS has been itching to do a propaganda episode for ages. And like we covered some very interesting territory. Always. Thank you. You legend. If you're wondering what we're talking about, I might put a quick link up. Does he glorify? He's happy Iran has the upper hand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look. Yeah, he's just happy, especially at the moment. He's just a happy guy. I'm gonna find a link.
The Emirates and Kuwait. They can't export much from the Red Sea. They can't export from the Persian Gulf. And remember, you know better than I, of course, that these are countries that consume a lot they are not like Iran, which has lived under maximum pressure sanctions and sanctions for decades. The consumption in Saudi Arabia, the consumer in Saudi Arabia is used to spending like there's no tomorrow, and across the Persian Gulf region. And that is going to have an added impact in the sense that not only is the hopes of not only are the hopes of Trump to bring in trillions of dollars from the milked dictators, family regimes in the Persian Gulf for the U.S. economy, but now it's going to be.
Boreas even dropped common sense in the discussion. There we go. Hey, it's happening, man. That's our little piece of propaganda. There's a link there. If you're watching, if you're in the chat, there's a link there to a podcast episode that me and Forrest released just yesterday. And it's on the concept of propaganda. Very interesting discussion. I quite like how it melds into how propaganda is used in the age of social media, actually. So go have a listen if you have the opportunity.
The opposite. The milked dictators, family regimes in the Persian Gulf for the U.S. economy, but now it's going to be the opposite. These countries are going to have to withdraw money from the United States. They're going to have to sell bonds in the U.S. market in order to sustain their economies, in order to sustain the country, in order to repair the damage that has been done and the ongoing damage that is being caused. And again, as I said before, the costs are enormous, especially for these societies which are extremely wasteful and need huge quantities of money just to sustain themselves. So from the way I see it, is that the Iranians are playing a waiting game, and they're going to put as much pressure on the other side as possible, and try to tolerate the pain inflicted on Iran as much as possible, outweigh the United States. And based on past experiences since the war began, they have every right to be optimistic. The 40-day or 39-day war, I never figured out how long it was a massive failure for the United States. Not a single.
I sleep in for one morning, and look at this. Mirandi glazing, tisk tisk. Can't leave y'all alone for a minute. There you go. And welcome. We have been glazing Mirandi a little bit, actually. So it's good to get another opinion on this and what he's saying, actually. I'd like to see what you think. If you're wondering what we've been covering so far, morning. We've just been looking at like reports that are coming out that Iran have been issuing the United States with a list of demands. If you ever want to see that Strait of Hormuz open again, you better cave into these demands. And so it's basically like get out of the region, leave us alone, never come back, release the sanctions. End the sanctions, release our assets, and stop your attack dog from screwing up Palestine, Lebanon, and stay away from Yemen and Iraq. So the way that the mainstream media have been painting it is which is, I think, surprising, that the manufacturing consent machine is starting to say that Iran has the upper hand. And so are they manufacturing consent for abandoning the Strait of Hormuz, and then they're gonna abandon it and try and get the Gulf states to go in the other direction towards the Mediterranean, and now they're just gonna get everything to go north through the Suez Canal or via Isnot Rail somehow? Is that what they're manufacturing consent for? Let's just turn away from the Persian Gulf and go in the opposite direction. We just watched What in the World is Shipping, or whatever the channel is called, and that guy was like, look, you can do that with oil, you can redirect it maybe to go north and across the Mediterranean from the Gulf, but he's like, but there's other stuff that comes out, all of the fertilizer and stuff you can't pipe that shit. You can't take away shipping. You can't take, you need shipping. And so Iran, as much as America wishes that it could just get rid of the problem by piping it somewhere else, and relying on Isnot Rail potentially, it can't, and the world can't. The world needs the shipping to work. Farias, how you going? Hope you're well. Did someone say my name? You're damn right they did. Talking about our propaganda episode. Here's a picture of your straight holding today's newspaper. Yeah, it's like, that's what it's like. And that's the way they're talking about it. It's like Iran's got the upper hand and they're the, I don't know, they're the body that's done the kidnapping. They've kidnapped the Strait and they're holding it at ransom until America leaves their part of the world. Like, it's a weird turn on it, but they must be trying to potentially get public consciousness in the American-led world, I guess you would say, to be okay with the idea that the Strait is lost. I think they're trying to prep us for this notion. It's very interesting stuff. Why they're trying to prime us for this possibility. Like before, it was kind of just it was not a thing. Like the Strait was going to be opened and the world was going to go back to normal. And now, like we're 6 months in, and they're trying to get us used to the idea that like we're just going to have to find an alternative now, because you can't negotiate with the Iranians. They're just crazy, right? Right? Yeah, pipelines just can't replace shipping. It's a pipe dream, you might say. Anyone? Watching the US get humiliated is kind of fun, though. Iran can close Suez too if they want to, fairly easily. Very interesting. Very interesting. Sweden football talk. All right. Hi, how you going? Are you here for the Strait of Hormuz talk, or just the football talk? There's almost zilch of the latter, just so you know. But welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Activate away. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc. When was the Strait going to open? That might have been the mainstream media line that people bought. Yeah, well, now they're manufacturing consent for it. But yeah, I haven't seen Iran's demands yet. Fascinating. Okay, well, their demands are this. It's like, I love it. No more threats or insults. So good. So good. Stop insulting us. First of all, we are sick of being insulted by you Americans. Then no more US aggression. Get out of the region. End the blockade. End the sanctions. Give back our assets. And like I said before, all of our friends in the region, leave them alone. End the wars. Iraq, Yemen, Lebanon, Palestine. It's done. And then we will talk. Then we will be in a position to open the Strait. Also, they haven't looked into Pakistan-Turkey-Saudi partnership or whether it's involved with potential pipeline work. We haven't looked at that at all yet. Like, we've just talked about it briefly, but we haven't looked into it. Okay, so the Strait's never opening, lol. Yeah, except just defining their terms better. Those are some demands. Yeah. Saudi, Turkey, Pak is about Mecca. Interesting.
Single Iranian underground base was destroyed. Not a single underground Iranian base was damaged throughout the country. And some of those bases were never used and are still not being used. But it just shows how capable the Iranian armed forces are today, because the Iranians have been fighting a war for the 21st century against the Americans who are fighting a 20th century war. U.S. bases, Israeli assets, assets of the regimes in the region that were assisting the United States, all of them were out in the open.
It's like, see, this is why I think you're right. Maybe he's just happy instead of like saying that he's glorifying it, but like they're reveling in it. We watched a really interesting piece last week, how the Iranians like set up their drone technology in a way that was like kind of, it's effective. It's like, it's cheap and you can mass produce it. And so like they've been setting up for a 21st century war for decades now. And the US, yeah, is geared up for 20th century warfare. We have bases and you have powerful military capability, so you can launch attacks and stuff like that, use conventional warfare, but like, you know, it's like spending $20 million on a missile or something like that, that has amazing capabilities, and but like that's not the type of game that the Iranians are playing. And so it's a really interesting point, but it's pretty much the long and the short of it is Iran's got heaps of fucking drones and heaps of missiles, and they're all underground somewhere. No one knows what they are, and they're cheap to produce, and you can just overwhelm conventional defenses. And we're seeing that. And like, yeah, he's reveling in that. He's loving it. This is how the negotiations go. Oh, what's this? Tell me this is some comic relief or something, Hobo Joe. Here we go.
Now don't you fret. When I'm through, he won't set foot in this town again. I can be very, very persuasive.
Come on, leave town.
No.
I'll be your friend.
No.
Oh, you're mean.
So good. This is the level of negotiations at the moment from one side. I'll let you decide which side it is. Oh, come on. Open the strait. Hey, we'll sign an MOU. No, it's meaningless. Oh, come on. Oh, my lord. He's so well spoken and educated. It's so sad. He's such a good revolutionary. Instead, he's lying for the IRGC. No bases were destroyed. The US destroyed all of Iran's capability, yet they still have control. You gotta love a good plan. Interesting. At least lie well. Come on, man. Wait, are you saying that no bases were destroyed? Like the US bases haven't been hit or something like that? The US has destroyed absolutely nothing. I hope Denmark is taking note. Did you see Donnie is unloading mining equipment in Greenland without permission? No way. No way. Dude, do you have a link to that? Hit us up, please. Hit us up. We haven't touched Greenland in ages. I really want to get across Greenland again. Yeah, sometimes I use excavators to dig tunnels and reroute logistics just for fun. Just for fun.
While all key Iranian assets were deep underground, whether it's the factories, whether it's the missile bases, the drone bases, the bases that hold Iranian naval speedboats, the bases that hold protect Iran's air force, the bases that protect Iran's air defense systems, and other bases, command and control, and bases alongside the Persian Gulf that were created in case the United States carries out a land invasion. All of these are protected while Iran goes one by one and destroys U.S. assets on the ground. So I think it's quite clear why the Iranians would have that patience. And then you see the siege warfare. The United States tried to strangle Iran. Ultimately, it was the United States that had to agree to the MOU. And now we saw the statement by the Iranian Supreme National Security Council, the chair of the Supreme National Security Council, reinforcing the MOU, but it's sort of an MOU plus. These are not new demands. Some people seem to think that these are new demands or excessive demands. No, they're maximalizing the MOU. And as I said before to you on a number of occasions, for example, in Article 1, when it speaks of Lebanon, it also speaks of the other fronts. It doesn't name them, but in this statement, they're named. Palestine, Yemen, Iraq, these
That's
wars
what you were saying, Bansol Bandit, before. It's like, have they really changed anything? Have they? Have they? They've said this the whole time. Fair enough. Wait, I thought they hadn't destroyed bases. Now they've seen targets get hit on the ground. Which one is it, Mirandi? Like, they have been striking US bases in the region, in the Gulf. I thought that was quite clear. Just define the demands better.
has come to an end. And of course, it means both Gaza and the West Bank. So the demands of the Iranians are not new demands, but they are saying we're not going to compromise on anything. When it comes to compensation, the Iranians demand full compensation. That is in the MOU. But the stress that is being put on these issues now is basically to send a message to the United States that we are not only are we not going to compromise on the MOU, we are going to maximize our demands within the framework of the MOU.
Yeah, I always think that the U.S. Lost something quite important in the war against Iran. That is, during the post-Cold War era of U.S. hegemony, the main perception of the United States, rooted in well facts, I would say, was that it was all powerful. That is, the main perception that you can't challenge the United States. It kept all countries at bay, and this was a huge resource for the U.S. But now, with every attack on Iran, you see the weapons stockpile. driven down, which means there's whoever is the opponent of the US would have better cards to play, and also the deterrence that is in the past, as Trump always screams out, or on Twitter, is that if anyone dares to attack the US, well, we're gonna blow up your country and destroy your civilization tomorrow if you dare to retaliate. But again, this pushback from Iran as well. We now see that there's not much the US can do really, short of nuking Iran. But it is interesting what they gambled on this war again.
Although US had to evacuate them all, pulled back to Jordan and Israel. Iran has the mighty US by the short and curlies, an idiot. Well, that was the most recent round. I think it was like last week or something. They were talking about Iran striking Jordan. And lo and behold, yes, they were evacuating the Gulf, or like personnel anyway. And they moved them to Jordan. That's why Jordan was getting hit most recently, because Iran was like, all right, fine. You know, move your target. We can hit there too. What's interesting though is like what's going on between Israel and Iran. I think that's very telling. Israel's staying out of it, and Iran isn't striking Israel as much at the moment. I wonder why. What's happening there? I wonder if Israel anyway, like because of what's happening politically, they're staying out of the fold. Mere peasants have loaded their slingshots and taken a stand. Yeah, the slingshots shoot drones now, apparently. Yes, now Jordan said, fuck out. We don't want to be any part of this. Hey. Wow. Yeah, crazy.
It's not just the Strait of Hormuz, it's regional partnerships. But it does seem that the economy, though, I'm wondering what economic ripple effects would be from this, because in July, we see that the crude oil exported by Saudi Arabia to the US, it dropped to zero, we're told. I mean, it's hard to calculate the kind of economic and political repercussions this will have. Well, first of all, the Saudi Arabia will be destabilized. It's energy, it's money inflow, but also where it invests money into the US. I mean, the US needs this as well. It's the tech industry, which US is in an AI race with the Chinese. It needs its funding, the petrodollar system. Everything comes under a massive squeeze. So I think in the future this will be a key theme for academics. See exactly what the US gambled and lost on this war. I did want to ask about this new defense pact, because we see Saudi Arabia.
This is the one that you were asking about, Spandong. The defense pact between the Saudis, Turkey, and Pakistan. What's going on there? Yeah, running from the world conflicts is USA in World War II, not us. Donnie has demonstrated that you are best making your own path. All right, let's do this.
Yeah, Turkey and Pakistan all form this defense pact. All of them, of course, they are more or less surrounding Iran. That being said, they have very different interests and very different motivations. I was wondering, to what extent is Iran a target, or the reasoning behind this, and to what extent should the Iranians worry, or how might they react? Sorry, big question.
Sure, no problem at all. Just before answering that, a couple of years ago, I don't know, maybe in one of our first discussions, I said that I always believe that the collapse of the Soviet Union and the victory of the United States over Saddam Hussein in Kuwait was the worst thing that could happen to the United States. And that is because it created an arrogance that basically led to the swift collapse of the U.S. empire.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. There was a lot of things that having like two powers like that competing against each other did for the world. And did for the Americans. Like having someone in opposition like keeps them kind of grounded, it would seem, and like effectual, at least efficient. Like they had to make strategic decisions as opposed to just allowing their corporate interests and like the interests of like cronies who control the levers of power within the US political system, allowing them just to like kind of make bank in the US, and despite the strategic relevance of the American empire. Like the empire supports like the US kind of capitalist class of bourgeoisie, the 1%, whatever you want to call them. It supports their system of being able to make bank all the time and like kind of suppressing the world from developing or causing any disturbances to America's kind of commercial interests. And like having the USSR there in existence was kind of like that balancing effect. So like they did have to be strategic. They couldn't just be like profit comes first, then strategy. They kind of had to balance both. It was in their strategic interest, from a profit sense, to maintain the empire properly. And like that's the fair point. Like the USSR, the fall of the Soviet Union was the end of America kind of keeping itself in check, like making important strategic decisions so they can continue to profit off controlling the world. And like the arrogance has been a big problem for them economically. And like, is this what we're seeing? Like the hubris that comes with being top dog? Like people are going to eventually catch up to you and be nipping at your heels. And like are we well past the stage of just people nipping at your heels? Is this going to be the real question for me though? Is like when you have the USSR, you had the USSR on the rise, kind of post World War II, and America was kind of like, you know, it's completely come out on top economically, production powerhouse, had the world in its hands, apart from like kind of the communist aligned world, the second world. It like having the USSR was actually good for the American working class, because like if they didn't treat their working class well and like spread the wealth and the luxury around a little bit, then people were kind of like, well, then we might as well just do the communist thing then, like do the socialism. And so they had to at least give wins to the working people to convince them that capitalism was still better than communism, and they could spread the love around a little bit. As soon as the USSR kind of fell, nobody challenges capitalism anymore. There's no one there as an ideological challenge to capitalism, American style. Neoliberalism has taken over, and it's kind of just like it's a free for all. Everyone fend for yourself. You know, ultimate rugged individualism. If you fail, it's your fault because you're a loser. And like they don't have to even pretend like, hey, look, American society is so much better than like the USSR. Like, don't worry, all these people in the USSR are literate and they have good health care, or like there's more doctors there than anywhere else in the world. Or, they're all housed, they all have housing or something. Don't worry about that stuff. You don't have to worry about it if the USSR falls. And so there's no one keeping them in check for looking after their own working class. So the $1 trillion question is, if someone like China rises up and it actually becomes a strategic rival. At the moment, they just call them competitors in their national security plan. But if they're an actual rival, like the USSR was, ideological rival, and like America has to be like, oh no, look, our system is still the best system. Like capitalism is still the bomb. Don't look at what China's doing with their planned economics and their socialism with Chinese characteristics. Don't look at that. It's not good. We're still good. Look how wealthy you are. And they will start looking after their domestic population a little bit better. And they'll start like carrying out foreign policy with strategic value, as opposed to just being like, yeah, we got this. We can, in the middle of the night, come in and abduct the leader of Venezuela, or like just decide overnight that we're just gonna bomb the crap out of Iran, destroy their like kill their leader, and then just hope that they crumble. Oh, they didn't crumble. Oh, too bad. So like it'll keep their foreign policy decisions in check a little bit better, and it'll help them be nicer to their domestic population. That's the $1 trillion question. I don't know if that'll actually happen though. We'll find out. But like, yeah, the world was a very different place when the US had a strategic rival. Ooh, hided the sausage in the house. Gang. Neoliberalism, LOL. Outrageous. Yes. Yeah, neoliberalism, eh? Boo, neoliberalism. Boo. I dropped a vid that explains the region and the power struggle really well, and where it may go from. Well, if you're the world police and you have to make it look like you're needed, just like the real police, you have to justify your position. That's an interesting take. It's a very interesting take.
the ghosts of Vietnam were swept away after Iraq, and it was the unipolar moment. And then came the invasion of Iraq, 9/11, which, when you look at the evidence being put forth by the likes of Tucker Carlson, it's obviously not just Al Qaeda and those 19 people who were involved. It doesn't look like that at all. It looks like it was much broader, and that agencies linked to the West or Western agencies were also involved. But in any case, since then, the United States has been rapidly declining. And this war is the exact opposite of what we saw in Kuwait. In Kuwait, there was a stunning victory, and now we see just 2 decades later plus, or 3 decades later plus, you see that the exact opposite, that the United States fought a battle and or fought a war, and it failed. In fact, the 40 days of fighting, or 40 days of fighting, is similar to the time it took to defeat Saddam Hussein in Kuwait. I think that was 43 days or so. Maybe I'm mistaken. But
Benneberry in the house. Moderate Mondays. How you going? Hope you had a good weekend. I don't know if we're doing moderate Mondays. That's an interesting one. I don't know if I could do moderates. I don't like radical centrists, man. They piss me off. This is going to force the region to nut out their own security and economic terms between themselves without the West's isolation and control plan influencing the region. We will see. Hey, what would Brian say about it, though? It was a good plan while it lasted, though. Love the professor. He's waking up to hypersonic booms.
But I think that that actually turned out to be horrible for the United States, because the United States changed. It became aggressive, extremely aggressive, and that destroyed it. And a lot of that destruction, again, has to do with Iran, because when the United States invaded Afghanistan, Iran gradually, and Iraq, Iran began to work with the resistance. In Afghanistan, Iran began to work with the Taliban. I mean, the first generation of the Taliban was they were horrible, and they were carrying out mass murder and slaughter. But after they collapsed in Afghanistan, the second generation became more moderate. We still have big differences with education.
Shgood? I'm going to go with Shgood. Hey, there you go. We got someone from Twitchland over here. How are you? Welcome to the stream. I love the question. Was about the pact, and we're back in the U.S. engagement. Get on to the point. He's setting up context, all right? I'm waiting for him to get to the pact. Come on, man. Does having a major rival improve or diminish the conditions? You could argue accelerates capital, because you're in constant competition for resources economically, military, technologically. The US versus USSR even escalated to nuclear annihilation. Maybe the world can only handle one capitalist empire at a time. Interesting. Look, it's not what I was describing was not all sunshine and lollipops for everyone. Okay. But like there were better wins for working people in the US while the USSR were present, and ideologically the US had to show that capitalism was still a better option than communism, despite the fact that in communist Russia it seemed like the average person was doing really well. So they had to pretend to look after people. And like I was saying, with their own strategic decisions, they were making probably better strategic decisions than just like what's profitable for our economic overlords. But like that's would have actually helped galvanize the empire and make it better. And so like that's a boon for capitalism. So like it hardens capitalism and actually focuses the capitalist state on surviving better and for longer. And so if you have them two competing against each other, it just makes the capitalist state in each sector of the world, each hemisphere, it makes them kind of smarter. So like, yeah, I think there's more chance though if America as an empire is a hegemon without challenge of them plunging the entire system into chaos. But like as kind of socialist theorists would say, without an actual alternative on the ground, like a real socialist alternative, then like the world will just descend into barbarism. Not exactly kind of, it's not just going to default to communism or socialism or something like that, or an alternative to capitalist economics. It's just going to turn to barbarism, basically, which will just be like regional versions of fascism or something. So capitalism with authoritarianism and nationalism all over it. But like, they keep each other in check, I think, is the main point there. And like, if they're keeping each other in check and they're becoming increasingly militarized, is that good for the world long term? Hell no. I don't know if I have a strong opinion. Just thought it was an interesting counter question. Yeah, it's not a boon for the world, but just the domestic populations and the ruling classes, because it keeps them in check. They have to look over their shoulders. They can't just make frivolous decisions. But like, it's a fair point. Is it sustainable? Hell no. True, fair competition is difficult to find naturally, and is the only kind that seems to drive that force of dialectical change, causing growth. Oh, look at the dialectics. It were definitely in a dialectical relation, those two. Hi, everybody. Josh in the house. How you going? Welcome. Israeli here. Are we hating or loving? Get a lot of hate for just saying, hey, LOL, just trying to see what people are talking about. People are very mixed here, but maybe it depends if you justify support brutalities on people or not. I'm not here to make those decisions. I was born into this country, lived through a lot of pain and disasters, trying to understand other people's views. Welcome. We don't discriminate. But like, we had someone in here saying that Palestine didn't exist, like it was never on a world map or something like that today. And I think we all found that pretty outrageous. So like, there's a barometer for you. Someone was like, the place doesn't even exist. It's not real. It's just a figment of, what did he say? A figment of Hamas's imagination or something like that. So we thought that was laughable. So there's your barometer. But like, yeah, welcome. We don't throw people out here just for existing. Bandsaw Bandit. On top of the service fee in Hormuz, that all will have to pay, all those that supported the US, which includes us, will have to pay an extra 20% fine to Iran as a penalty for in their country. Yeah, fair enough. Well, yes, we will. And like, that just means like the inflationary crisis, the cost of living crisis, just add another 20% to that. Especially if it's something that impacts your food and you need food to survive. Who would have thought humans need food? It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. I'm thinking about the future, not the past. Trying to make a better future for my children and family without being worried every day. Fair enough. I think that is the plight of the commoner, us plebs of the world, the working people of the world. We do concern ourselves with this. Actually, that's largely what this stream is about, actually. So welcome. 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 All right, back to it. Let's see if he actually talks about the pact. I want to hear what he has to say about the pact. Like, come on. If you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. Give it a tickle, smooch it, caress it, whatever you want to do. Just activate the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. Go on, you want to.
Women's education and women's rights, and that's a big divide. But the relationship has evolved tremendously, and Iran supported the Taliban to weaken the U.S. occupation. And ironically, it has angered many people among the minorities in the Shia, the Tajik, the Persian language speakers, the Uzbeks, who are all opposed to the Taliban. But for Iran, the priority was to expel the empire from the region. And if the Iranians believe that if the empire is expelled, then the situation in Afghanistan will calm down, because there's no foreign manipulator to turn community against one another, one nation against another. And the same was true in Syria. The Iranians supported the Syrian government to oppose the U.S. project and the Israeli project, which sadly regional regimes participated in. But the same model took place in Iraq. In Iraq and in Afghanistan, Iran pushed back. It was General Soleimani behind both, and that led to the United States to leave, and they had spent trillions of dollars. So then, to a large degree, U.S. failure against Iran in this war is linked to the U.S. failure in Iraq and in Afghanistan. They had to move away from Iranian borders. They spent trillions of dollars, became much weaker. The American people became, the economy became weaker. The American people became much more skeptical about these forever wars. And so if it wasn't for Iran supporting the resistance against the empire in Afghanistan, in Syria, and in Iraq, and Lebanon, and elsewhere in Yemen, then today it would have been a very different situation. The Americans would have been able to come forward with a much greater strength. And also, I would add, and I'm not saying that Iran foresaw all of this, but Iran's support for Russia during the war, because Iran saw the expansion of NATO as a threat to itself as well. It was not just Ukraine, but it was also Georgia, and then of course Armenia and Azerbaijan would be next. So we already had Turkey as a NATO member, and then these added.
Yeah, we're going live. Actually, on 3 platforms. Actually, we're on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. So, like, I would say majority of the chat actually comes through from YouTube. So, there are those. There are the Twitch files where you are, and there's the YouTube personnel. Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah. I don't know. Do you want the link to the other one? But like, you can see the chat coming up on the screen. But if you need to see the other chat because it's easier, I'll give you a link if you want.
To it would
Turkey and Pak will never attack Iran. But like, that's the thing though. If this is a defense pact, and like they have an agreement to protect one another, and like Iran starts to go after the Saudis, then what happens then? Twitch files is the better chat. There it is. No elitism here. We are more civil. I don't know, man. Last week we had some pretty wild stuff going on Twitch. It's the first time I've seen that, actually. The mature chat. Isolated border conflicts are common, though. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. Eh? I wonder what that means. The Saudi part is interesting part because they are already being targeted. Yes, right? Yeah. It's about Mecca, not Iran, the pact.
Have been a major, would have made the threat even greater for Iran. So Iran's support for the Russians during the war also helped.
Like, I want to hear this thing about the pact. Like, come on, man. Talk about it. LOL, US attack proved that that does not work unless you're willing to lose thousands on a land invasion. I'm working a night shift currently. I have no energy to go wild in the chat. Yeah, fair enough. Good luck with your night shift. See, these are the working people of the world. They're holding it down everywhere. Working night shift. I'm working night shift.
Destroy a lot of the assets that NATO gave to Ukraine and weakened NATO economically, militarily. Many of those air defense systems that were used.
No, look, I know you said somebody else explained that. I got it. But like, I actually wanted to hear him talk about it from his perspective. I love his sass. It's so good. I might get, like, if you know where it is, if someone can timestamp it for me, we'll continue listening. I just want his sass, man. I just love his sass. Where did you put your thing, Bansor Banda? Is that this one here? Another A1 explanation from Nemo? Is this the one that you're talking about? I'm assuming that's it. You've got other stuff in here. He does got the sass. Oh my God, doesn't he? Jesus Christ. So much sass. All right, we're going to jump. I'm sorry to do this to you. But like, we've heard a bit of Mirandi. Oh man, it's an hour. Hopefully there's timestamps in it. Nope. Of course not. If you have any timestamps, let me know, Bansor. I'm going to go to a different piece for now. This is part of the manufacturing. Nah, where he explains, I'm not sure. It was live last night. Okay, fair enough. I want to cover. I just want to get this opinion. I wonder if Larp Jeff is in the house. Let me know if you hear Larp Jeff. This one's for you. This is on News 24. I find this absolutely fascinating. Another like window or like peek into the window of the manufacturing consent machine. What's going on when you have, so this is what I'm saying, like highly likely US will have to give up greatest leverage to secure Hormuz opening. Why is something like formerly Sky News, News 24 saying stuff like this to their supporters? Why are they putting stuff out that talks about like the US having to give up leverage? Well, sorry, to give up the position. I can't believe that we're turning to this. Like, this is highly unusual. Like, so far, like Sky News has been nonstop. Like, yeah, that's it. Iran's about to fall. Or like the Strait's going to be open any second now. Like, they've just been completely kind of propagandizing this situation beyond like what's really happening on the ground. And just like positively, yeah, just glazing the US. And like now they're starting to, like the conversation is starting to change. It's really interesting. Put a shorter one in the stream chat. Well, is this an explanation for the... Oh, this pack is... Okay, all right. Let's do this and we'll watch an explainer for the pack. I'm never going to get used to News 24. Always was, guys. Always was. Always will be. Sky News. Yes, so good. They're preparing us for the bad news to come that can't be hidden for much longer. It must be what it is.
More joining us live is the Senior Director of the Foundation for Defence of Democracy's Iran program, Behnam Ben Talibou.
Defence of Democracies. Doesn't it sound like an American state project? Like just the way, like anything with the word democracy in it. It's awful.
Thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Just with that report there, he mentioned mixed messages, which is often what we hear, isn't it, when we are hearing negotiations between the two. What can you tell us regarding the latest situation?
It's a pleasure to be with you. Certainly, I think it's mixed messages, but also there's a clear strategy. And that clear strategy from Tehran is to find a way to get the Trump administration to pay a political and economic cost for the 40-day war and the ceasefire drama since then. And that's precisely why we're seeing Tehran revert to a tried and true strategy we've seen from them for well over a decade, particularly a strategy during nuclear talks, which is just when you think there's light at the end of the tunnel, just when you think there's agreement, the regime introduces new parameters and seeks new concessions and tries to drag out talks beyond those preset parameters. So in so many ways, the fact that there is no deal at hand yet is a blast from the past.
And will there ever be a deal? Will they come up with a compromise together, do you think?
I think a deal over the Strait of Hormuz is certainly possible. How ideal is it, given that it's highly likely that America is going to have to trade away some of its greatest leverage? For example, the blockade, for example, that is a subject that is up for debate. And after such a deal is even in effect, can they get what the Trump administration has been talking about in the background, which is that bigger, broader, better deal over the nuclear issue? And how does the new status over the Strait of Hormuz impact the administration's Iran strategy?
It's almost like they don't talk about the nuclear stuff anymore. Remember the original reason that they went in, if you want to date yourself on this one, the actual reason they went in because it was a humanitarian crisis and the evil Iranian regime was killing its own people. And then when they were in a quagmire, it became about stopping them from having nuclear weapons. And like now it's just about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Like the goalposts have shifted so many times. Bigger, broader, better, hotter deal. Yeah, hotter than what? Hotter than what? The one they already had? Got to better be really hot and really big. US and its allies never envisaged this. Do you reckon they were that short-sighted? That's incredibly dumb. Like, that's the best use of that word. Like, honestly, it's just, that's incredibly dumb that they would just like not have the strategic foresight to be able to figure out that this was a possibility, and they just did it anyway. It's just dumb.
particularly given the fact that this is not the first time, but second time there has been the use of overt force against the regime.
So if we look at what's happened in the past with the nuclear deal, the last one with Obama, I mean, how long did that take? And what is the timeline potentially, in your opinion, for this deal to be done? How long is it going to take?
Well, if the administration is
Dude, it's not happening, you nongs. Like, honestly, it's not happening. But it's a very interesting admission that they get someone like Sky News or News 24 is going to get on an expert that are going to say America's going to have to do something. They're going to have to give up on the blockade. They're going to have to give up something in order to open up the strait. I think that's why we watch the manufacturing consent machine, because they are preparing people to swallow some bad news. Like this is the idea. They're manufacturing consent. They manufacture consent for the war. Like we had that guy come in this morning and was just like, but Iran killed 30,000 of its own people. And like, did you see that? Like, how do you know? Like, I'm not denying it, but like, how are you so sure? Did you just get that from the mainstream media, who was all telling the exact same story? We watched it in real time, watching like all of the main sources of information from around the Western world, and they were all within like sentences of each other, the way they were describing the events. They manufactured consent for the war in the first place on the basis of a humanitarian crisis, and then they started justifying it on the basis of shutting down their nuclear program, which they had already blown up a year ago. If you remember, they had blown it up a year ago, and now they're trying to stop them from having nuclear weapons. And now here we are. Here we are, trying to cope with the fact that Daddy USA is failing all of us vassal states. Yeah, during that, the live streams were the real shit and pretty horrific. If you're new on Twitch, follow for more 4IS. All right, that's enough of this. If you're new on YouTube, activate the like button and sub for more. Yeah, do that. You better. You better. Stupid Sky News. All right, well, what was that? Oh, that's right. All right, I want to have a look at this as well. Now, this is like it is related. I don't know anything about this. I think Jerry Poppins, when Jerry Poppins used to come to the stream chat back in the day, he used to watch Cappy Army, I'm pretty sure. So there's this position, let's say what? Lap Jeff, I said Sky News or News 24 and you shall appear. It's beautiful. It's glad to have you. Hope you're well. Cappy Army. I haven't really watched this channel. I've had a couple of people recommend them. I don't know if anyone has any opinions on them. But right now, the fighting is actually happening in Iraq, as we've heard. Like there's a bit of fighting and stuff going on. And there seems to be like Iraqi freedom fighters and all that sort of stuff who are supported by Iran. And the Americans are fighting in Iraq at the moment. And it all seems to be related to what we were talking about before. They're trying to redirect. This is what Scott Bessent was talking about before, like how the Strait of Hormuz is going to become irrelevant, is because they're just going to repipe everything towards the Mediterranean Sea, basically, and they're going to do that through Iraq. And so, like, this seems to be where there's a bit of fighting at the moment. If y'all want to ask a question on Israel, I would love to answer. Oh, really? Okay. From what we understand, the election is hotly contested, the election that's coming up. I would like to know your opinion on the likelihood of Benjamin Netanyahu, maintaining his position. If you have an opinion on that. Because like the Western media that I get says that, like, you know, who knows? It's anyone's game. But like, is it likely that BB will just continue as is? I would like to know. Yeah, what is the sentiment on the ground for BB? That's a good question. We had the same idea. There it is. Mr. Abbott, does he have enough equipment? Apparently not. And he's one of those beardos that Hegseth warned us about. Uh-oh. All right, let's have a look.
I want to show you why America is now trying to reroute Middle Eastern oil through Iraq, and how an armed militia network inside the country called the PMF could determine whether Iran ever loses its grip on the Strait of Hormuz.
American and Saudi forces conducted joint strikes against what they are calling.
What is the word on the street in Israel? We only get propaganda out of Israel over here. Yes, give us the word on the street. That's what we want.
Iran-backed terror sites in Iraq.
On a map, the solution to circumventing the strait looks really easy. You just move the oil through pipelines in Iraq and around the region instead. But this is where the plan hits a major problem, because for the past decade, American military forces and Iranian-backed proxy groups have been fighting a war inside of Iraq, one that is increasingly becoming Iraq War Part 3 straight to streaming. And the outcome of the battle may determine if Iran can quickly shut down these new pipelines with one single order. And so today, we're going to try to answer 4 main questions.
Oh, bro. No, you didn't miss the Burrito Award, bro. That is so interesting. It's so interesting. Mamupa. I checked out just a bit of it. It looks fascinating. I can't wait to do it. I've been stuck on Iran all morning. I just can't stop. It seems to have picked up more recently. But no, I haven't covered the Burrito War yet, bro. Oh my God. I can't wait. Has anyone heard about the Burrito War before we begin? What Mamupa's talking about? There was a Burrito War in conservative politics in the US because someone put some social media post about how it's like $20 to buy a burrito, and it's sparked a cost of living crisis. Dude, I can't wait for that. So good. So good. I want to cover some sources talking about the Burrito Wars. So good. Good. So from what I feel and understand, after the whole war, we had and still are in, the Israeli people aren't hurt and angry about almost everything. Are really hurt and angry about almost everything. Israeli people aren't welcome nowhere, no matter what your opinions are on the situation. The feeling is that we fumbled the whole war situation. The answer to October 7th took so long, and it made us look so bad because the genocide allegations kept coming and we couldn't really fight the anti-Semitism. I personally feel like there is a chance that Bibi might not be elected and it's going to other people. I hope it is. Whoa. Holy. Now, this is really interesting. You don't get this often, do you? Oh, well, you ask and you will find. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. On the street coverage, not through the propaganda machine. So Israeli people are upset that they've got a bad rep. They got a bad reputation on the world stage now. And so they're upset about that. They're like, you all made us look bad. Nobody trusts us anymore. In no way, shape or form. I don't think an 80-plus-year-old man can run a country, any country. Well, they're all in charge. They've got a lot of power at the moment. They might not. Wait. How dare they charge so much for cheese? Elowitz is fried the beanie's head. Oh, such a joke. At least the burritos in the US are upsized. Yes, I know, right? They're in loaves of bread. They're huge. Yeah, it's mental. Interesting. All right. Back to it.
Actually controls the use of force inside of Iraq. How did these militias become so powerful that they could challenge the state? And can Iraq bring them under control without triggering another civil war? And at the end, we'll ask exactly how much would these alternative pipelines really reduce Iran's leverage in Hormuz? I'm Chris Cappy, a former infantryman. Hit the like and subscribe button to get 3 new military rundowns each week. On Thursday, July 30th, Iran launched a surprise attack, firing 5 ballistic missiles on a U.S. base in Jordan. Each shot was intercepted by Patriot air defense batteries. Meanwhile, Iran was coordinating with their proxies on the ground inside of Iraq. The Iraqi PMF was ordered by Tehran to fire attack drones at Saudi Arabian oil infrastructure. In retaliation, America and Saudi Arabia launched their first ever joint strikes. Combined warfare is getting uncomfortably combined. They strike dozens of targets across Iraq, hitting multiple Popular Mobilization Forces bases, killing over 20 fighters and wounding dozens more. And so we see how the Iran-backed PMF is already launching attacks on oil infrastructure in the region, and Iraq gives them the perfect central location to hit everywhere from Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. The Popular Mobilization Forces, or PMF, are a network of dozens of Iraqi militias that are part of the country's official security forces, alongside the Iraqi army and the Iraqi police. But several of its most powerful factions remain closely aligned and backed by Iran, meaning Baghdad pays and legally
I feel proxy is a slur, like regime. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Like, it makes you sound like you have lost all of your autonomy and like you're a puppet or an attack dog of some sort. Definitely. Yeah. And like, yeah, you're just being used by someone else. You're a cheap whore. Yeah, I feel you, man. Let's go with that. People don't use it positively, do they? When they say you're a proxy. Just like with regime. No one loves being called a regime. We should call Australia a proxy? Yeah, I guess. I want to call Australia a vassal until we get into a war. Then we'll be a proxy. Wait until China breaks through the first island chain and America ramps up its Indo-Pacific warfare, and then where you're being used as an actual launch pad, then we'll be a proxy for sure. We should call Australia a proxy. I don't know, man. I can't handle it. I can't do it, man. Claude wrote his script. Yeah, it's pretty Claudey, isn't it? I want to know about the Iraqi situation. Don't give me all the context, bro. Just tell me about what's going on in Iraq.
recognizes these armed groups, the PMF, that can take orders, weapons, and strategic direction from Iran. Before we get back to the episode, it's important that you get your credit squared away with today's
Go away.
1 million cap credit describe the attacks against late payments may negatively impact your credit score and individual results may vary. So CENTCOM described the attacks against the PMF as hitting Iranian terrorist weapon sites across eastern Iraq. In response, Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces stated that the attacks were a flagrant violation of Iraqi territorial integrity. And in the middle of all of this is the official Iraqi government asking both sides to please stop. And that's why Iraq is so important to how the Middle East balance of power is being reshaped right now, I think, because Iraq is located in the center of this conflict. But where did this armed group even come from? No one heard of the PMF before recently. The PMF has its roots initially as militias that were funded and armed by Iran during the US occupation of Iraq after 2003. To oversimplify it, what happened is Shia Iran exploited the power vacuum of the Iraqi Sunni government being toppled. They increased their influence by funding Shia militia groups inside of Iraq, because power vacuums are famously always filled by calm, responsible people with modest regional ambitions. The PMF was made up of about
You need to understand, from the second we are born, the issue in the country is only security. Almost every day you have a terror attack. Tensions are on the borders. We are surrounded by countries who don't like us. I understand the history, but I really don't know what the solution is. The army in Israel is so sainted because we all go and serve, because we all know somebody who got killed in a terror attack on the other side. You have literally the whole world against you because of what is shown on the media. And how can you fight that? I don't know, man. I don't know if there is an answer to that question. Like, honestly, how do you fight against the media? Yeah. Well, like, that's the thing we've discovered. We talk a lot about the manufacturing consent machine here. And I think there's been a lot of manufacturing consent, which has been highlighted recently about the atrocities that have happened specifically in Gaza. And so like the world has watched this, but like I don't even know if the manufacturing consent machine was on the forefront with that as much as, because of the age of social media, and the digitization of the world, people get their own access to that vision. And so like the media has had to catch up with public opinion on that one. So I don't even know if you can just say it's like state sanctioned or corporate propaganda is to blame for this one, as much as the rise of the information age and like, you know, how people have access to other and alternative sources. So I live in a mixed city called Haifa. My best friends are Arab. I work with Arabs. Never had an issue. Problems are on each side by extremists, but most of us are united. It's awful to see what is represented. So if my English is not the best, I don't know, man. Your English is pretty good. I don't think you've made any mistakes so far. Yeah, it's insane. The media are great at making war look like genocide. Oof, crazy. The big call, man. The big call. I think there's like independent bodies that would say that that have delineated why it's technically a genocide. And for somebody who loves being so anti-semantic, like it fits the definition. Unless you are challenging the definition itself, Spandonk. But like, I don't even know, this is what I'm saying, I don't even know if the media are responsible for this. The media have actually had to play catch up on this and control the situation because people were getting their own views of this. This like happened in the Vietnam War as well. It was the same thing. The Americans were unable to control public opinion because people were getting access to a war and like it was being televised. And now the televisation is done through the information space, which has been decentralized largely, so people get their own access to things. Yeah, I do challenge that definition and how it's applied unevenly across nations. All right, you can go for it. Challenge why it's not applied evenly. That's just the way the world works. But like, come on, man. Come on. If you take exception to the fact that it's not applied evenly, fine. But you don't just change the goalposts because you don't like it's not being fairly applied. They lost control of the plot. They had to start buying the media. We see so many videos of people filming themselves doing horrible things and admitting to doing horrible stuff. It doesn't help. Yeah, like people are able to get access to information on this one. And yeah, the media has had to catch up to that to try and, I guess, rail it in a little bit. And so, like, what did they do? They did the ultimate ploy, I think, was kind of the board of piss and the piss plan to try and calm everyone down so the media would stop talking about it so much. Look, I take exception to both. If I had my way, it'd be changed and applied evenly, but I'll take either. Just not so much obvious bias. That would be nice. Are you from Australia? Yes. How can you tell? Is it because of my accent? I would like to. That's actually, out of all the questions, I want to know how you know I'm from Australia. Or is it because there's a flag down there? That's actually, you can't tell that's an Australian flag from here. Could be Kiwi. The Board of Peace was no more than a photo op. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was good for the media was able to tell the world, it was like, look, they're working on it. Everyone calm down. Go back to your business. Never been to Oz, just curious. Too far from Israel. Yeah, fair enough. Having it based on purely intent rather than actual damage is weird, but whatever, at least applied evenly or get rid of it and make it outcome based. Dude, we're talking about outcome based? That's horrible. We're talking about people's lives. At least make it outcome based. Like, I want to see at least this many people get wiped off the face of the planet before I'm satisfied. This is an awful discussion, can I say? Awful discussion. Arguing over what constitutes a genocide. I don't know. I don't want to fucking partake in this. Like, honestly, we're talking about technical definitions. Let's just say many people have died, absolutely atrocious. We're probably not even sure the extent of the damage. probably much worse than we understand. Would you go to Israel if you had the chance? Dude, absolutely. I'm a streamer, okay? And like I like going out into the street and interviewing people. So like I would love to go around and interview people in Is Not Real. For sure. It's fucked up to say, but is that not what the word means? Like war, massacre, mass murder. Yeah, but like I don't understand why you're contending with that. I could understand why you would want to contend with the fact that it's not evenly applied. But like, you know, even by conservative measures, and from what we understand, the IDF has already said like the deaths are in the tens of thousands. 70,000 was the number they accepted like 6 months ago. Like that's enough, man. That's enough. And like if you're systematically removing people from a place, like come on now. If you're upset that it's not evenly applied, fine. But like, come on. The West Bank is nice. I'm sure it is. Sure it is. People are a renewable resource. Planet friendly. Easier to train than dogs. Look, any more systematic removal of people from a place? I don't know. Is it? Like some people are just... War is just territory grabbing. For some people. They're not trying to... They're trying to claim the local population as opposed to systematically removing them. I'm gonna have to challenge you on that one. That's not a very good... Like World War II wasn't about that exactly. It was a battle for Europe as opposed to getting rid of Europeans. Well, yeah, but that's like soldiers definitely die in war. But like we're not talking about soldiers here. Actually, I think that's actually the point of what we're talking about here. The majority of these people are not soldiers. They're just civilians. Yeah. Look, yes, people were displaced because of the war. But like people were trying to grab territory off each other. They weren't trying to they wanted the populations to control them. They weren't trying to systematically remove them or erase them. But like the conversation for another time. Are we living in the same history? Yeah. I think we're talking about different things here. How's the army working in Oz? Do you have to go? Oh, no. There's no mandatory service for us. Absolutely not. Wars are mostly over riches and trade routes, not killing the population. Yeah, I'm very surprised that you think war is just about eradicating populations. Usually you want to dominate a population so you can take its resources, actually. That's crazy. Yeah, but that's the argument, isn't it? How many Palestinians have been removed or replaced? Last I checked, they still have 90% of their population. Like I said, worst genocide ever. Yeah, just because it's on a spectrum doesn't make it not a genocide. Just because you think it's the worst one ever. Again, if you can test that it's not applied evenly, fair enough. But like, you know, I would think that it's common sense, actually. You want to talk about common sense? I think the world's population is across this. It's a common sense is a theme that comes up here, and people are across this. And again, it's not just from the manufacturing consent machine. People can see things with their own eyes. They get access to information. Do you want an honest opinion? Yes. Go on. Give us an honest opinion, please.
70 different armed factions that slowly became their own army that rivals the Iraqi National Army in firepower. After the US withdrawal from Iraq in 2011, it seemed like the Iraq war was over and everyone could live happily ever after, but that was wishful thinking. The PMF exploded in power after that because the IRGC funneled weapons and money to them to help stop the Islamic State's advance in 2014. Many PMF fighters played an important role in retaking that territory, and so Iraq later legalized the organization and incorporated into the state security system, placing it, at least on paper, under the Prime Minister's command. That was a kind of thank you for helping us kick ISIS out. Think of it kind of like the Army National Guard in America as a point of reference, but more paramilitary. But combined, they're estimated to have at least 160,000 to as high as 240,000 combined fighters, with a $3.6 billion budget from Iraqi taxpaying. So they now represent one of the largest and most powerful Iranian-backed groups now that Hezbollah and Hamas have taken major blows from battling Israel for years. They're closely entwined with Iraq's culture because they have government ministers and seats in parliament. What that all means, though, is that it has created an unusual situation. The United States is conducting military strikes against the PMF that are connected, at least formally, to the security forces of Iraq, which is also a partner of America. It's this mean, but literally and unironically. And the cycle has been accelerating fast from there. Since October 2023, Iran-backed groups have launched repeated rocket attacks against American positions across Iraq, Syria, and Jordan. The United States has answered with increasingly large strikes against command centers. They've knocked out weapon storage sites. It's been this growing tit for tat that you've probably missed in the background. In early 2024 alone, the Pentagon recorded more than 150 attacks against American forces in Iraq and Syria, before then launching strikes against more than 80 targets across both countries. Now, Washington and Baghdad said that the remaining American troops will leave Iraq by September 30th, 2026. Depending on how generously you interpret Pentagon vocabulary, this is approximately the fourth or fifth time that the United States has announced that they were ending their mission in Iraq. Iraq, I wish I knew how to quit you. But whether or not...
Damn. I mean... I'm not really about it. I think it brings too much trouble for us to deal with. Although, from my country's experience, a lot, and I mean a lot, of terrorists come from these lands in the West Bank and kill people in Israel. Not only Jews, even Muslims. So if having Israeli people, settlers, next those villages makes them do less terror attacks, then I think it's good. I understand if you wouldn't like the answer, but you have to understand the reality of being afraid of going on a bus because someone might explode that bus or stab you in the neck. Yeah, fair enough. Iraq is Shia-led. Were you looking? Blind Freddy could see it wasn't over. I have been taking major blows. Where do I sign up for that? It's hard for people to relate. When we say terror attacks, they can't imagine what it's like to live with it as a daily reality. Huh. Terrorist is such a loaded term. Violent attacks. Whatever you want to call it. Interesting. The terrorist label. Hey. Loaded term, a single person is grabbing a knife and stabbing a person in the street. Is that not a terror attack? Is that just an attack? Man, this is a long reigning discussion in this stream. Okay. It depends what the state thinks about it, let's be honest. That's all that matters, whether the state constitutes a terror. It doesn't matter what us plebs think, to be honest. Doesn't matter what us plebs think at all. If it actually terrorizes a community, that's one thing. But if it's something that the state can use to orchestrate a response that is favorable to their interests, then it will be that. Got your hands full today, Popcorn? Yeah, I know. Isn't this interesting? This is really interesting. What are your thoughts about the killing in the beach in Australia a few months ago? Like generally? Like, if you have a specific question, you have to be more specific than that. Like, is it sad? It's awful. It's awful. Like that would happen. And like in a place like Bondi, which is interesting as well. Very surprised. But like, hey, yeah, it's awful. Absolutely horrendous. Do you think the shooters are just crazy people who got a hold of a gun, or is it a planned attack? I have no idea. They're investigating that. But like it would seem like these people, the father-son duo, were, like it was fully ideological. Like I don't think it was just like, oh, let's go down the beach and just like shoot whoever. Like they had targets, and it seemed like they were targeting specifically this Hanukkah festival, a party. I don't know what it is really. Yeah, festival. Let's call it a festival. So like they were specifically targeting these people, and it seems to be for ideological purposes. Like if it wasn't, and they were just like on a wild rampage, they would have just gone down to the beach and just started like shooting up the beach, as opposed to this specific event. So it's definitely an ideological thing. Like they were, I don't know, trying to get into heaven or something like that. But like specifically, I think it's still under investigation. Soldiers are civs? I'm not sure if that's in reference to something else. Soldiers are different to civs, but okay. Someone said there's a difference between the two. Ah, okay, right. Well, it seems like there's a lot of soldiers or citizens that are soldiers in Israel, but like not in Australia. The two don't overlap a lot, I don't think.
American troops actually leave. The more important question, I think, is what happens to Iraqi forces after U.S. troops are completely gone? Would it collapse to an Iranian-backed organization that would take over? And so some of the most...
Soldier. Hey, now I can't even say that word anymore. Like I'm practicing with military, but I'm not going to change soldier anytime soon. Soldier. How do you say soldier? Oh my God. I can only think of so many words at once.
Most important new energy pipeline infrastructure currently being built on Earth is within firing range of Iraq, and the Iranian-backed PMF reached a turning point at the end of 2019. It began with a rocket attack at the K-1 base near Kirkuk that killed an American contractor and wounded U.S. and Iraqi personnel. Washington, D.C. blamed a PMF-related group for this. The United States retaliated with airstrikes against 5 Katib Hezbollah facilities in Iraq and Syria, killing 25 fighters. 2 days later, in retaliation, hundreds of PMF members and supporters entered Baghdad's green zone and surrounded the American embassy. They smashed windows, they burned a reception area, they covered walls in all this anti-American graffiti, and they threw stones at the Marines that were defending the compound. The Marines answered with tear gas while American Apache helicopters circled overhead. Most healthy diplomatic relationships certainly involve Apache helicopters circling above embassies. The standoff ended after Iraq's government and senior PMF leaders ordered the crowd to withdraw. But the incident signaled the start of this new conflict in Iraq that we're getting into, because the competition for who influenced the nation was beginning. An armed organization connected to the Iraqi state had attacked an American diplomatic compound with little resistance from the official Iraqi security forces. This is until the U.S. sought to destroy...
I was actually trying to sound Jamaican, wasn't making fun of you that time. Oh, okay.
...destroy the IRGC in Iran to cut off the government supporting the PMF. And during the opening weeks of the 2026 war in Iran, American and Israeli aircraft started striking PMF positions across Iraq. PMF military bases were hit. They attempted to assassinate top PMF leaders in Iraq to decapitate their influence. It was a systematic top-down approach, an attempt to destroy the PMF. On the other side, the IRGC in Iran sent in their covert fighters to back the PMF. The campaign escalated in late March when American aircraft struck a PMF headquarters in Anbar, Iraq, while senior commanders were meeting inside until they were vaporized. Everyone's worst nightmare, dying in an administrative meeting. At least 15 fighters were killed, including the PMF's operations commander for the province. Then, footage emerged showing American A-10 Warthogs flying low over Iraq, hitting one of the PMF bases, firing its 30mm cannon at positions on the ground. But the location of the attack exposed the deeper political problem here, I think. One of the bases hit was an official government military installation used by both the Iraqi army and the PMF militia force. So Iraqi soldiers were reportedly killed in the attack. That is what makes this conflict so messy. Many of the people and facilities being targeted are also part of Iraq's official security system, who are US partner forces. And so 8 weeks after the war in Iran started, President Trump put Iraq's entire US cash-based economy under pressure because of the PMF. The United States ordered a stop, a halt, to nearly $500 million worth of physical US dollar currency that was being shipped to Iraq. This was funds from Iraqi oil sales that were blocked by America over concerns that the money was going to the PMF, backed by Iran. The move was heavy pressure on Baghdad to align itself more geopolitically, more closely with Washington, D.C. It's like when you ask your friend to choose between friends. Usually it just makes things awkward for everyone. But Iraq had already been talking about controlling the Iran-backed militias for years and getting a handle on that situation. But this really lit a fire under them and sent things into action. Baghdad ordered the Iran-aligned factions to totally disarm. Suddenly, the US dollars started flowing again to Iraq. The message was subtle by Treasury Department standards. To try to settle the problem peacefully, the Iraqi government then tried to bring all of the PMF armed formations under the direct authority of the state. That could mean restructuring the popular mobilization forces, disarming factions that refuse government.
Hey, like, Voltato's got a fair question, though. Good. You should answer it. Can you understand why people would also call the IDF terrorists as well as Hamas? I don't really know where you're from, but I'm asking it anyway. Why? What do you think a country would do if a terror group had kidnapped 200 people in your country? Like, it's a fair question, though. Like, okay, let's just say if someone attacked my country, I'll answer the question for you. If someone attacked my country, then my country would retaliate. But I think the question is pertinent, though. Would you not consider an armed organization on one side, if you can consider them terrorists, wouldn't you consider an armed organization on another side capable of the same violence also terrorists then? Like, what's the distinction between the two? Here's some semantics for you. Real terrorists wear ties. Look at the leader of Syria who visited Trump at the White House. There was all smiles there for someone who is literally on a US terror list. What, a year before? And then he went to the White House. This is what I'm saying. Terrorism has got nothing to do with what us plebs thinks. It's really got to do with what the state thinks. Oh, you did answer the question. Oh, apologies. Oh, is that the answer? Honestly, no, I was never taught to kill people. No, not you specifically. Like, as an organization. Like, you could say the same thing for, like, people in Hamas. I'm sure they just think they're freedom fighters as opposed to terrorists. Like, you were never taught to kill. You always taught to defend. Was never taught to hate people. It's easy to see what is going on right now through the media. But it did not come from anywhere. But, like, you know, anyone could be like, I was just taught to do my job kind of thing. I'm not a terrorist. But, like, if you label an entire organization as a terrorist organization, then, like, can't you do that to most militant organizations, including, like, official state militaries? I think it's a fair question. And especially based on their practices. I guess it depends what they get involved in. But, like, yeah, it's just like the regime word. We use regimes to describe a government we don't like. We use the word terrorist to label an organization that the state doesn't like. And what's the new one, Mamupa? No E. Most militant groups keep their objectives close to the chest. Oh, Benzo Bennett, are you on Twitch? Just came out of nowhere. Filthy terrorists were apparently responsible. Terrorists have manifestos they release and slogans they chant and spread their message with fear. So they chant and they have objectives. Interesting. So militaries, like a nation's militaries don't do any chanting or any cult-like activity like marches and preparing uniforms. They don't have manifestos. They don't have objectives. They don't have like hyper-nationalism, swear fealty or loyalty to things. And they don't use fear. They don't use fear, honestly. That's interesting. For someone who's the king of semantics, this is good. This is very good. It's like the opposite. Oh. Proxy. Thank you very much, Mabupa. Thank you very much. Well, I have to say, whatever you're doing is working for views. I've noticed that you've been getting more slowly each week. And you know what? I think so too. I think it's the vertical screen has helped on YouTube. And me and Voltato did some interesting things last night on the main channel on YouTube to change some like metadata around, and I think that's potentially made a difference. But like you're talking about Twitch, I don't know what's going on with Twitch though. I think it's just different tags. Well, what military handed their objectives at you? Like the ones that say things like "God save their country." And they'll die for their country and stuff like that. Same shit. Like, what's the difference? Honestly. They have rituals. Yes, they do. Like, if you take your lens off, your bias lens, and just looked at, like, what militaries do. Like, one's just flashy and is, like, overtly state-sanctioned. And the other is covertly state-sanctioned and sloppy. The ideology is the same. One is there for the objective of the nation state, and one is for other ideological purposes. Like, honestly, come on, man. Come on. You're the king of semantics. Come on. You still have to train people and convince them to die for something. There's no difference between terrorists and soldiers in that sense. You have to train them and convince them what they're doing is worth dying for. Come on, bro. Like, if you want to really delineate them, it's just whether they're official or not, officially state-sponsored or not. They don't do their own politics. That's the difference. So it's just the politics of it. So it's not actually what they're physically doing. It's just the politics of it. So like if you actually look at what they're physically doing, they're exactly the same. They cause fear and terror, and they use violence to do so, and they have some strict objectives. It's just the politics of it that changes. I can agree with that. You can argue there shouldn't be a difference, and I'd listen. I don't like terrorism laws, but that's a delineating factor. Well, I think they have committed acts of terror, used force continuously, despite what you may think the justification might be. Seen plenty of innocent people get hurt, to understand how people in general can view most militaries. Did I say it right? Militaries, yeah. That use excessive force. The outcomes are the same, realistically. Oh, this is a crazy Monday, man. Seriously. Oh my God. I just wanted to have a nice discussion about what's happening in the Middle East. And here we are debating this stuff. It's crazy. Oh my God. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. Activate the like button. Subscribe for more. You know the deal. Follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc., etc. Come on. I thought we were going to talk about burritos. Oh, we're not there yet. I haven't even been able to talk about like what happened with Bibi. Like Benjamin Netanyahu said that he's like no peace plan, no plan for peace. I'm having fun. I hope I'm not making anyone mad. This is the only place that didn't ban me in the chat from saying I'm from Israel. No way. You're like Israeli Han. You just show up and people ban you. You're not making anyone mad, but like these are conversations that we've been having on this stream for a long time. Actually, I can't speak for anyone. Is anyone mad that Scoot is in here? I wonder if there is. Maybe there are a few people that are pissed off that you're here. I'm not going to speak for everyone. There probably are people that you're mad in here, that you're in here, to be honest. But like, you know. Yeah, I'm outraged. Outraged. Yes. Also, I don't think all individuals in the IDF would be labeled that, but I've seen enough innocent people get hurt, and also soldiers bragging about war crimes on social media. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that, man. A lot of the bragging and stuff like that. But like, I've seen also that with the Australian soldiers and personnel, like popping people and laughing about it and stuff. Like, it's pretty gross. And that's why I say, like, the organization of a military and like a terrorist cell, like, you know, they're not that different, you know. Unscrupulous as an organization, as a unit, complete monopoly over the use of violence, discrimination, license to kill, and like ideologically backed. Like, what's the fucking difference? Honestly, I'm sure they all think God's on their side as well. You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. Oh, man. Oh, my God. On night shifts, I go on Twitch and go between Israel streams and check what people are saying. Wow. It's interesting. I'm only mad that he's missed my question about calling it is not rail. Oh, what was your question? I missed that as well. I have a question for people that we have in here that take offense to this phrase. Do you take offense to us saying is not rail? And do you see the difference when talking about Israel while we're talking about the government and not the people? Ooh, that's a good two-part question. I like that one. I'm saying is not rail when I say the name of your country a lot. Do you take offense to that? Who is it that takes offense to that and says it's racist? Saint Chi. That's right. But depending on the answer here, we'll have to tell Saint Chi. Tell Google to stop censoring randomly then? I don't know. Yeah, right. All right. You know what? This one, I want to know why the the Iraqi situation is happening now. Damn, he won't give us timestamps, the bastard. Would never be offended from people online. I appreciate the talk and love hearing the opinions. You can say whatever you want at the end of the day. You were never in my shoes. I was never in yours. So we would never really understand each other. But I respect you guys listening. Hence the watermelon. Yes. Well, it goes both ways, doesn't it? The media control in this conversation. All right, suffice to say that there's a big fight going on in Iraq right now, and they want to pipe some oil. I'm done with this piece. I hadn't even gotten to the burrito thing yet. Ah, man. Did I have any more on this one? No, I didn't. All right, just quickly, we're going to cover BB rejecting the piss plan. Okay? I think everyone here wants less pain and suffering to happen for all people. Yes, that would be nice. I mean, I can't imagine living in a country with a bordering nation or nations that hate me religiously. Yeah, actually. All right, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, I might go to Al Jazeera for this one. Actually, and we've got an Israeli in the chat. All right, tell us what you think of this one. Skod.
The Israeli Prime Minister has hit the reset button on US-led plans for Gaza.
Israel rejects the 15-point document. The military will not carry out any withdrawal until Hamas is genuinely disarmed. In addition, the army will continue to thwart threats against our forces and our citizens.
Israeli elections are right around the corner. This declaration was aimed at Benjamin Netanyahu's supporters. They have been furious since U.S. President Donald Trump announced last month that Hamas had agreed to disarm and that Israel would implement a phased withdrawal of its forces.
Israel is very happy about it. Israel helped us, and they've been very good.
Since Trump announced his 20-point peace plan for Gaza last year, Israel has failed to meet its obligations. And instead of redeploying troops, it now occupies more than 70% of the Palestinian territory. Netanyahu says Israel will not withdraw from Gaza until Hamas fully disarms. But the 15-point plan presented by the Board of Peace includes Hamas disarming and handing over maps of its tunnels alongside a phased Israeli withdrawal. Netanyahu's announcement means the International Stabilization Force and the Palestinian Technocratic Committee, both overseen by the Board of Peace, will not be allowed into Gaza to begin their work.
But does that mean, like, if Israel has been like, no, we're not doing the peace plan, none for you, then there is no peace plan anymore and the Board of Peace ceases to exist? It's like an existential threat to the Board of Peace. There's no more Board of Peace anymore. What happened to all the money? Like, there was $1 billion buy-in to get in onto the Board of Peace. And, like, now nothing? Like, we're not doing it. We don't agree to this peace deal. Screw that. There's a Discord if you have any memes, propaganda, or spicy chats. Why on earth would you agree on a peace plan if they are still ruling Gaza? They killed like 1,500 people 3 years ago. Yeah, but they did agree to it. And now they're saying, no, we're not doing it. Well, like, from what I understand is Trump said that Hamas was disarming and it's time for Israel to live up to its agreements and get out. And Trump said it. Trump was like, it's time for you to back off, is not rail. And so now they're making it very clear, or Bibi's making it very clear, that no. That was never on the agenda for us. Board of Peace was drawn up to extend beyond Gaza. Yeah. With $1 billion buy-in. Why the not? Hey, what else are they going to do with the Board of Peace in the region? Gazans don't want peace. Gazans, like the people in Gaza, you mean? Benaberry, they don't want peace. A missile hit a few buildings from me, killed a whole family. We give them money, but we are broke and uneducated. Such is life. Bored, I am bored of peace. Yeah, I know, right? Activate the like button. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was supposed to do that. Sorry, Smandog. Activate the like button. Subscribe for more. Here, for everyone, this is the Discord. Sorry, Smandog. Got it. Here's the invitation for Discord. This is where we do chat. If you're on the horizontal on YouTube, you can actually see the stream chat in the bottom corner. I don't have room on the vertical. Sorry. Look, Shkood. We were told, the world was told that the peace deal, we were told by God Emperor Trump, that the peace deal was on and he had settled and the conflict in Gaza anyway. And there was going to be no more fighting. That's it. And now we're finding out this peace deal is worthless and meaningless. Officially? Come on. I thought it was Supreme Leader. Yes, Supreme Leader Trump of the Trumpian regime. First comment of the day got sniped. R.I.P. Rogue. How you going? Rogue in the house. What did you say? No, I can see it. Is it this? They say they reject the deal unless they disarm, but disarming is part of the deal. Yeah, it was supposed to be part of the deal. It's hard to keep up with all the terms here, isn't it? My God.
This hardline position might invite frustration or condemnation from Washington and the region, but it's not controversial in Israel. The governing coalition is competing with right-wing rivals for every vote. Gaining favor with voters seems to outweigh any other calculus. Noorode Al Jazeera, Bethlehem, Palestine.
All right. We're going to the source for this one, and not Shkood. We're going to I-24, which I'm pretty sure is an Israeli broadcaster, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not a public one. What do you think about the whole hostage situation? Did you cover any of the stories? Negative. No, I did not. I like I said, like people have already alluded to with the whole is not rail thing. I don't usually go here unless absolutely necessary because it's an absolute minefield, especially on somewhere like in YouTube. Like, you know, I don't want to get reported or censored or whatever. So like, I don't go there. I am not giving my opinions on that one openly because, yeah, I don't want to get reported or censored or something like that. But like, did it happen? With the stories, like all that sort of stuff, there's a lot of conjecture and speculation on it. President Trump's kindness can never be fully repaid. Supreme Leader Trump and the Trump regime. But like, yes, I've heard of stories. I've also heard a lot of conspiracy theories about it as well. And like, let's just say the biggest piece of speculation out there generally, I would say, is that it was allowed to happen, if you know what I mean. Like, I've even heard people say that about what happened like you asked about what happened at the beach in Australia. I've heard people speculate on that as well. Like our intelligence services, I'll just say, were kind of like, they knew that something was imminent and they could have done more, but like, it's always very political. So like, you can use that to justify other things. Allowed is mental. Well, you think, like, let's just not talk about is not rail for a second. Let's talk about just generally. You don't think a state doesn't have the capacity to turn a blind eye to an event to use that as a justification for something else? Like people speculate on, like, you know, Pearl Harbor. Like, the Americans knew that Pearl Harbor was likely to happen. And then they were like, once Pearl Harbor happened, then they were just like, oh my God, quickly, we better get into the war then. Like, it's not that far-fetched to believe. October 7th or a shooting at the beach. Like, both. I'm saying. I think there's a general skepticism out there about whether, I'm not saying like you, like as an individual, but like the state, the is not really regime kind of turned a blind eye. Because like it's been good politically. Like, states do this stuff all the time. They kind of just like let something, you know, pass through, and then they can use it as justifications for other things. What's this? Spandong. Like, it's not unusual in history. So it's not far-fetched, that's all.
When you've been away for a while, you want to be taken home by someone special. For those once-in-a-lifetime moments, we proudly introduce the Red Cross Rideshare app.
Oh my God.
Red Ride for hostage? Am I saying that right?
Hostage.
Hey, do you want a water or like the aux cable or anything?
It's about time. Where have you been? Why didn't you bring medicine? Humanitarian aid, a sign of life to my family.
No, we don't do that anymore. We pivoted to just being a rideshare app. It's pretty cool.
Aren't you the Red Cross?
Yeah, we cross between Israel and Gaza. It's kind of our new thing.
What?
Simply download the app, book your ride, and we'll be there within 15 months.
Am I going to see my family now?
Of course. We just need to make one teensy pit stop and go do a ceremony in front of a bunch of terrorists where you guys smile and wave and pretend like you're old friends from sleepaway camp. Is that cool?
Red Ride. We'll be with you the entire 200 meters of a ride literally anyone else could have driven.
All right, we're here. If you could just rate the experience, it really helps. And no pressure, but Hamas always gives 5 stars.
You.
Yep, probably deserve that.
Red Ride. It's like Uber, but with a Nobel Peace Prize.
Dude, I wonder what the fucking comment section is like. It's like Uber, but with a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, that was pretty much the last line. Very good. The best Red Cross documentary. If you ever feel useless, remember the UN and the Red Cross still exists. Savage. Anyone know that donating to the Red Cross might as well chip in for an Uber? Dude, what is going on? What was this, Spendog? How do you find this stuff? All right, this is the... Ooh, I know. Whoa. All right. Israeli Prime Minister rejects 15-point plan for the reconstruction of Gaza. Like, the whole plan. He's rejected the whole thing. What the hell? Dude, does Trump even care at this point? Like, I thought this was Trump's baby. And, like, this tool is just like, nah, you, Trump. I can send you footage of UN RWA workers kidnapping a dead body. You see that? No, not interested. I cannot watch stuff like that on stream. Thank you very much. You can put it in the Discord, but I'm not doing dead bodies on this stream. Sorry.
In a cabinet meeting today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected the board.
The boss said no to Trump. Savage, bro. Savage.
Of Peace's 15-point reconstruction plan by the International Board of Peace. But he also said that the IDF will not withdraw until Hamas disarms. But this, after Israeli army radio reported that the prime minister gave the green light to begin reconstruction in parts of Rafah in southern Gaza, with Gazan workers and contractors apparently will be the ones to carry out the actual construction on the ground, of course, after undergoing security checks. The rebuilding efforts will take place in an area of Rafah under IDF control near the yellow line marking the ceasefire boundary between Israel and Hamas. The work will also include construction of residential housing.
Trump needs some workers' rights to stand up to the boss. Oh, man. Yeah, he just needs to form a union with other people that get rejected by Benjamin Netanyahu. Together, stronger.
Let's hear more on what the prime minister had to say earlier today.
First of all, I want to clarify the main thing. As long as I am prime minister, there will be no Palestinian state, neither in Gaza nor in Judea and Samaria. I do not want to see Fatah-stan or Hamas-stan. And as for the specific things that have been in the news recently, I want to be precise. Israel denies the 15-point document. I heard people say, you didn't say. We said it, and here I'm saying it again. Israel denies the 15-point document. The IDF will not make any withdrawal unless Hamas disarms. And when I say disarming Hamas, this includes heavy weapons, less heavy weapons, and light weapons.
But that was the plan, though. They disarm, and Israel gets out. They disarm. That is the plan. So why do you have to reject the plan? Come on. I'm wondering what's going on here, and it's just because the election's coming up. You gotta play hard, man.
All weapons. And we are talking about the real disarmament, not fictitious disarmament. And now we are talking to...
Hey, it's not my piss plan, bro. How do you disarm them? Never understood that. It's a good question. That's a fantastic question. You can't. You can't. I don't think you really ever can.
The Americans on the issue. They have ideas, some of which are acceptable to us and some of which are unacceptable to us. And we know how to stand up to these things. And we have proven it in the past, and we are proving it today as well.
Joining us now in studios, I-24 News senior correspondent Owen Alterman. So how do you explain the seemingly discrepancies, rejecting the plan, but now he's reconstructing, saying, okay, they don't have to disarm, but then when it comes to the Board of Peace, they do. So how do you make sense of what's...
Guerrilla warfare? I think you mean terrorism, right? They use the word guerrilla warfare. Usually, the state just sanctions that as terrorism. Getting them to disarm, you have to get them to come to the table. You'll never flush them all out.
Seems to be a bit of a cobweb.
Emily, there is a specific issue that's an issue of policy or national security doctrine from Israel's perspective. And then there's the larger context of what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, and that's all about Israeli politics. The narrow policy issue, what the 15-point plan calls for from the Board of Peace in point 8, is for a phased Israeli withdrawal from the areas in Gaza that the IDF occupies, meaning Hamas starts the process with the Board of Peace, with those forces on the ground, of handing over its weapons to be put in storage as the plan outlines. And in parallel with the phasing of that plan, there is a phased Israeli withdrawal from the parts of Israel, of the Gaza Strip that Israel occupies. So there is partial Hamas disarmament, and there's a partial Israeli withdrawal, more Hamas disarmament, deeper Israeli withdrawal, and the two parts work in tandem. What Benjamin Netanyahu is saying is no. From Israel's perspective, the answer to that is no, until Hamas gives away all of its weapons, and not just heavy weapons, but personal weapons. And if you look in Clause 9 of the plan, some of those weapons could potentially be kept by Hamas fighters. But until Hamas is fully disarmed to the last gun, Israel won't move an inch from the Gaza Strip.
So effectively, as we've already established here, we ain't moving until they've dropped every single weapon of humanly imaginable. Anything from heavy weaponry to a slingshot. It's all gotta go. And that will never happen, so there will be no withdrawal. That's effectively, you gotta read between the lines on that one. Gotta read between the lines. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What do you think about tunnels? Yeah, well, if you are fighting an adversary that has different capabilities to you, then you use whatever tactics. And like, so, yeah, tunnels, if that's the way it is. Like, look at what Iran has done in its mosaic system to defend itself against American aggression. Everything's underground, baby. Tunnels are probably as good as drones too. I would rather be executed than going under the ground 100 meters. I have asthma, man. Yeah, like, you know, and anyone who's like worried about confined spaces, fuck that. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you'd have to be very ideologically driven in order to go through all of that. I wonder what motivates people to do these things.
That's Israel's position. That's the narrow policy disagreement between the Board of Peace and the Israeli government. What's behind the doctrine? A risk-averse Israeli strategy in the Gaza Strip and other areas along Israel's borders as a lesson that Israel's national security planners have taken since October 7th of having a buffer against armed groups on or near Israel's borders.
Incredibly determined, yes.
That's what's driving it. An observer can agree or disagree with that. That's where the Israeli government stands, and that's the gap between the Israeli government stance and the Board of Peace and the Board of Peace doctrine. So look, there's a joint interest.
Dude, like, look
in
at those mountains of rubble, though. Like, look at the stuff they're showing. Like, why are they showing this footage for? Like, what else would you do but tunnel? Like, if everything has just been reduced to rubble, like, unless you're gonna make tunnels through the rubble, like, what else can you do? I think YouTube censored me. Got censored, Mamuba? I'm shocked. You wouldn't get censored, would you? Surely not.
Construction in the Gaza Strip. It may not be tenable to have so many people without housing, and so there may be an incentive to move forward on that while keeping the Israeli military as a buffer from those communities right on the Gaza border. But Emily, and this is also important, if you look not only at the part of Benjamin Netanyahu's comments about Gaza, but you look at the entire statement, 3 minutes, 52 seconds is distributed by the Prime Minister's office, Netanyahu wasn't just talking about Gaza, and the message was much larger. What Netanyahu was saying, and it was a political talk, a political set of comments. You, the opposition, are attacking what I have done during this war. You are saying that I haven't had enough of achievements on the battleground. You are saying that Israel is withdrawing, is pulling its punches toward Iran, is not acting with enough assertiveness in Lebanon, and here that Israel is about to withdraw from positions in Gaza, goes through each of those fronts and talks about Israel is not doing that, and takes some swipes at the opposition saying, this is what you're saying in advertising campaigns, this is what we are doing. Emily, what's interesting about this from a political perspective, as we're less than 3 months away from Election Day, Benjamin Netanyahu wants to hit back on a security issue and is willing to make security part of the campaign, not running from it, but someone who has a nickname as Mr. Security in Israeli politics, even given the unhappiness in among parts of the Israeli public with the achievements of the last few years, wants to go back to the traditional right-wing position by saying, even if you don't like everything I've done, trust me, those lefties on the other side will be a lot worse.
Yeah, get the lefties. Get them. Hey, Oh my god. Scood, you have changed? You're on YouTube now? Uh-oh. Watch out. All right. We're having a break. God, I need it. Those uppity rock throwing children need to be handed in. That's what I said. Like everything from what? Hard weapons? Is that what they call it? Hard weaponry? So like people with a slingshot? Hey? Those uppity kids with rocks. Hey? They'll have to lop their arms off and hand them over. We've seen your kids using the rocks before. I said disarm. And I meant it. Choppy choppy of the arms. The arms have got to go. Yeah, that rock comment got censored. That's mental, bro. When I say disarm, I mean it. All right. We're going to have a quick break. You know the score. You know the score. If you are on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. Here is the Discord invitation. Go and... I'm just having a break. I've been going for like 3 hours and I need to have a break, man. Fuck. I have 2 more hours. Don't worry, we're going for another like 3 hours at least, I'd say. Where are you going? You can't go anywhere. I've still got 2 hours on my shift. So good. You're not allowed to leave yet. All right, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just having a break. Give me like 10 minutes max, bro. 10 minutes. I'm not finished. All right. And here is the link to Patreon. Make sure you go over to Patreon and become a free member. Free member, no strings attached, so I can get you on. I can get you on a email list. All right? Do it. All right? If you can financially support, I'll love you forever. But at least do that. All right. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why? when they tell me why.
Dude, just reading the Discord chat, so good. Sorry, fingers were busy packing cones, lol. I hope you work in traffic control or something like that and you're packing cones into the back of a to the back of a ute right now. Unless you're talking about something else. Sorry, fingers were busy packing cones. So good. If there's any internationals that want me to translate that one, let me know. All right. Dude, are we going to... Mamoop, are you still here? Yes, the ute. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. So good. I wish I'd read that at the time. Mamoop, dude. Okay, everyone, we're going to watch Americans and conservatives, I guess. Conservatives, right? And right-wing people trying to synthesize the idea that there is a cost of living crisis. My dad taught me how to roll joints like a real man. Are you serious? Like your father taught you how to roll joints? Man, I wish I had that type of relationship with my parents. Far out. They were not like that at all. They were scared of all that sort of stuff. In 9th grade? That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. My dad used to grow in the bush, yeah. And my parents are not like that at all. I mean, like when I got with my partner now, I met her mother for the first time and we were like driving around and I opened up, like we used to have this extra compartment in the dashboard that was on top of the glove box. And like my partner opened it up and like a little grinder like came like flying out because we were driving and it went over into the back seat and like she picked it up. It was like clear and you could see weed in it. And I was just like, oh shit. And like, it's my car, I'm driving, she's holding it up and she's like, oh, this is interesting. And I was just like, oh no, here comes the judgment. And she was like, when I was in university, I used to roll the best joints. And I was just like, oh, no way. So good. Oh, thank God. We're cool, man. We're cool. I could get better nugs than my dad. So he would give me 60 to go and buy us weed. Dude, that's so good. Beautiful. I mean, she was cool. I was like, oh, fucking thank God. And she knows what it is. Mystery, you asked me if I knew Ron Paul on Discord. If you didn't see it, he's the GOAT. He voted against... Yeah, dude, I saw that. He voted against giving a congressional gold medal to Mother Teresa. Dude, that is hilarious. That's the funniest thing. Out of all the things, it's just like, hey, Mother Teresa, no, fuck that bitch. We're not giving her a gold medal. Hell no. So good. I saw your comment. I saw it. I just did a like laugh emoji on it. I haven't watched the video that you put down. I think it was some video about like him predicting the 2008 crash, but I haven't seen it yet. That moment when you're waiting takes an eternity. Yeah, like you're just like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Am I getting judged right here? Stay away from my daughter. Like all that sort of stuff. No. We are sober Sallies. We don't even drink, which is worse than the herb, to be honest. Interesting. Yeah, fair enough. Yes. All right. We digress. We're actually supposed to be talking about burritos. So yes, there's some type of stoush going on in the conservative movement in the US because I find conservative commentators are pretty detached from reality when it comes to the cost of living. Like I was like left-wing commentators pretend that they know what the cost of living is like, and so they're not shocked at a $20 burrito. But like conservatives are kind of like, just get a better job, like kind of thing. If you want to complain about eating a $20 burrito, now that's a really bad introduction, so I'll give you some context. Watch this. And this is perfect because this is a working class debate. This is the working class deciding whether or not it's worth living in this world anymore. If I can't even get a burrito for under $20. Like, is it worth living in this world? First off, she was a... Second, he voted against every gold medal, but he would always asked everyone in Congress to kick in 100 and they could pay for it. Basically, he was letting them know that they were great at spending other people's money, but didn't like spending their own. Man, that's fucking politics. Unless you've got some revolutionary agenda here, Han. Come join the revolution. But like, unless you got some type of revolutionary agenda here, Han, like, what are you going to do about it? They love spending other people's money, but not their own. Like, man, you're going to have to dissolve Congress and reconstitute. I don't know how you're going to do that. But like, I'd live in your libertarian utopia, Han. I would. You can quote me on that if you want. If you think you're going to get people to, like politicians, to stop spending other people's money, that'll be a good one, man. All right. Let's watch Burrito Gate. Burrito Gate. So bad. Everything gets a gate now.
A war of words has erupted that threatens to tear apart the Republican Party. And it's all over a $20 burrito. Turning Point USA spokesperson Andrew Colvett kicked off the debate by lamenting
He has clipped you in the past. Just have to vote for the right people, I guess. Dude, you sound like a revolutionary, Han. We're all going to join the libertarian revolution. You can be libertarian Lenin, Han. Eh? Would you like that? I mean, I do like the idea of not glorifying Mother Teresa anymore. Props.
cost of living. He tweeted, "One of our Turning Point USA college students gave me his take on affordability. A burrito shouldn't cost $20. Yeah, a lot of this is hangover from COVID and Biden-era inflation, but the lived experience is the same. It just feels like basic things cost too much."
Yeah, it's Biden's fault. Biden did it, but I still can't afford to eat a burrito. Han is totally lib Lenin. Oh yeah, I can see it now. Deathbed baptisms were a bit how you going, and the whole donation controversy, not great.
He tried to soften the blow of his criticism, adding, "Growth is the way out, not trying to be a doomer at all. The Democrats' solutions are socialism and free stuff populism. That will destroy us. But I also don't think lecturing Gen Z on how it's not so bad is helpful either. Things are more challenging for young Americans in many ways." But the innocent observation sparked a fierce debate amongst conservatives, with commentator Dan Crenshaw hitting back, saying, "Just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate, so just thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college, on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care."
Yeah, eat ramen while you're in college. It's so good. Yeah, you know, eat some ramen. Get mee goreng. It's better.
What you think something should cost, only communists care. They set prices, remember? Then everyone starves, remember? Are you a communist, or are you an American adult male capable of handling his own shit?
Are you a man? That's the real one. That's the real call of the day. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Only communists care. What do you mean the market doesn't? The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Of course the market should care. Of course, in this world, in this liberal economy, this free market world that we live in, the market is constantly responding to what people are willing to pay for things. That's like free market 101. It's economics for dummies. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost, because if you think it costs too much, you won't buy it. Like, this is what these type of people do. These free market advocates, these anti-communist types that love capitalism. That's what the market is all about. Whether people are willing to fork out the cash for something. What idiot. What a fucking idiot. Is this a culture war issue? No, this is a side of the, from what I understand, this is one side of the political spectrum. People that are usually conservative dealing with working class politics and reading it really badly, it would seem. Just being like, toughen up, loser. You don't like spending $20 on a burrito? Don't blame politicians and the state of the economy. It's you, because you suck, because you don't have a good enough job to be able to afford your $20 burrito. Don't blame the market. It's not the market's fault. You want to control prices, that's what communists do. You're not a communist, are you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now be a man and go and buy that $20 burrito and not whinge about it. I am more like Lib Marx. When I die, I'm going to charge people to pay tribute to my tomb. So good. And so how do you suppose a dead person charges tribute? And like, how does it reach him in whatever plane of existence he is on at the moment? Just asking for a friend. I expect to take my tribute to heaven with me. Eye Patch McCain lost his eye before he figured out that the hole in the stall was for what the hole in the stall was for. I mean, brutal way to say it, but he's right. Don't go buy fast food if you can't afford it. Pretty simple. People want to know why they can't afford it, though. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Like, if you can't afford it, don't buy it. Like, that's pretty much, that's easy. But like, it's still a valid question. Why the fuck can you not buy a burrito? Like, when I was in the US, like, what, 10 years ago? Nah, probably longer. Maybe closer to 15 years ago. Like, they were $4. Was it a shit joke, or did Mystery not get it? No. I'm with you. Thank you very much, Han. I'm not biting, though. It's a sex thing. Hey, where's fucking Ravy? Is that a sex thing? Blame aside, it just makes capitalism work the way it should. Put those businesses out of business when no one buys fast food because it's too expensive relative to majority income. Yo, I'm back. Yeah, interesting. Welcome back. Yeah, look, I don't know. I think actually this is not a culture war issue. This is actual like economic stuff playing out in the real world. And it seems to just be conservatives debating each other. What do you think? I need to know, Jag. You've raised the question. I got to know. And this is beautiful. This is beautiful to watch these people struggle to reach real working people. Struggling people who are like, come on, man. This used to be an affordable option. Like, it's got rice in it. It's got some veggies, I guess. Bit of meat. Like, at least it's something. Something nutritious. And like, these people would die if they ever came to Australia. Like, I'm pretty sure a burrito the size that the Americans eat would be like $30 in Australia for sure. Like, they're huge. Beans and rice is peasant food. Of course, that's the only. I don't know. I think it could be a culture war issue. Like, in what sense, though? Like, these people are struggling with people talking about the cost of living, and they're completely detached from their own persons. Ask the research assistant what if this is a culture war thing. Like, what specifically? Like, how would I even ask that question? Like, is the burrito debate gripping the GOP? Is that a culture war issue? Do you reckon it's nuanced enough to understand what we're asking it, though? That's the $1 trillion question. I don't know. Is it nuanced enough? It's a class war within the culture wars. Interesting. It's like Inception. It's class war. I'm not saying like it's class warfare, I guess. But it's definitely a working class issue for sure. People struggling to buy stuff that, like, in the US is like, I thought food was relatively cheap. It was the last thing the Americans had. At least you had cheap food, cheap cars too, actually. Cheap essentials, I'd say. It's the working class versus the upper class of the GOP, ever within the party. All right, what am I actually asking the research assistant? We are looking into the burrito debate that is happening in conservative or right-wing politics in the US about whether or not the cost of a burrito should be $20. Using the Wikipedia definition of the culture war, are you able to describe whether or not this is a culture war matter? I'm trying to discern this. Relative to the idea of class war. So good. Come on, AI, vindicate me. Wikipedia definition is quite helpful here. It describes culture war as conflict between social groups attempting to impose their ideology on society, particularly through hot-button politics, values, morality, and lifestyle, and through adversarial narratives designed to produce political polarization. All right, here it is. So is the burrito debate a culture war? Strictly speaking, the price of a burrito isn't inherently a culture war issue. There's nothing inherently cultural about or moral about whether burritos should cost 10, 15, or 20. What's interesting is how the issue is being politicized. The controversy began around a complaint that a burrito costing $20 demonstrates how unaffordable life has become. Conservative figures then began arguing about whether this represented legitimate economic hardship or simply unreasonable expectations. Dan Crenshaw, for example, responded by telling people to eat ramen and get a job, while other conservatives like J.D. Vance have pushed back against dismissals of the affordability concern. So the burrito becomes a symbol. On one side, it's interpreted as ordinary Americans can't afford basic things. Another interpretation is young people are entitled as they expect the government to provide them with an unnecessary expensive lifestyle. And the second formulation is where the culture war machinery becomes apparent. The argument stops being primarily about price and food and becomes about what kind of person complains about a $20 burrito. An entitled young person, a lazy worker, economically struggling worker, out-of-touch conservative, etc., etc. And this is where you define class war distinction and get it interesting. From the Marxist class perspective, you could say underlying question is much more straightforward. Who produces the burrito? Who sells it? Who owns the business? Who receives the profits? All right, let's not go there. And that's why I characterize it as class economic grievance being fraught through cultural framework. It isn't really a culture war because burritos are cultural. It becomes culture war politics when the economic question is transformed into a conflict about the character, values, and identity of different groups. Okay, so like, LOL, the Marx part was worth the search. Yeah, okay, yeah, I know. It's just about fucking class stuff. A class take on it. But like, here it is. It's saying that like, if like Republican commentators and politicians are like, stupid young people, get a job, that it's culture wars. But if it's like people complaining about the cost of living, then it's potentially a class issue. Just came back after a nice sandwich. What are we talking about? There's something called the burrito debate that's taking over conservative politics in the US. Like, when I say taking over, I use that term loosely. And so like, Americans are complaining. So there was a Turning Point USA, I don't know, event recently, and someone argued or said that like you know, it was Biden that screwed the economy, but it really shouldn't cost $20 to get a burrito in the US. And so people are debating cost of living crisis, and people like, it would seem that authoritative figures in right-wing politics in the US are basically saying things like, stupid young people, just don't buy a burrito then if you don't like it. So like, if everything goes up and becomes unobtainable, do you just turn around to these people and say, stupid people, if you can't afford food, then just don't buy it then? Like, that's the type of logic here. As like, it's just a choice. Like, being poor is a lifestyle choice. Starving is just like, you know, 2025's diet fad or something like that, or like there's some type of trend in health. Like, starving is just a lifestyle option. Like, come on. You don't like it, just opt out. You'll be fine. The distinction between price of food versus price of fast food, that's an interesting one. Yeah. Fix yourself. Don't buy fast food. If you have time for a burrito, you have time for ramen. Yes. Yeah. You got 2 minutes, bro. The burrito is the wrong symbol, lol. It distracts. Man, I wish there was a good burrito in Israel. Have you searched the entire place? Come on. Come on. They should have picked bread. Now, eggs, the price of butter, milk. Eh? These things are good class issues right there. They go back 100 years, these types of discussions. All right, back to it.
And the Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro doubled down, saying, I hear that young people are upset about $20 burritos. Okay, young people, a burrito does not cost $20. If you're paying $20 for a burrito and you're not independently wealthy, you're doing life wrong. We have enough problems as a country without these insane expectations that the government is going to provide us gourmet quality burritos.
I love how they jump from, it's like, say someone has an economic concern, the costs of things are too much, and like, they're straight on the communists. They're straight on the communists. It's like, oh, so what do you want? The government to regulate the cost of food so you can eat? Oh my God, outrageous. And then you know what happens next in communism? Everybody starves. Yeah, we gotcha. Like, yeah, well, you know, maybe we should care about the cost of food. I don't know. Like, it's a fair question. It's a fair point. Honestly. A pack of burrito wraps is like $3. Go and make one. Hey, you. That's what this is about. There's been a lot of fun watching the lib creators losing their shit, saying the DSA are commies and taking over their party. It has been interesting, hasn't it? Eh? It's very interesting. In Israel, it's like $7. Wait, what? $7 to get a packet of burritos. That's pretty outrageous. Maybe you should find a burrito store then. I buy burrito wraps all the time. It's $7 a loaf here now. Should have picked bread. Yeah. Where were you buying a loaf of bread for $7? Like, let me think. When I go to Aldi, it's like $4.95, maybe close to $5. When I go to Woolworths, similar stuff is like $6-7. Oh yeah, maybe it is. That's why I don't buy it at Woolworths, I guess. Yeah, Woolworths. There it is. Yeah, fair enough. $7. Crazy. That's some gourmet shit. That's Woolies, bro. I cook them on a wok and eat them with curry. Delicious. I don't know. I'm happy to go with this being a working class issue. If it's not a full-blown class war thing.
Conservative commentator Mark Thyssen blasted the debate, saying, Crimea River, the burritos in the college cafeteria are included in your meal plan.
Like, what is with these guys? You have people from your base saying that they're worried about the cost of living, and you're just like, grow up, be a man. Instead of acknowledging their grievances, you're just like, don't be a little whiny bitch. Pumpkin seed bread. Woolies brand sells out like, well, bread though. That's mental. Like, this is this is where they get this sort of stuff wrong, I think. Like other type of working class issues, I think they speak to working people better. They speak to more common sense kind of stuff. The right wing, they cut through and get straight to working people. But this type of stuff, they get it so wrong. Like, grow up, be a man. Burritos are even cheaper if you make the tortillas yourself. Good message, bad messenger. Soon we'll only have cockroach meal bread to choose from. Oh God. What's a good Australian dish? I don't know. Fish and chips, not really Australian. Meat pie. Again, not really Australian. I don't know, like Vegemite sandwich. Let's go with that. Snacks, yeah. Meat pie. $3.50. Outrageous. Jesus Christ. It's been a while since I've had one at Bunnings. Vegemite on toast. There it is. Oh, hey. Scoot, get yourself some Vegemite, bro. New Zealand owns the meat pie. Your pies are no way. So you can still get pies, good pies, in certain places. It's not like that everywhere. But I'll take you up on that. Vegemite not available in Israel. Thank God. Well. So somebody knows about Australian cuisine, man. You should try Vegemite, man. Do yourself a favor. Lies and slander on Aussie meat pies. There are good, like, meat pies. You have to fight. You have to know where to go. It's like anything. The locals know where to go. You need to try hummus and shawarma. I've definitely tried it. Don't worry. The part of Australia that I live in is not the place where people eat Vegemite, let's just say. They definitely eat hummus. They eat hummus and shawarma.
Attracted the attention of none other than the Vice President J.D. Vance, who unleashed, saying, "I'm surprised to hear Mark say this. If you've ever met him in person, it's quite obvious the man has never missed a burrito." And far-left Senator Elizabeth Warren put her 2 cents in, using the Great Burrito Rift to call out the current state of the economy and leadership in the United States.
I mean, I go to Chipotle like every 3 days, kind of in rotation, and I have to say it's definitely knocking on $20. It's like, God forbid we want a second scoop of meat. You're definitely going over 20 there.
You may be right.
But what do we do to bring down these prices?
Well, we can bring down these prices by stopping the
You know
war.
what the most interesting thing about this? Like, you culture war, class war, whatever you want. This is News 24. This is Sky News. Why are they platforming Elizabeth Warren? What world have we just stepped into here? This is so strange that they would actually go to her for commentary. What the hell's going on?
War in Iran.
Only going over 20 there.
You may be right.
But what do we do to bring down these prices?
Well, we can bring down these prices by stopping the war in Iran so that we are not driving up the cost of all of our groceries. Everything that has to move through a truck, the gasoline prices drive up the cost of groceries. We can also roll back the illegal tariffs that are driving up the cost of avocados.
Illegal tariffs.
We can break up our meat cartel that is driving up the cost of meat. There's a lot that the Trump administration could do to lower prices, but instead, what they're doing is raising prices. And you know what? It shows up in your burrito.
So if we stop the war, then our burritos get cheaper.
You know,
is what you're
actually, what I'm saying is the cost of food gets cheaper. All of the cost of food gets cheaper. Stop the war, end the illegal tariffs, and we've got a better chance at being able to feed ourselves without going broke.
Dude, what the hell? Look at that one. Indian blood jump scare. What will she do next? Sink the next left-wing candidate for president again? Like, why is News 24, Sky News, showing her opinion on this? Like they're doing some type of weird, I don't know, balanced journalism? That doesn't sound right. Does that sound right to you? I don't know. Doesn't sound right to me. What was the other one that you did, Mamupa? Dude, Mamupa, what is your opinion on this, bro? God, I hope you're still here, Mamupa. I need to know what you think about this. What do you think about the burrito wars? The burrito wars, tearing the conservatives apart. Thanks God this is not happening during the midterms. We'd be completely screwed. All right, let's get Tucky's. Uncle Tuck Tuck is in the house, and he's going to give us his opinion on this. All right, anyone ready for Uncle Tuck Tuck?
Food inflation up 30% in the last, whatever, year and a half or something. And you're not allowed to complain about that. Just make cheaper burritos. I'm also a man in middle age. So, like, I am disconnected. I'll totally admit that. But I know that it...
So good. I got to use that. Can't wait. I might wait a few more years. Wait till I hit my 40s. They'll be like, and I'm also a man in my middle aged. So, hey.
matters because you have to eat to live. So anyone who says it doesn't matter, probably my enemy, actually. And I don't care what you call yourself. Well, I'm a free market capitalist. Okay, I'm Santa Claus. It doesn't matter. You're defending something indefensible and ugly, and I'm not for it anymore. Food inflation up 30% in the last, whatever, year and a half or something. And you're not allowed to complain about that. Just make cheaper burritos. I'm also a man in middle age. So, like, I am disconnected. I'll totally admit that. But I know that it matters because you have to eat to live. So anyone who says it...
Dude, this is working class politics right there. You have to eat to live. Hey, food isn't a luxury. Hey, yeah, fair enough. It is true. People have to make hard decisions about eating and budgeting all the time. Like, budgeting is a real thing for many people around the world. Do I afford to go without this or go without this today? And like, at least I used to have burritos back in the day. I can't even lean on burritos anymore. Oh man. I'm a middle-aged man, so naturally I'm disconnected. So good. I'm so good. Few more years I'm gonna start rolling that line out. Look, I'm a middle-aged man, so naturally I'm disconnected. This is a psyop plot by Tuck for his new party. Yeah, I get it, but like, isn't it interesting? As part of a psyop, what do? You double down on working class politics. I won't call it class warfare. I won't. I'm just going to stick with working class politics. They like to call this populism, popularism, etc., appealing to the working people, the plebs, the commoners as a unit. Hey, they like to disparage that type of stuff. Okay, people use it for nefarious purposes. We've seen that throughout history. Appealing to the broad masses, promising them something, giving them like an easy tokenistic win so they can drool over while secretly in them over with your real policy decisions. But like, hey, he's hitting the nail on the head there. What? People have to buy food to eat so they can live? Oh my God. Yeah, he's trying to hijack the MAGA movement. Well, let's see where it goes, eh? When Tucker starts cooking his own food, I'll take his takeout opinion more seriously. We all know when you hit 35, you can just turn off your brain. I'm completely disconnected. When your internet shits out mid-ranked game and you call your mate on the phone to explain. Working but basically agree with Tucker? That's your, what? That like when you become a middle-aged man, you're completely disconnected? Or like, no, this is bullshit. Food prices have gone up. And we shouldn't stick our heads in the sand about this. I'm very surprised at the conservative reaction to this. They've doubled down on the whole. 4AS would love this as well. They've just doubled down on the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps thing. Like, you want to eat a burrito? Good. Well, then pull yourself up by your bootstraps, douchebag. Then you can eat a burrito. It's good free advertising. A week of international news. Macca's would be howling. LOL. I do appreciate Tucker's CIA training, though. He's Burger Samurai. Hey, look at that. Burger Tucker isn't real. He can't hurt you. We got some good freeze frames that way. All right. Moving on through the burger wars. No, the burrito wars. Sorry, not the burger wars. Let's go. Let's get a take on this. This is ABC, so I don't know what's this, like weird, like liberal take on this one. Snowflake liberal take on this one.
It's the tweet that set off a political debate over the price of burritos.
We're going to bring you up to speed on the great burrito debate of 2026.
A spokesperson at Turning Point USA.
The great burrito debate of 2026. This is where American society is at. Like we talked about before, like comparison to like where America was at when they were in a kind of in a rivalry, locked in a evolutionary arms race against the USSR for supremacy. And they had to keep themselves in check and it raised their standards. And like, this is it. This is what you get without the USSR keeping you in check. You get the great Dorito debate of 2026. This is where we are at, people. It's so funny seeing other people's TV. The people on your TV look like aliens to me. You know what? It's not my TV either, but I'll take it. It's all American stuff. So we haven't looked at anything Aussie today, actually. People on my TV look like they all came from under the ground, lizard people.
He spilled the beans, posting that
Debate of 2026.
a spokesperson at Turning Point USA spilled the beans, posting that a college student recently complained to him about the rising cost of food, telling him a burrito shouldn't cost $20. That post hit a nerve among conservatives, discussing food prices which are up more than 4% since President Trump took office.
A burrito shouldn't cost $20. How is the kid wrong? Prices are out of control. People can't afford it. It's undeniable, just undeniable.
President Trump has insisted that prices are...
Look, we've talked about this quite a lot, but I'm going to say it again anyway, so tough. You can't just, like, to bombard people. You don't talk about psyops. You can't bombard people with advertising their entire lives. I'm not talking about their adult life. Since we are able to visually interpret and audibly interpret our environments, we are bombarded with advertising. And so when people expect to not have to pay an arm and a leg for a burrito because they're used to consuming burritos and they think that is the standard of living, yes, they can just go live off beans that they grow in their backyard and like eat cockroaches or something like that. Like that's what these American people expect is what happens in North Korea. They're not used to that style of living, that standard of living. And so like their standard of living is my usual costs should cover me to have a burrito. And so like if you bombard people with decades and decades of solid psychological warfare through very astute and effective marketing campaigns, and people get upset when they can't have a burrito, like, okay, yes, all right, man up, just don't buy a burrito then. But like people have this expectation that society will deliver burritos for them at an accessible, tangible cost. That's the great social contract there. And the market system is failing, and it's delicious to see the market system fail and conservatives cannibalize their own people because they rabidly support the free market. And so when their own supporters, their own people turn on them and it's just like, you know what? I think the market sucks on this. They're just like, it's not the market. It's you. You're a failure. It's your problem. And if you don't like it, then you can just leave. You don't like America? Get out. But I was born here. Get out. It's so delicious seeing this reaction.
Coming down, but even some of his own supporters are raising concern, like this person whose email was read on the Charlie Kirk show.
We have 5 kids. Groceries are unaffordable. I am a Trump guy, but he is not turning this around. Doesn't matter how often he brags about eggs.
Others say young people should stop complaining. Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw posted, "Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college. Conservative columnist Mark Thiessen wrote, "Cry me a river. The burritos in the college cafeteria are included in your meal plan," saying that a burrito only costs $20, quote, when you buy it on DoorDash. Vice President J.D. Vance taking the student side and firing back at Thiessen, saying, "I'm surprised to hear Mark say this. If you've ever met him in person, it's quite obvious the man has never missed a burrito."
A former
Never missed a burrito. I wonder what that means. Poor old Joe struggling with Erica's legacy. A washed up comedian. Well, back to my tent waiting for public housing while the burrito debate rages on. Not a bad symbol at all. Yeah, sitting in a tent waiting for my burrito. Imagine saying stop whinging when you look like a conservative pirate. Yeah, pull yourself up by your peg legs. You stupid kids. DoorDash Premium. Ben's dropping fat jokes. So good. He's never missed a burrito. What's he talking about?
Trump campaign official responded saying people should not dismiss the economic anxieties of young Americans.
Oh, yeah, they shouldn't, but we'll make fun of them anyway. Arr, me hearties. I see. All right, here's one. And I think this is like a conservative news station, I guess. The Hill. I'm pretty sure they're conservatives.
Discourse about the economy and the cost of living have swept through conservative circles online for the past several days. On Monday, right-wing commentator Matt Walsh suggested one of the main reasons that socialists are gaining power is because people are unhappy with food prices continuing to rise in President Trump's second term.
That sparked a lot of reactions on X, including...
Because socialists, like part of evil institutions like the DSA, commies, commies, have something to say about this issue. Something to say about this issue. Like, it shouldn't cost this much to feed yourself. It shouldn't. Dirty commies and evil socialists have that rhetoric down pat. And people are like, all right, well, okay, it costs $20 to have a burrito. I have expectations about my living standards. Then, like, maybe this is the way to go. And then you have conservative commentators, authoritative figures who are just like, you're the loser for not being able to buy a $20 burrito. Like, kick someone while they're down. That's great. Like, clever way of doing things. This is the most class-conscious issue your news job has covered in 2 years. My face went. See, people would like Vance better if he just said what he means. Like his geriatric boss, just say, yeah, I bet he never missed a burrito, that fat. Don't make us read between the lines. Dilemmas has been lurking. All I gotta say is, have Americans tried a gyros yet? Gyros instead. Yeah, there should be enough Greek people in the US. It depends on what section, I guess.
From Turning Point USA spokesman Andrew Colvett, who added, one of our TPUSA college students gave me his take on affordability. A burrito shouldn't cost $20. Yeah, a lot of this is a hangover from COVID and Biden era inflation, but the lived experience is the same. It just feels like...
You know what the best part is as well? Like lived experience used to be a term that was just reserved for weird socialist organizations, weird cult-like socialists and like hippie kids and hipsters and stuff like that. My lived experience, like kind of thing. And like everyone uses lived experience now. It's part of everyone's vocabulary. But my lived experience, it used to be almost a douchey thing to say, talking about your lived experience. Now, even conservatives who are complaining about the cost of living to their conservative gods talk about their lived experience. It's so good. There's so many delicious things in this. Personally, I prefer the Slovakia, but point taken. Lived experience. It is it a doner, kebab, or gyros? I never know. Weaponized by centrists, news outlets. Yeah, the radical centrists.
Basic things cost too much.
Others on the right were more dismissive of the complaints about affordability. Washington Post columnist Mark Thiessen responded to Colvette's post, "Crimey River, the burritos in the college cafeteria are included in your meal plan." This was a big trending topic on X yesterday. I had a couple tweets about it.
Say your piece on
Yes.
air.
Okay, so and we've got limited time, so I got to go through this quickly. Look, yes, inflation and the war in Iran and a lot of other policies are driving up prices, and that's bad.
Yeah, I was actually like, what's he talking about? Meal plan at uni? What is that? Like they feed you? Point of personal privilege. My lived experience is food's too bloody expensive. Yeah. And despite lived experiences, the stats say, yeah, that everything is fine. And the cost of living is actually going down. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Conservatives laid that at the feet of Joe Biden, and so they have to own it now that Trump's in charge, and prices are still out of whack. That's true. That's true. But burritos are expensive, and these other food items are expensive. Young people, my generation does it, millennials, Gen Z, there's too much door dashing and Uber Eatsing. The reason it's so expensive...
Blaming the young people.
Well, if you order the food online and have it prepared for you and have it delivered to your doorstep, it costs a lot more. That's what they're actually talking about. If you can cheaply buy the ingredients to make a burrito or a sandwich or a pizza or the convenience food they're going after, and you can buy it at the grocery store, and the grocery store prices are too inflated right now, yes, but you can eat good meals very cheaply with just a little bit of forethought rather than, I'm hungry, let me Uber Eats it. If you look survey-wise, people are doing that way too much. And look, I get it. I used to, because I didn't want to spend the 2 minutes it took to make my...
Nice work, man. Blame the workers. So good. No, but like, fair enough. Okay, organize your day better, and you don't have to get Uber Eats or DoorDash it. Fine, organize your day better. Yes, be a better adult. All right, you're not a child anymore. If you've been used to your whole life being like, "Mom, can I have a sandwich?" and then like now you're just like, "Oh fuck it, DoorDash." Like that's what you're used to doing. Then fine, grow the fuck up. I get it, but that's not what this is about. This is about cost of living. People expect to have access to certain things. And now part of the access is not just, you might have to go to the store yourself to buy the burrito, but like you can have it delivered to you. There's been delivery around for ages. All right? Okay? Right? If you're worried about people delivering food to you and you think that's the killer blow here, it's like, well, you know what? Maybe just go and get your food instead, right? Hey, you lazy kids getting things delivered to you. The real question here is people are honestly saying, right, okay, yes. Like people are highlighting to you the problem is the cost of living. Okay, the expression in this case may be a little bit off. They're like, well, then don't buy a fucking burrito then. But like, Spendong hit it on the head before. So it's like, well, then complain about bread. Because like right now, if you go to Woolworths, it can cost you $7 for a loaf of bread. $7. This is not boutique bread from some artisanal bakery. This is fucking Woolworths, man. This is Woolworths we're talking about here. And so they use bread and butter and milk and, I don't know, eggs, whatever the cliched shit they use. Because then, yes, you can cut out the debate where it's just like, well, I went to the store and got my own milk and eggs and bread and stuff today. And then people can't be like, well, you're just paying for someone to make you a fancy burrito. Well, then make it about something else. The point is the cost of living crisis. And like this douchebag here and all the other douchebags are making this about personal choice. The problem is personal choice. It's not the economy. They've all missed the window. And Tucker, good old Uncle Tuck, he hasn't missed the window, has he? He definitely hasn't missed the window. I've never had DoorDash unless it was a meeting I was at. I've never had DoorDash or Uber Eats or anything like that either. Actually, when we do go out to get food, like if we get like pizza or something like that, And like the kids are like, I'm like, oh, let's go to the shop kind of thing. And like as the kids see that the neighbors get food delivered to them and left on the door, and they're just like, oh, why don't we just get someone to drop off the food to us? I'm like, no, we go to the shop, children, and we interact with the people that are there. And like when we walk in to the shop, then they're like, hello, and they recognize you from the last time. And they're just like, oh, hello, you came back. I'm like, you socialize and you see real people out in the real world. You can have a relationship with these people, and they might give you something for free every now and again, which they do. Every now and again when they see the kids and the kids are looking at juice in the fridge, they're just like, oh, give the kids a juice. Go on, get that one out for the kids. And I'm like, oh, are you sure? If you're sure. It's something that's being lost. I get it. But like this is just another marketable good for them. The service itself, like the someone wrapping and making a burrito for you and someone delivering it to you, is just another thing that is brainwashed into people and marketed to them. It's just another thing, part of the brainwashing that exists in this form, this late stage version of capitalism, etc., etc. It is just part of the process now. All right? Get over it. It's a thing. Yes, I don't particularly like it. I think everyone should go out and get their own food. But like, I'm fully cognizant of the fact that that's part of the deal now. You can get it delivered to you. But you got to, like, fundamentally, what are they complaining about? The cost of living. It's a crisis. And like, it's fair enough that they complain about it, I would say. What's a pizza delivered cost over the burrito? I wonder. Actually, that's a good question. It's a fair question. And a shit ton of battery needing and pleading, then hope, as I hope I'm made it right, then don't burn it. Or you cut it and one big an air bubble inside. Are you talking about making dough? I'm assuming. Must be a making dough discussion. Oh, here we go. As a long-term mum, I wish some cunt would make me a sandwich. Ha. All right. Let's see if are there any other nuggets come out of this discussion.
My own lunch when I was going to work. I spend the 2 minutes it took to make my own lunch when I was going to work. I would buy lunch every day when I had way less financial means than I have now. When I was like not literally starving, but very low starting out salary in DC, and I would buy lunch every day, and that makes no sense. Now I make a lunch for myself every day, and I am way more wealthy than I was then. I could easily buy lunch every day. I don't do it because I like to save the money, and I like to be in control of what I eat. You can eat healthy if you prepare it yourself. Some life advice for you young people: do not buy lunch.
You sound like the old man.
DoorDash.
Hindsight is 20/20, Robbie. Let 20-year-olds be 20-year-olds, but they're saying, can they just afford stuff? They're saying that tariffs have caused things to go up. Trump is calling affordability a hoax. And
so no way this spoiled makes his lunch.
Therefore, he's not addressing it for real. Food and grocery costs are up, specifically because of the war, specifically because of things like fertilizer not being able to get where it needs to go. Labor and immigration has changed, specifically because of his immigration policies. Lumber in Canada, so housing costs are up. I mean, like, young people are dealing with unprecedented circumstances because of decisions directly made by the president. Some of that is spillover from COVID. Some of that is spillover from Biden. But the president has directly made decisions specifically around tariffs that have caused costs to grow up.
And people. I don't support those. I think the tariffs are very bad policy and we shouldn't do them. Things do sometimes just get more expensive over time. Some aspects of the economy just get more expensive over time. Now we should look at things like consumer electronics, TV.
Some things get more expensive over time. What? Like, it's called inflation. Come on, man. Seriously.
These computers, phones, all those things have gotten way less expensive over time. Those happen to be the things where there's the least government involvement in their creation. Maybe there's a lesson there. Maybe we can do it for education. That does it for us on right.
So, like, that was the insight there. Like, TVs are less expensive than they used to be, and that's where there's the least government intervention. Okay. As if what, there's an extreme amount of government intervention in who makes your burrito? What? Like, honestly, what is he talking about? Like, the government intervention is like, keep the meat at an adequate temperature so it doesn't develop salmonella and kill people? Is that the type of government intervention we're talking about here on how to make a burrito? No, you must fold in this direction. You fold the ends, you tuck with the thumbs, and you flip over. It must be done like this. So saith big government. Mexicans are bringing burritos over the border. Maybe you shouldn't deport them. Haha, we finally got it. Dude, could you imagine saying that to these Turning Point USA people? It's just like, actually, we've been checking the numbers. And since you cracked down on the border, the cost of burritos has skyrocketed. Skyrocketed. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah. Oh, shit. Thank God they pivoted to a much more relatable product like TVs. Eh? LOL, they're not even putting any effort into this gaslighting. How fair dinkum US media is fucked. Like, they're trying. They're trying. Eh? Look at TVs. The cost of TVs have gone down. Yeah, so the cost of computers. And look, everyone has a computer in their pocket now. The technology has changed. What technology has changed for burritos to bring the cost of burritos down? Eh? Like, come on. Burritos are now in pill form. You just add water, and then poof, you've got a freshly ready burrito straight off the bat, just like the migrants used to make them. Tortilla AI. That rap tech. Oh, man. God, there's so many idiots out there, isn't there? Seriously. Well, anyway, Mamupa, that was for you, man. That's the great burrito debate of 2026. Does anyone want to chime in on this? Does anyone actually think that, like, these kids are all ridiculous and they shouldn't get burritos? Or does anyone actually think that, no, they should let them eat burritos? It's the market that's failing. I wonder if anyone feels strongly about this, but it's very interesting that people have, like, actual regular people concerns, working people concerns. Hey, it costs a lot of money to buy food that used to be pretty fucking available or pretty reachable. No, it's definitely my fault. It's definitely my fault. I used to be able to afford this, but I cannot anymore. Definitely my fault. Absolutely. The economy is fine. It's me. I'll never speak again on this. Technology always gets cheaper as time goes by. Yes, they should be investing in more burrito making technology. Humans, they're the problem. Screw your burritos. LOL. Not now with AI eating up all the RAM. I think it's a quote from a college student that the media are deliberately taking out of context. Clearly he meant cost of living. But he's a drunk college student. Oh, man. Yeah, now it's specifically about burritos. Yeah, douchebags. AI is probably eating your burritos. Probably. Once you can afford a burrito, you might never be able to afford a burrito ever again. That is the way of capitalism. Chipotle is trash now anyways. That's sad. I remember discovering Chipotle when I was over there. I thought it was incredible. Like, it was like, they seriously, I don't know if that's probably changed now, but like they were like a size of a small loaf of bread. Couldn't believe it. And it was like $4 where I was getting it. $4. $4. Food was so cheap in America. Man. I can imagine why Americans would be so pissed off about this. Like, you guys have, or had, cheap food. Cheap food. Water is needed to produce food. Data centers will use water that we can use for food. More demand for water. Increase in price. Portions are more controlled and the quality is not as good. When they first opened, it was unlimited. It's cheap in more ways than one. However much they can pack in the burrito. Oh, it's unlimited, right? Bursting at the seams. It's an attack on the working class, really. All right. Screw your burritos. Oh, fuck. Got me too good for almost no reason other than obvious. He banged a burrito. Oh, man. Oh, that's enough. Cheap shit food, though. Have a go at the sides of them. Full of pesticides and antibiotics. Don't forget GMOs. Yeah, fair enough. But they're huge. You could feed a family with one of those things, seriously. All right. Now, we are moving on to bigger and better things. We're going to do a little bit of China glazing. Like, you know, here, there, and everywhere type of China glazing. Nothing crazy. X and F. Who's stopping the people complaining about making their own burrito company? Again, who's stopping the people complaining from making their own? No one? Like, what, one person in a tweet saying that it's kind of unfair that we have to spend that much money on a burrito? Yeah, go make your own burrito company, you loser. Yeah. I like Chipotle from time to time. Shredded beef is so good. Man, I'll never eat there ever again now. I don't think I can ever go back to America now. Not with the content I create. I want to... Hobo Joe, are you still there? This is something I've wanted to watch for like all of last week, and it kept missing me. But we're going to do a little bit of China glazing. We're going to do actually just some tech glazing. We've been talking about technology and how technology... Plug from long form listening. Ooh, it's long. Links for long form listening? Oh, I did actually plug this earlier. But like, fair enough. Good idea. Why loser? If $20 is too much, it should be profitable to make a competitor. Yes, that's right. Because everybody in this absolutely free market world, is every time you find a product that you're dissatisfied with because of price, you're just like, all right, fine, I'm going to start my own business then. The cost of electricity is too much. That's it. I'm going to create my own power plant and then form my own grid. Start my own company, service myself. What's stopping me? Nothing. It's all in here. I get what you're saying. You have the freedom to make a difference. But like, you can't do that with every consumer item that you're upset about. And you have the right to be upset, okay? In a free society. I don't want to solve the problem. I want to complain until other people solve the problem. Right. Yeah. Let's just make a burrito company then. Got it. All right. You don't like the surgery, sir? Well, then become a surgeon and operate on yourself. Hey? Loser. Get your own surgery. Stop rounding up all the immigrants and the cost of burritos might go down. Savage. All right. If you haven't already, see that link that I just sent in the chat there? Click on it and go over to the podcast channel. Me and 4AS do a podcast. Go over and check out the podcast. We did an interesting episode on propaganda. Just give some context to this whole burrito discussion, let's be honest. Go over. Check it out. Check it out. Like a warm burrito. I'm not burrito sexual, but $20 is $20. So good. Great long form deep dives for anyone into it. All right. Note that who's stopping the people complaining sometimes has an answer. In the case of surgeons in the US, they're deliberately kept in low supply. In the case of surgeons in the US, they're deliberately kept in low supply? What do you mean? Who keeps them at low supply? The big government. Oh, is it like some other thing? I'm interested. I'm intrigued now. No, you would be able to become a surgeon, but they're kept in low supply. I'm intrigued. I'm gonna bite X and F. Come on, what are you going on about? Why do they keep surgeons in low supply in the US when across the water, across the lake in Cuba, they have more doctors than can poke a stick at? Stupid commies. Control over food prices is the thing too. Can charge more like diamonds. All right. Hobo Joe, I hope you're there. This one's for you, man. We've talked about this. We're going to glaze on some technological achievements. And like this is some China glazing, but the French are doing the same thing. And I think this stuff is absolutely fascinating if they can pull it off. China's artificial sun breakthrough, world's biggest fusion magnet, could change energy industry forever. Imagine if all of this stuff we've been talking about today was hypothetical, with like oil and like the petrodollar system and the world empire kind of held together economically anyway by the petrodollar system. And finance capital centered in certain nodes, but like specifically like Wall Street. Imagine if energy became like real, like large scale energy production could become an actual problem of the past, and we could all have unlimited energy potential. Unlock your energy potential today. Let's find out about this fusion magnet. Anyone have any opinions on this stuff? People usually are pretty opinionated here about energy policy. No, we need nuclear reactors. Yeah, and get rid of wind turbines because they look ugly and they kill lots of birdies. Is this the thing where they've got large scale positive energy production for fusion? We're about to find out. I think this might be AI slop stuff, but this is for you, Hobo Joe. XNF, government, board certification, medical schools, admission, medical associations, lobbying, hospitals, residency, all participate. They don't maximize throughput of capable people. They set targets that they try to hit. Dude, like, you're describing the market system, right? Like, that's the market system right there. Medical schools, medical associations, hospitals, like all of this market activity. Instead of having a system, no, that's a cartel. Okay, right. So when the market doesn't work, it's because it's a cartel. It's got nothing to do with the market. Right, got it. So, like, how do you explain Cuba then? Which is on, like, the brink of collapse, but like has heaps of doctors. It's not a market. It's government regulated. What? Like Cuba. But like that's the thing. It's like, it's basically upturning your whole theory. They are. Like it's a government that helps ensure that there are enough doctors trained and gives them access to that training. Surgeons, it's literally illegal. It's not a free market at all. Okay, so you don't think market conditions are what have pressured medical schools and associations and hospitals into doing this? It's not market forces at all. No, it's just a cartel. And so how do you break up a cartel? Sounds like you need some government regulation. No, surely not. Just leave it to the market. Oh, this is what happens when you leave it to the market. It forms into a cartel. Oh, we better break it up. How are we going to break it up? Ooh, maybe some regulation. Oh, you can't do that. That's big government. All right, let's just leave it to the cartels then, everyone. And it'll figure itself out. Yeah, okay, great. Wonderful. Let's just leave it to the market then, because you can't regulate it, because that's big government. I don't know, man. I'm seeing a pattern here. X and F. I'm struggling to see what you're claiming. Like, that sounds like a mark. It's like the blood. It's like the diamond. Who brought out the diamonds? Like, diamonds aren't actually in constrained supply or limited supply. They're in constrained supply. That sounds like a market distortion to me. Yeah, you got to make the diamonds that are in circulation more valuable or more pricey. Maybe not more valuable. All right, back to it. Simply have the government intervene in every cartel situation. You know how if the Google, YouTube algorithm was completely transparent or key exactly the same, people would figure out and milk it? California is full of different kinds of cartels. So they keep it obfuscated and they shake it up. Yeah, unless you're traditional media in Australia, then you get access to the algorithm, apparently. I'm going to have to read this because I think it is just like an AI style one where they're just going to give us facts. All right. For you, Hobo Joe. Let's do this. World's biggest fusion magnet completed in China. An artificial sun doesn't sound dangerous, lol. Could fusion power change everything? It's the question. The technocratic vision for energy accounting would be over the moon about this. How would their society work? How would technocracy incorporated society work if like energy was unlimited? I think let's ask the research assistant just like basically to explain fusion power. I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to pretend to know what the fuck is going on here. Can you explain fusion power very simply as it relates to people trying to create a fusion magnet that is akin to the sun? It appears that the Chinese and the French are looking to develop this technology. Dude, it has to be simple. Come on. Give it to me like I'm a 12-year-old, please. The whole thing was based on energy abundance, and things would be priced and how much energy it took to produce the things. And people would get energy credits instead of classical money. Yeah, but so and then how would their society work if, like, let's say there was no cost on energy anymore? Like, why would you wouldn't need currency. I guess you wouldn't have any issue. Like, everyone would just work for free, right? And just each according to their abilities, for each according to their needs. It would become, in some technocracy incorporated, would become a communist utopia. Absolutely. The easiest way to think about fusion power is the sun is essentially a giant natural fusion reactor. Inside the sun, enormous gravity creates incredible pressure and temperature. Hydrogen nuclei are forced close enough together that they fuse, producing helium. When they fuse, a tiny amount of mass is converted into a huge amount of energy. Scientists are trying to reproduce that process on Earth, without needing the sun's enormous gravitational pressure. So it's not actually sustainable then, because you need hydrogen to be able to do it. So like if we have a limited amount of hydrogen, that's a problem, I guess. All right, where the giant magnet comes in. The problem is that fusion requires temperatures of tens of millions of degrees. At those temperatures, hydrogen isn't a normal gas anymore. It becomes plasma, as extremely hot soup of charged particles. You obviously can't put something that hot inside an ordinary metal container. It would melt instantly. So scientists use powerful magnetic fields to hold the plasma away from the walls. Use powerful magnetic fields to hold plasma away from the walls. Okay. The important distinction is that fusion reactors don't literally make a magnet that is like the sun. Rather, they use enormous magnet fields to create sort of an invisible magnetic bottle containing an artificial miniature star. The famous donut. One major approach is called a tokamak. Imagine a giant donut-shaped chamber, okay? Powerful magnets surround it and cause the incredibly hot plasma to circulate around a donut without touching the walls, okay? Got it? Goal essentially hydrogen, extreme heat, plasma, magnetic confinement, fusion, energy. And there's a crucial catch. You have to put a tremendous amount of energy into the system to get the plasma hot enough and confined long enough for fusion to occur. The ultimate goal is to get substantially more usable energy out than you put in. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, usually when you're doing energy production. Got it. You're probably hearing about two different but related efforts. China operates the East Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak, sometimes nicknamed China's artificial sun. It has been used to investigate maintaining extremely hot plasma for long periods. France is home to ITER, the enormous international fusion experiment being constructed in southern France. China is actually one of ITER's major international partners, alongside the EU, United States, Japan, India, Russia, and South Korea. Oh, interesting. It is not quite China versus France. China is helping build the French-based international fusion project while simultaneously operating their own experimental tokamaks. The really exciting part, if scientists can make this work commercially, fusion has some extraordinary characteristics. Fuel, hydrogen isotopes, which are abundant, energy, potentially enormous amounts, no carbon emissions during operation, much less long-lived radioactive waste than conventional nuclear fission, no runaway chain reactions. If the plasma loses its confinement, the fusion reaction simply stops. Okay. Cool. That's all we need to know. X Megatron Ron status. What's this? Or what this? Is this a movie clip or something? Oh, this is the thing that we're looking at here, right? Oh man, can't I actually hear it though? I have to log in. Oh, there's nothing to hear, I guess. This is the thing. Now let's have a look. What if it implodes and creates a black hole?
China says it has taken a major step toward one of science's biggest ambitions, building an artificial sun. The country has completed testing on what researchers describe as the world's largest superconducting fusion magnet, a critical component designed to power future nuclear fusion reactors. Officials say the breakthrough supports Beijing's goal of generating
XNF, lots of nifty tech happening in China that Westerners tend not to acknowledge. And what do you think about that? Do you think it's interesting that they're doing all this stuff? Every decade fusion is only 10 years away. Interesting. So it just fizzles, unlike fusion. Oh, instead of melting down kind of thing. They try 3 years, huh?
electricity from fusion power around 2030. But what exactly has China built? Why is this magnet so important? And could fusion energy really transform the world's...
4S. See you later. See you next time. It's not theory anymore, it's engineering. Yeah, that's the sense that I get from it, right? Like, it's really just who's got the effort, who can put the effort in to actually pull this off. Like, if there's anyone, it's someone like fucking China, let's be honest. Smart to be doing it. US and friends are slow and dumb. Well, apparently they're in on the community that's developing this technology. The France are housing a project and they're like developing stuff in tandem. Isn't that interesting? They're all working together. That's lovely, isn't it?
future? Let's explain. China has officially completed testing and expert acceptance of 2 advanced superconducting magnet systems developed entirely within the country. The project was led by the Institute of Plasma Physics under the Chinese Academy of Sciences and forms part of China's ambitious Artificial Sun program. The headline achievement is an enormous D-shaped superconducting toroidal magnet. It measures an astonishing 21 meters long, 12 meters wide, and weighs around 582 tons. Researchers say it is now the largest superconducting fusion magnet ever built for a fusion reactor. Officials also confirmed successful testing of a high-temperature superconducting central solenoid coil, another essential component for controlling plasma inside future fusion reactors. Together, both systems reached what researchers describe as internationally leading performance levels.
Make an artificial moon and I'll be impressed. But for what purpose? I want to control the tides, damn it. Death Star. Ah, of course. Okay, if we can shoot stuff, then that's cool. Just for the record, every fusion reactor is an artificial sun. That's fusion. LOL.
Despite its dramatic nickname, an artificial sun isn't a giant glowing star. It's a nuclear fusion reactor designed to recreate the same process that powers our sun. Inside the sun, hydrogen atoms fuse together under enormous pressure and temperatures. That fusion releases tremendous amounts of energy. Scientists are trying to reproduce this process here on Earth. Unlike traditional nuclear power, which splits atoms, fusion combines them. If mastered, fusion could provide enormous amounts of electricity while producing virtually no carbon dioxide and very little long-lived radioactive waste. Many scientists describe fusion as one of the world's ultimate clean energy technologies. The magnet may sound like a simple engineering component, but it's absolutely central to fusion. Inside a fusion reactor, hydrogen gas is heated until it becomes plasma. That plasma reaches temperatures approaching 100 million degrees Celsius, far hotter than the core of the sun. Nothing on Earth...
What? Did I hear that correctly? 100 million degrees Celsius? That's not possible.
Plasma reaches temperatures approaching 100 million degrees Celsius, far hotter than the core of the sun. Nothing on Earth can physically contain material that hot. Instead, scientists use incredibly powerful magnetic fields. The giant superconducting toroidal magnet surrounds the plasma and keeps it suspended safely inside the reactor without touching the walls. Meanwhile, the central solenoid helps generate...
Dude, isn't it mental? Like you said before, like this is now an engineering point here. What a crazy point of human civilization and our productive forces our ability to manipulate technology. But like we can heat stuff to 100 million degrees. That's crazy. Absolutely mental. Right? So cool. So cool. Here we are, all right, heating things to 100 million degrees, and people are fighting over whether people should whinge about the cost of a burrito or not. Yes, people should whinge about the cost of a burrito, because we do have the ability to provide people burritos at their heart's desire. We have the productive capacity to provide everyone with burritos. Like, not everyone wants burritos, but like, we should be able to just be like, here's burritos. He's at an accessible, tangible, like, way. Operation. There should be a way of easily providing people with these types of things. We can heat shit to a fucking 100 million degrees in order to basically play games of the solar system, of the universe. The universe has only been perfecting this stuff for billions of years, and here we are figuring out the science of it all, and we're fighting over whether a bunch of kids, some entitled, privileged little douchebags, should get access to burritos or not. Eh? We're living all the way over there, man. We should be up here right now. It would seem that something's holding us back. Some type of economic system. If only we could break through the hold it has over us as a society. If only. Just stop buying them. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, they've tested them and they work. They just degrade the walls too much. You get a burrito. You get a burrito. Check under your trays. There's a burrito tapped under them. Taped under them. Yay. That's not just theory anymore. If you want the sun in the palm of your hand, something's gotta go. It's also the issue we've solved with fission, and way faster than developing it. Man, mental, yeah.
And control the electric current flowing through the plasma, allowing the fusion reaction to remain stable. Without these magnetic systems, controlled fusion simply isn't possible. Researchers say this magnet isn't just bigger, it also stores far more energy. According to the project team, it has 1.3 times the volume and 3 times the stored energy of comparable magnets developed for ITER, the world's largest international fusion research project based in France. China also says every major component was produced domestically. That includes raw materials, manufacturing processes, and key technologies previously dependent on foreign suppliers. Officials say this...
That's the clincher right there, I'm telling you. Like, if you're able to be independent, like productively independent, and you're like, hey, it's been really nice working with everyone, but like, we have made this fusion reactor now, and we've done it without any of the inputs and the specialized inputs of any of the other countries. Like, we can do this on our own. Like, it's been wonderful, you guys. Like, thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you so much. But like, we really don't need you. Just remember that voice, 1970s drive in a commercial guy,
strengthens China's ability to independently develop future fusion reactors without relying on overseas technology. Despite the breakthrough, commercial fusion power has not yet arrived. Scientists around the world continue working to solve major engineering challenges before fusion can reliably generate electricity for national power grids. China hopes to demonstrate fusion electricity generation around 2030. If successful, fusion could fundamentally reshape global energy production.
Govan in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Hope you're well.
Supporters say it could deliver clean, abundant electricity while reducing dependence on fossil fuels. But many experts caution that commercial fusion remains one of the most difficult scientific challenges ever attempted. The latest breakthrough represents a major engineering milestone, but not the finish line. China's record-breaking fusion magnet highlights just how rapidly the global race for fusion energy is accelerating. While an artificial sun capable of powering cities remains a future goal, the successful testing of the world's largest superconducting fusion magnet marks another significant step toward that vision. Whether fusion becomes tomorrow's energy revolution or remains decades away, one thing is becoming increasingly clear. The race to harness the power of the sun is no longer science fiction.
Thank you very much. Hey, dude, the US dollar is so good. US conversion. Thank you. Thank you. Have you been like lurking for a while or did you just come in? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You fucking legend, y'all. Super sticker. Yeah, have you been lurking for a while? Yeah, legend. Well, this has been interesting. We got one more on this topic. This is like the French take on this one. Sheet home. All right. We're going to have a quick break just before we start this one. I wonder if this is AI slop as well. Hope I haven't found AI slop again. All right. Quick break. We'll be right back.
When they tell me why, when they tell me why, why.
All right. Let's get back to it. What's this? I wonder how many plasma physicists bitch because other people aren't making their burritos cheaper. All right, calm down, seriously. There shouldn't be discussions over burritos, okay? Everyone should just be like, but where's my plasma energy, eh? The government should make plasma for me. No, you don't want that. Everybody should have their own plasma generator in their backyard. And if they don't like the fact that the government hasn't made them a plasma generator, they should just make their own plasma generator. Hey? Make your own plasma generator. Stop whining about it. Han? Is this a movie reference? With blackjack and hookers. Yeah, forget the plasma generator. Oh, wait, what?
Shit.
The fuck is that? What movie is this one from? No, there's no details. Just shit. Pocket plasma power plants for the peoples. Yes. It's like when Mao directed all the people in China to have backyard smelters. Eh? Everybody should just make their own plasma. Their own fusion generator, fusion reactors. Go on, eh? You got some magnets? You can do this. You can do this. All right, let's see what the Europeans are up to. Ooh, Ravy's back. Hello.
We're here at ITER in the south of France, where all around us you can hear them building the world's largest fusion reactor.
Building the world's largest artificial sun has not been a smooth process. A series of setbacks have added years to the timeline and billions more to the budget.
This is why ITER is so expensive, it's taking so long.
At the same time,
It's from the show The Wire, commonly ranked in the top 3 shows of all time. So of course you have no idea. Commonly ranked the top 3 shows of all time by who? Like the world, or the world according to the United States? Eh? Top 3 shows of all time. Is that based on like how many people have watched it globally? Or is it just a completely American perspective on this one? Western, let's say. Anglosphere perspective on this one. No, it's the entire world. The entire world came together and watched The Wire and decided this was top 3.
private fusion startups.
ITER is so expensive, it's taking so long.
At the same time, private fusion startups have been multiplying, with many hoping to beat ITER to major milestones.
That China and Russia were going to collaborate with the US and Europe and add in Korea and India and Japan. That's either genius or insane.
I ventured into the heart of this one-of-a-kind mega project made to contain temperatures 10 times hotter than the core of the sun to meet the people bringing this godlike power down to Earth. And what I discovered is that ITER is already changing the world, and it's not even finished yet. The dream of ITER comes to us from the sun, which is living proof that the holy grail of a self-sustaining fusion reaction is possible under the right conditions. Controlled fusion releases millions of times more energy than the burning of fossil fuels and 4 times more energy than the reactions that power traditional nuclear power plants, without the risk of meltdown, long-lasting radioactive waste, or releasing carbon into the atmosphere. We just have to create the right conditions to make it happen. But recreating these conditions on Earth is like trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Meet plasma, the 4th state of matter, along with solids, liquids, and gas. It occurs when a substance gets so hot, the center of each atom separates from its electrons, making a very spicy soup of free electrons with charged ions moving through it.
What's
because
with the soup
plasma
analogy?
is made up of
It's always with the spicy soup. Always with the spicy soup. IMDb has it at 6 of all-time greatest shows. What are we doing, guys? Didn't mean to be away so long. We are discovering that humans are working together to produce a fusion reactor. So like replicating what happens inside the sun to produce unlimited energy and power. So we're just learning about that. Apparently China's made a breakthrough and developed the magnet technology to like make this more of a reality. And they produced it all on home soil. So there's an international operation to produce an artificial sun, basically, as they're calling it, because it sounds cooler. We're going to recreate the sun here on Earth, and so everyone's working together on this, and China's kind of pulled to the side and be like, "Look, it's been really nice working with you guys on this group project, but we're just going to go alone," and they've got all the technology to actually make that happen. So Unlimited power. Say no more. Yeah, there it is. I got to tell people about panels and batteries. The world needs to know. Well, are you saying if we use the sun, we can get unlimited power? This is the first time I've heard of this. Got to tell people about panels and batteries. The world needs to know. That's very good. I see what you did there. No, they're not using the sun. They're going to replicate what the sun does themselves. Like, I think the craziest part about it, though, we were talking about before, Ravi, is this material that's inside this reactor, this plasma soup, is so spicy. It's 100 million degrees Celsius. And that's 10 times hotter than the plasma in the sun. I don't know why they have to have it hotter than the sun, but let's just call it a day, shall we? Maybe because we don't get the same pressure, I guess. So you have to compensate with the heat. Anyway, humans are doing this, okay? Humans are doing this. They're replicating some of the craziest conditions known in the universe in order for us to provide energy to fuel our industrial existences. And we're still fighting about burritos. That's what we're fighting about. Whether you should pull your bootstraps up or not and buy yourself a burrito. And if you can't afford to do it, then too bad. And you're a failure. They're just trying to big dick the sun. Classic. Oh yeah, mine is like 10 times hotter than the sun. Stupid sun. Useless piece of shit. So good.
All of these charged particles, the only way to effectively bottle it is with magnets.
If I am weaving...
Pull yourself up by the burritos. Oh man, fuck, I wish 4AS was still here. He's not allowed to say pull yourself up by your bootstraps anymore. Pull yourself up by the burritos. Science isn't in demand as the cost of burritos is. Yes, apparently. Oh my God.
Magnetic field from a central magnet made in San Diego, D-shaped magnets going around the vacuum vessel that are made in Italy and Japan, and then circular magnets made in Russia, in China, in Europe, etc. If I want to contain those microscopic particles, the weave has to be like Egyptian cotton. It has to be super, super tight. If I make the machine 10 times bigger, the precision still has to be in millimeters.
ITER's central solenoid magnet is the largest magnet in the world.
We missed you. You needed to be here for the comments on the burritos. I needed to have those burrito jokes earlier.
Once in place and fully assembled, it will be 5 stories tall, weigh 1,000 tons, and play an essential role in starting and maintaining ITER's fusion reactions. ITER's ultimate goal is to study these reactions in pursuit of a game-changing tipping point for fusion energy.
We want to get to something called a burning plasma.
It takes a lot of energy to reach fusion temperatures, but a burning plasma heats itself, so fusion reactions create the heat for more fusion reactions. Humans have been able to create burning plasmas in a lab with lasers and in H-bombs, but those reactions last a very short time. ITER wants to create a burning plasma using the same technology commercial fusion energy companies are most likely to use. ITER's ability to deliver on this burning plasma dream hinges on building the world's largest ever tokamak that will control plasma heated to temperatures more than 10 times hotter than the core of the sun. Why even hotter? Because the sun has an advantage thanks to the immense gravity bearing down on the particles inside its core, increasing their density and allowing fusion at lower temperatures. ITER will only be using less than a gram of fuel within its comparatively huge vacuum chamber at a given time. So what ITER lacks in fuel density, it has to make up in heat. The 150 million degrees Celsius plasma inside ITER's tokamak will make it one of the hottest places in the solar system. But the superconducting magnets that wrap around the tokamak and keep that plasma contained need to be kept at incredibly cold temperatures in order to work. We're talking just a few degrees above absolute zero. So to pull this off, it requires putting one of the hottest environments right next to one of the coldest environments, all separated by this very thin heat shield. And it's inside this heat shield between the extremes where some very small cracks created some very big problems.
We found that we had 3 leaks in these pipes out of about 61 tests, and the result was to rip out all 20 kilometers of that piping and rebuild or refabricate those shields.
We will need about 5 billion euro more, which is a hell of a lot of money, of course. I will not deny that. But we want to do it right. Problems of quality, then
5 billion euros more? It's too bad somebody can't just print money. Oh, wait. I'm sure they've been doing that already, right? It has to be a $5 fair trade locally sourced vegan burrito made by Mexicans, so it's not cultural appropriation, or it's not politically correct. You know what? That was pretty good, actually. I'll take that. That was a good one. Hello, we already have our shield material, just the coating. Dude, that's crazy. I wonder if there were like hairline cracks in that thing as well. We just need another $5 billion euros to figure this out, please.
end up causing extra cost.
It's actually quite normal, quite expected that you would have these kinds of setbacks. When you explain that to a politician who's controlling your funding, that's a more difficult thing to get your hands around.
Speaking of politicians, did I mention that there are more than 30 countries collaborating on ITER?
You have specified contributions from each of the members. Europe, 45%, each of the others, 9% each. It's a percentage of value because the members contribute components.
With so many cooks in the kitchen and so much resources at stake, ITER decided on a consensus decision-making model similar to what is used by the Antarctic Treaty, the World Trade Organization, and NATO.
What we've also done is to create a de facto global supply chain.
That global supply chain leads here to the ITER Tokamak Hall, where a precise choreography...
And so, like, from what we understand, China's kind of been like, we see your global supply chain. It's really nice. And like, thank you so much for letting us be part of this, but we've got it all now. And we will create our own fusion reactor. Thank you so much, though. Thank you so much. So far, the coating they're thinking of using is wild. Like a carbon metal lattice, 1 atom thick, capable of catching those subparticles and redirecting their energy. Jesus. Burritos. Doesn't it all put into context? Like, we're talking about 1 atom thick, being able to produce metal that is 1 atom thick and capable of catching subparticles. And here we are. If you can't afford a burrito, it's because you're a loser. It's got nothing to do with society at all.
Scientists and engineers from around the world is consistently on display.
Here you have slices of the vacuum chamber. Once these are assembled, these giant yellow cranes are going to come, pick them up, and lift them over the wall into the Tokamak pit, which is our next stop.
The Tokamak pit is arguably the most sensitive and sacred part of the sprawling ITER complex. It's protected from contamination and construction dust by a strict cleanliness protocol inspired by the aerospace industry, and visits from outsiders to this part of the facility are rare.
Please make sure that you have nothing on you that can drop. You will never get it back.
Got it.
And the machine won't work.
This, as they say, is where the magic happens.
ITER's chosen fuel for its...
Why do these people always wear hairnets, but like never have anything over their beards? Just asking for a friend. Surely that's a problem too.
Fusion reactions will be deuterium and tritium, which are just fancy names for hydrogen with 1 and 2 neutrons. This is the same fuel mix that's most likely to be used in the commercial fusion reactors ITER is hoping to help with its research. The fusion reaction between these two particles produces helium and a spare high-energy neutron that's very hot and without charge, meaning the surrounding magnets containing the charged plasma can't control it. As fusion occurs, these particles will slam into the walls of the tokamak, so they have to be well designed to withstand that sort of impact.
As you see, these yellow holes, in 4 of these holes we will attach a shield block. It's just a component that will stop the neutrons.
Some of ITER's shield blocks will also have a special material inside them that could unlock another fusion energy superpower, the ability for a reactor to make its own fuel.
Deuterium is abundant in nature. Tritium is very, very scarce. You have to breed it from putting lithium in some form in the walls of the tokamak. That's been demonstrated, but we need to demonstrate it at scale.
ITER is ultimately a research tokamak, meaning it won't be providing power to the grid, but that was never its purpose.
ITER represents a bridge between research facilities and commercial machines.
Every problem ITER is able to solve is one less that commercial fusion companies will have to confront.
Many of the new tokamaks look like ITER after all of
Who
this.
would have thought? Eh? This must be the first time this has ever happened in the capitalistic world, where governments come together, spend huge amounts of money on research and development, and then the private sector comes in, takes that knowledge and that innovation, and then makes a profit off it. This is incredible. Hey, who are all the big government deniers out here that hate the government? The government's the source of all the problems in the world. Hey, it's the government. Hey, are we listening to this in real time here? Hey, that's capitalism, baby. Oh, yeah. It's so good. It's been a while since I've said that. Hey, that's capitalism, baby. They're going to develop this technology as an international consortium, and then someone's going to come in and profit off it. Eh? 22 billion in the hands of productive people. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Bob, but like this is the government, the evil government that's producing this, and they're going to hand it over to the private sector who just do everything so well. Thank God for the private sector. Eh? Like this is the myth, right? These people out there that actually believe that the market, or a market system, let's say, a market system can exist without the state. These people are living in a fantasy world. 22 billion right down the shitter. Interesting. I'm sure they don't believe that. I'm sure they think they're doing something important. What's this? Is this the guy, the pirate guy, Dan Crenshaw? Just hearing about this dumb $22 billion fusion generator. Is this you, Han? You said the same thing as this person. Are you the pirate guy? Debates, so just thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Ah, fuck, that's so good. Stop whinging, stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college. On a budget with 4 roommates. Dude, that's hilarious. So capitalism is when the fission reactor outputs more energy than it puts in, and socialism and when people want free energy without understanding how reaction works. No, capitalism is letting the government do all of the hard work and heavy lifting, and then just coming in and taking that information and claiming it as your own intellectual property and then profiting off it. That's what capitalism is. And then turning around when people say that that technology should be freely available to people, and then saying, no, that's evil socialism, when that's exactly how those people first got the technology in their hands. So capitalism works like this. You ready? Socialize the innovation and the R&D, privatize the products of this, and then people will argue that that should be socialized again. And we're in that middle stage at the moment, XNF. When the private sector doesn't want to actually cover the cost of anything, they hand it over to the government makes it viable, then the free market decides to take over again. That's pretty basic though. Yeah, that's very basic stuff. That's been happening for a long time. Yeah, it's pretty basic. What gives people feelings of power? Money, status, buying a $20 burrito. I know. Pull yourself up by your burritos. That's what you get when you wear an eye patch out of a movie instead of regular ones, like every other one-eye blind guy, asshole. You're now a pirate guy. So all those free market capitalists are running around demanding the government socialize the costs and privatize the profits. Well, like it's kind of evident in this case. Like this is what's happening. They just said it. They are coming together to produce this new technology and make it commercially viable. Like they just said it. Like I'm not even trying to put words in anyone's mouth here. They're going to do all the heavy lifting. It's going to be funded by governments, by the taxpayer, by the evil pig government. And then they're just going to hand it over to the private sector so they can profit off it. Like, there's really nothing unusual there. Like, I'm waiting for the punchline. Like, the way you've written it, that is like you think it's a joke. So all the free market capitalists are running around demanding the government socialize the costs and privatize the profits. Like, I guess. It's still mostly corp funded even now. Investors have taken off. Yeah. Well, let's just go off the video that we've seen. Like the guy was saying, they need to appeal to politicians to get more funding. So I'm sure they're turning to the private sector with that funding in hand and being like, all right, here, we need this. Can you custom build this for me, please? But it's all coming, as XNF has already said. It's the costs are socialized because they're coming from the government initially. One Eye Blind is the first name of the Third Eye Blind. One Eye Blind is the first name of the band. Sorry, Third Eye Blind. It's a lot of appealing for regulation, decreasing then funding, getting into the grid, etc. But yes, some funding too, 100%. Some funding. Okay. Let's find out in the case of this one. $22 billion artificial sun. The ITER project. Do you know how this project is being funded? What sources are providing it? Yes, and one important clarification first. ITER is not primarily a French project. It is an international project physically located in southern France, funded by and supplied by 7 members. European Union, 45%, China, 9%, India, Japan, Korea, Russia, United States, they all pay 9.1%. But there's a really interesting wrinkle. They aren't simply sending money to France. About 90% of the contributions are in kind. That means each member is responsible for designing, manufacturing, delivering particular pieces of the reactor rather than simply handing ITER cash. For example, India responsible for supplying things such as the cryostat, cooling water systems, heating systems. Europe, because their reactor. Okay. Let's take this as an example. So where does India source these cooling systems? In very simplified terms, Australia is not on this though. EU taxpayers, EU budget, ITER, US taxpayer, US government, Chinese public funds, Chinese government institutions. Okay. If you're speaking where India gets the actual components for the technology for the cooling system, the answer is largely through India's own publicly funded nuclear scientific institutions and Indian industrial contractors, rather than buying a complete system from another country. India's contribution is coordinated by the Institute of Plasma Research. Indian companies then manufacture many of the components under the contracts of the ITER program. For example, enormous vacuum sealed. So Indian government, Department of Atomic Energy, Institute of Plasma Research, Indian engineering and manufacturing companies, components shipped to ITER. So the Indian government provides the funding, they create the institute, and the institute goes out to Indian engineering and manufacturing companies. I don't know, man. Sounds like the state is the source, like usual, of where the money comes from. They pay up front, and then they pay companies to make the parts. And it still sounds like it's socialized cost there. Honestly. Like, this isn't groundbreaking stuff that we're talking about here. It doesn't even have to be a critique of the free market, but this is not unusual stuff. That government heavily subsidizes R&D. Heavily. Yeah, like, this is mind-shattering. Oh my God. Like, everyone's just like, yeah, it's the free market. It's so good. And like, let's get rid of big government. Big government's the problem. It's like, well, you know. What about this stuff? Oh yeah, you're right. It just sounds like it's government run. Well, this one does. And like, that's not a scary idea. This does happen a lot. Is that a separate conversation? Yeah, it must be.
Knowledge. We are developing a lot of software to predict what the plasma is going to do. Now we are trying to release this as open source.
One of the things that struck me most about ITER is how the project is treated like an open book.
We're in the process of writing an ITER engineering handbook, and we talk about mistakes. We talk about this is what we learned, this is what we did wrong.
Every member state in the ITER agreement has access to all the science that comes out of ITER, and any non-member state that wants access to the science can get it, as long as all the member states agree to share it with them.
We have become a model for how countries of unlike persuasion can actually work over decades through trade wars, hopefully not armed conflict, only through the shared vision of a better world that everybody wants for the next generations.
This type of collaboration between public and private entities has already led to world-changing technologies
there's open source science with a caveat. As long as all of the states that are in on that, in on this ITER agreement agree. So it just takes one person to veto. That would never happen. The people that are in this group never veto other people, did they? No. Surely not.
Internet, GPS, space travel, even modern consumer tech like Siri, touchscreens, and Google Search.
This is a public funded project, and this is the knowledge.
Evil communists. You just said it was publicly funded. No, that's not true. That never happens in the free market. Commie lies.
Of the world.
Fusion is one of those technologies people often say feels like it's always a decade away, but actually seeing the future ITER is building with my own eyes
if Australia wants the info, they're fucked.
gave me hope that we may actually be living in the last decade where people speak about fusion as a distant dream.
This is the ITER Control Center, and as you can see, it's still being built out right now, but by the time ITER ignites its first plasma, this place will be buzzing with activity.
ITER's first plasma is now scheduled for 2034.
What do you think of fusion power? Let us know down in the comments, and subscribe for everything that makes you say, what the future?
What the future? Surely not. He needs a hairnet for his bitch biscuit. Come on, bro. It's true, though. Why do they not have hairnets for their beards? Come on. I need a hairnet for my bitch biscuit. Oh, man. Savage, bro. Savage. Savage take there. All right, this one came up last week. I think me and you were talking about this, Volta, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, so I'm going to make you watch it with me. And there's nothing you can do about it. So we're transitioning from like the world is this wonderful place of technological advancement where huge, important nations come together to produce the energy source of the future that will change the human race and hurtle us forward into the future. And then we're going to go to this. This is the other thing that we do with our awesome technology. We create surveillance capitalism. So this is a more perfect union hit piece on none other than Mark Andreessen. Now, if you're not sure who this guy is like, he's up there. He's pretty much like Peter Thiel, I would say. I think this is the Netscape guy. And then he used his platform, his application, and when he got rid of it, he became a venture capitalist. Now, venture capitalists, if you don't know anything about them, I think they are some of the most spurious people in the world. They're just incredibly wealthy individuals who just pump money into tech startups and hope that in every 100, every 1,000 projects they invest in, one of them will turn into a multi-billion-dollar operation and make them incrementally richer. And so that's pretty much what they do. They just look for unicorns, as they say. So Andreessen is the unicorn hunter. So this is the ultimate personification of the free market right here. Someone who reaches such heights that they don't even have to be innovative anymore. They just have heaps of money, just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks and builds their personal wealth beyond what is typically imaginable or conceivable for average people, for the vast majority of us. And so, yeah, More Perfect Union's done a hit piece on him. Let's see what it's like. I'm sure they will be neutral and they won't make him out to be evil. That's our job.
There's a new powerhouse of political spending in town, bigger than the Koch brothers, than Elon Musk, George Soros, or Sam Altman, without the name recognition of any of those. And it isn't even a person, it's a company. Venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, or A16Z. By May, they'd already put $115.5 million into political spending. A16Z is led by Ben Horowitz and this guy, Mark Andreessen.
You don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible. Andreessen is an investor, so we should examine his political spending like an investor. What does he hope to get as a return on this investment? Because his ideal future is a bit concerning.
Lay out your vision for the best possible.
Imagine using your billions to actually fix the world's biggest problems. Could be remembered in history as its savior, the next Jesus. No, or you could just use it to buy political power, almost like that is how the bourgeois form of society works. We live in bourgeois dictatorships where people with the most immense personal wealth control entire political systems. No, surely it's not that. The right solution is to force taxpayers to indefinitely fund a politically correct burrito manufacturing project that ensured no one outside the government is ever monetarily incentivized to build upon that work. It's so funny for so many reasons. You just can't fathom it, can you? It's really hard to understand that why you think it's a joke. That's exactly how the world works, though. That the government does actually foot the bill, and then other people just take it off and rip off society for their own personal gain. And that's what you treasure as your little free market world. It's all a lie. It's all a fantasy. Bannerberry. Got home from work and you're putting in overtime. That's what I do, man. That's what we do here. Almost made it. Unfathomable. Welcome back.
Scenario trajectory for America.
The Roaring 20s.
Which is, of course, a period immediately followed by a decade of economic depression and destitution. And he told us how he wants to build it in a now pretty famous blog post manifesto that lays out his bad guys, his good guys, and the ideal world he says he wants to build. His very own happy ending. Almost like a fairy tale. It's called the Techno-Optimist Manifesto, and it promises a future of abundance, spurred
Dude,
by...
we're gonna have to read this. The Techno-Optimist Manifesto.
By technology. And like any great fairy tale, it involves a battle between good and evil. Heroes and enemies. Really, there's literally a section called The Enemy. Those enemies include sustainability, stakeholder capitalism. That's when companies take into consideration everyone they affect, not just shareholders. Risk management, ethics, the limits of growth, collectivism. That's just when society works together and you care about other people. Social responsibility and safety. Andreessen says these enemies are ideas, not people, but they're all pro-people ideas, right? And we'll get to that. But then there are some enemies that we can all agree on. Corruption, regulatory capture, monopolies, cartels, playing God with everyone else's lives with total insulation from the consequences, speech control and thought control. I'm totally on board. That's big bad wolf stuff we can all agree should be vanquished by a knight in shining armor. But is Andreessen and the plan he outlines in this little fairy tale the knight we need? Can someone deeply linked to the modern privatized surveillance state really have a problem with using 1984 as an instruction manual? So let's start this fairy tale at the end. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Today, Marc Andreessen is a multi-billionaire with an immense amount of power beyond his wealth. He was just appointed to the Department of War's Defense Policy Board, a civilian committee intended to provide the DOW with recommendations on defense policy and national security issues. And it could be very profitable for him. His investment firm has a whole division called American...
It's true. I do actually want to join the libertarian utopia. Like, I'm ready for it. Like, Han was talking about an actual political revolution before. Like, how do you change the current system without overthrowing it, basically? And so, like, you know, I am down for that. If you're leading this revolution, if you think it's the system that causes all the problems, it's not just like voting for the right party that'll make all the difference. I'm down. I'm down with it. I'm going to criticize your ideas, Han. But like, if you're talking about just changing the political structure, I am so down for your libertarian revolution. I can't wait.
Dynamism, dedicated largely to privatized war tech, what they call supporting the national interest. They invest in Hadrian, an AI-driven defense manufacturing.
Best I can do is make you a mod in Twitch chat. Dude, fuck you, man. After all we've been through together, that's it. I was looking for like 2IC, you know, something like Che Guevara. You be Fidel, I'll be Che. I'll be your revolutionary, man. We seem to have the same initial objective. Change political structure. Got it.
Company that automates American
So
jobs.
feudalism again? What a waste of a revolution. Hey, but it's a libertarian utopia. Come on.
Anduril, an AI killing machine and surveillance company, SpaceX, Skydio, another surveillance drone company, and even everyone's favorite AI surveillance company, Flock. Let's quickly roll that back to the enemies list and compare. Corruption and regulatory capture? Andreessen's part of the body advising how much of your tax dollars are spent on companies.
I have to see how you handle power first, but that's the thing in the libertarian kind of utopia, right? There won't be anyone in power anywhere. It'll just be like the market sorts out, like who wins and who loses, right? There's no power to have.
He has ownership of, including Hadrian, which is a major investment of 1789 capital, run by President Trump's son, Don Jr. Unelected and unaccountable, playing God with everyone else's lives? Andreessen is an unelected member of the government in a role where only the administration can fire him, while he privately invests in technology companies that are constantly trying to find ways into your life.
Love to have 50 to 60,000 units deployed, which puts us on almost every single street corner in America.
Perhaps this man that Andreessen funds is who Andreessen was talking about when he said the increasing use in plain sight of George Orwell's 1984.
Oh, like capitalism? Live capitalism? Dude, this is the Flock guy that we were investigating last year when Flock started becoming controversial, or controversial enough for us to take notice of it, I guess. Andreessen is behind Flock as well. What a shady he is, eh? You guys like, how do you Americans feel about being surveilled en masse? Oh, well, as long as it's done by the corporate sector and not by big government, then it doesn't matter. Evil egghead was behind it all along. I knew it. Does this guy not realize there are millions of unelected people in the US government? The evil bureaucrats, of course.
As instruction manual. How'd he get here? let's flip back to the beginning of this fairy tale. The driving hero of Andreessen's fairy tale is technology. And he kind of has a point. The advancement of technology has made the world a better place. Irrigation, medicine, electricity, everything. And how do we build technology? According to Andreessen, it's only with unregulated free markets. Free markets are the most effective way to organize a technological economy. Market economy is a discovery machine. In Andreessen's fairy tale, the villain is government control, and the hero is technology. The innocent villagers are being kept down by the government while tech wants to swoop in and help them. So how true is that in Andreessen's own backstory? His first big tech project was building something called Mosaic in the 1990s. Mosaic became the first internet browser as we know them today. Mosaic was built at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, a set of supercomputers funded by the federal government.
What? What? No way. The first browser was helped fund by government organization? Surely not. Surely not. Oh, no.
The government just dropped in a ton of money to basically buy state-of-the-art computers.
In 2000, Andreessen raved to a reporter about the government intervention. If it had been left to private industry, it wouldn't have happened. But of course, Andreessen went immediately to private industry. He started a company called Netscape, and it did the same thing he'd already figured out how to do with government funding, basically surf the web. Netscape's official narrative says they use no code for Mosaic, but the team was built primarily with other Mosaic developers, and the early product even had Mosaic in the name. But there was a big bad wolf.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft.
Windows was the dominant operating system, so when Microsoft launched their own native web browser, Netscape was in big trouble. But luckily, there was a hero. The FTC and antitrust legislation. The federal government determined that Microsoft had unfair business practices, which was a major win for Netscape. Netscape was saved by the big anti-free market
Epstein alert.
wolf that Andreessen.
Where's XNF? Did you hear about this browser technology being funded by the government? Eh? No, surely not. Surely not. The free market, I'm sure.
Says is stopping us from enjoying our happily ever after. But Netscape got their happily ever after. It sold to AOL, and Andreessen walked away with a huge payout. With all that cash, Andreessen started investing in other companies. And after a few years of private...
Okay, if it's not a gotcha, then why do you denounce it then? So it's obvious for you that this happens. So there really is no there's no credence to this idea that the market system works or could work better or could work somehow without the government, the big bad government. If anything, it's the government that allows the market system to exist. It is the foundation.
Investing his own money, he joined up with Ben Horowitz to start a venture capital firm, Andreessen Horowitz, or A16Z. Venture capital is a form of private equity that takes on investments in theoretically riskier, frontier, or otherwise unexplored industries and companies. The customers are institutional investors, banks, ultra-wealthy individuals, and large retirement funds. Your 401k or pension are likely, at least in part, invested in VC firms. Andreessen didn't invent venture capital, but he is the poster child of the business model.
You did. You said it before when we were talking about the reactor and stuff like that. When we were talking about socializing, the government does the socializing, socializes. The investment money require the costs, and then the private sector privatizes the profits. And you're going on about markets.
A16Z cites JP Morgan, not the bank, but the actual guy, as their inspiration. Back in JP Morgan time, investing in new business was only available to the ultra-wealthy, meaning in effect they were determining which new businesses, industries, and technologies were getting off the ground and which weren't. That tradition remains in modern VC. But the modern venture capital industry in part got so big thanks again to government intervention. In 1958, the Small Business Administration, a government entity, started a program that offered taxpayer-backed loans to private investment firms to encourage investment in newer, riskier businesses. This both built the capital of these firms and trained a generation of investors. None of that sounds like free markets to me. But they funded the future, right? That's the tale they tell. Sure, they were doing it to get super rich, but they were building things we all use. Back to the manifesto. Andreessen writes, "We believe markets are an inherently individualistic way to achieve superior collective outcomes." Meaning the tech industry, unrestricted, will build things that make a better world for everyone. Has that been true about Andreessen's most profitable ventures? His early investments are a mirror of Silicon Valley success. Facebook, Groupon, Skype, Twitter, Pinterest, Lyft, Airbnb, Coinbase. These are the companies that built our modern internet, and for the most part, were pretty successful. But the venture capital world measures success differently than you or I. Their definition of success is how big were the returns and how fast were the returns. You've seen us explain this about something like the Lyft and Uber model. Start out with a good, affordable product, wipe out the existing competition, then jack up prices and exploit workers as soon as you have near monopoly. How is any of that a positive collective outcome? Perhaps because we live in totally different worlds of the definition of positive. Back to the...
Wasn't that the question you were asking, if that's what you thought free market capitalists were running around asking for? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I can't remember now. It's too long ago. I will give you a short story about Bezos. There was no tax on items sold via Amazon because he had no physical stores, and he lobbied against taxing businesses with no physical stores. But when he started to build warehouses to hold goods, he lobbied the government to tax businesses with no physical stores. Easier to pay off government to compete because our government is filled with cheap whores. Okay. That's an interesting story. Struggling to see what the point is, though. So, like, incredibly powerful individual because of their private control over the economy uses and manipulates the government to their own interests. No, it's because the government exists. It's their fault. Like, that's the general terms here. If the government didn't exist, then Bezos wouldn't be able to do that. Don't worry about the fact that, as we have discovered multiple times already in the examples here, anyway, that like Bezos wouldn't exist either if it wasn't for the government. It's almost like people are projecting really stupid ideas onto other people's heads, even when they're explicitly said otherwise. Like how Andreessen said his Mosaic browser wouldn't have happened, but somehow that makes him anti-regulation, free market, capitalist extremist. Well, like that is his rhetoric, unless they're lying. That's exactly what he's saying. He's a champion of an anti-regulation free market system, even though he said he benefited from it. And so, like, he's an opportunistic wanker who benefits from something, then pulls the ladder up so nobody else can have the same benefits that he has. That's exactly what they've detailed here. And you think that that's some weird type of projection? Like, unless they're lying, they showed some screenshots of what he has said. We'll have to read the manifesto for ourselves. But, like, I wonder who's doing the real projecting here. Point is, I understand why left hates billionaires, but they're not all cunts. That's interesting. Very interesting. Can't argue with cheap whores. Like I said, projecting really stupid ideas into other people's heads. What about the price of weed? That's the real problem. No, it's not. It's the price of burritos. That's the only problem that's plaguing society. Have you not been paying attention?
Fairy tale. Productivity growth, powered by technology, is the main driver of economic growth and wage growth. People and capital are continuously free to do more important, valuable things than in the past. Yes, technology can make us more productive. Good tools make work easier, that's obvious. But where has the growth of technology owned and controlled by people like Andreessen really gotten us? This graph really kind of sums it up. It shows the trends of the labor share in America. Labor share is the percentage of the country's economic output that ends up in wages. The amount of money you get for every dollar you generate for the economy. Right now, it's the lowest since World War II. American workers are being more screwed right now than they have been for 80 years. And that decline worsened in step with the rise of the VC investing model. So yes, perhaps we will, as a nation, see economic growth. But will you see any of that? Andreessen's investments don't create opportunity for you, they take it. But luckily, Mark also has a solution. We believe that there is no material problem, whether created by nature or by technology, that cannot be solved with more technology. Tech solves the problems created by other tech. A16Z is invested in military drone tech and anti-military drone tech. A16Z is invested in AI that can create deepfakes and other scams, and identity verification and anti-deepfake tech. Again, like all good fairy tales, there's a moral. Andreessen even defines the meaning of life, and yeah, it's building technology. He says that while tech may remove choice from our lives as machines make decisions for us, it is
wildly Marxist, that is. Humans making technology. Humans laboring away at stuff. Crazy.
Is made even by the freedom to create our lives that flows from the material abundance created by our use of machines. But realistically, where will that material abundance go? Andreessen wants you to think it's you, but it's not. We've seen that already. The abundance will only flow upward. The freedom is created by profiting off the tech. That's an opportunity you don't have. They say there will be choices, but they want to make them for you. And that's why Andreessen's political spending is so important. He's seizing even more influence than just being super rich affords. He, his firm, and their portfolio companies have been pouring money into Trump and RNC super PACs, crypto lobbying groups, and think tanks that work to influence policy covertly. And while we were producing this video, he was named to a task force in the Federal Reserve, guiding jobs and productivity policy. The real moral of Andreessen's fairy tale is, give him everything you have or will have. It's the only way to get to Wonderland. This is about where our resources should go. Your tax dollars, your labor, your land, your surroundings, your future, and your government's efforts. So pay attention. Look at the races Andreessen is investing in, the politicians he's supporting, the legislation that he and the companies he invests in are lobbying for, and ask, who is this for? And who really is going to live happily ever after? Thank you so much for watching.
Mate.
Please don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's the trick, right? Definitely me. Bro, the cone is throwing me. It's like the sheriff hat in Scary Movie 3. Getting bigger each frame. Oh, far out. Well. Who would have thought, eh? Can't trust venture capitalists? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. All right. I'm going to leave it there. Gotta bounce. Yeah, thank you. I wonder if that guy was so stupid he didn't realize that Andreessen was a lifelong Democrat. Have you heard about what Andreessen thinks recently, though, about the Democrats? Surely you're across his political reawakening, right? His renaissance. What he thinks about the actual Democrats. Right? Woke rubbish. Spandong, thank you very much. Mr. Abbott, it's good to have you today. Ravy Baby, XNF. Woozell. Benaberry coming in twice today. Coming in hot. Han. And what's we got here? Oh, we had some new people come in today, I think, earlier. They're probably fucked off by now. Bansel Bandit. Blaz. Who else we got here? Ooh, Love Jeff. Hobo Joe was in earlier too. Jag, 4AS, Voltator. It's good to have you all. Thanks for hanging out. If you've also been interacting, I've missed you. I do apologize. Anyone who's been lurking today. Oh, Mamupa was in earlier too. If Anyone else who's been lurking today, thank you very much. Heidi the Sausage, I think it was in earlier too. But yeah, thank you everybody. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. If you haven't already on YouTube, activate the like button on your way out. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are